Hello, welcome to another date on Citizen Jones today. What we do is simple: interrogate issues that get thrown at us by my country, your country, just so you know. Today, federal government gives the okay to Naira for crude deal. Hope rises for pump price drop. Let's go there. I said the other day that there was a difference between problem solving and decision making. To solve a problem, one requires a solution, and to make a decision, one needs to make a choice. For decades, we needed to stop trifling unknowingly with our God given gift of crude oil. President Bola Tinubu, himself a player in the industry, had to make a decision in order to solve our crude oil problem. And so the Naira for crude deal was struck. The policy mandates the transaction of crude oil and refined petroleum products in Naira. The big idea is to strengthen the country's economic sovereignty while enhancing local refining capacity and stabilizing the foreign exchange market. After a lull in the deal, the federal government has given the okay to Dangote Group to go ahead with the Naira for crude deal. So the hope for a pump price drop is high. Even more heartwarming is that experts and independent marketers on Wednesday welcomed the reinstatement, saying it should be permanent as it would strengthen the Naira and enhance energy security. And so with a new team in place at the NNPCL, the future looks very bright if you ask me. So shall we have a robust conversation therefore? Two gentlemen who understand the dynamics are here, so we'll have a bite at the subject matter. Let's meet and greet them. Aki Fatunke is an economist, a chartered accountant, and a player in the oil industry. Mr. Fatunke, I welcome you one more time.
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to be with you here.
Okay, he's joined by another chartered accountant who is best in the business. So, to me, Fatunke is here. To me, he's also a commentator on national affairs. To me, I welcome you.
Thank you very much, Citizen.
So, gentlemen, what can I say? What's new about the Naira for crude deal?
Mm-hmm. What is new for me is continuity. Yes, it's coming, in my opinion, late, a bit late, should have been proactively considered.
Mm-hmm.
To take the bite and take the bullet. And why that happened is because there are some other fallouts regards whether our hard-earned revenue that has been dwindling from the mono source that we call oil is enough to be able to take care of so many of our needs. But a linchpin in our needs is the area of the politics surrounding PMS. Regulation or not the regulation.
Premium motor spirit, yeah. Oh, that is petrol, yeah.
And government of the day, including the opposition, have agreed that that sector needs to be looked at, opened up, and that the trajectory that we were pursuing was not sustainable. Not sustainable. We could not continue to borrow to fuel PMS that finds its way to our neighbors, and then the economy itself continues to dwindle. So what President Bola
So are you painting the picture of fifth columnists in the business?
There are fifth columnists. In the business, the fifth columnists are still there. We even have 6, 7, 8, and 10th columnists as we speak. Because our economy has been porous, has not been compact in the way we are many nations within a country. And our gestalt, meaning our worldview, on how to resolve a common problem differs. So while some want to eat their cake and have it, some others want to invest and perhaps in education. Some don't want to invest in that kind of education, will close schools during Salah, and that nothing is going to come out of it and all that, because we all go to center. Back to this issue. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu then therefore, through what I'll call a coordinating Minister of Economy, something similar to what I think we had during Jonathan's time, when Mrs. Okojo Iweala had to find a way to coordinate all the little bits and pieces, looked at the policy direction that he chose, and the regulation is gone, the fallout of that regulation, the fact that we had done power contract sales, the fact that we are not producing high enough, and the twin policy about making sure we align the foreign exchange market so we can take away arbitrage and can take away, all at the same time. It's like saying we want to cure the malaria by cutting off the head and cutting off the leg, because we felt the leg has gangrene and the head is not correct and all that kind of stuff. If you do that, you are going to kill the whole body. So we decided that, look, let's do something. Since we have the refining capacity in Dangote, who is out there, even though you may call him a monopolist, you may call him whatever, he runs the largest and the most competitive at a time when other refineries of the world.
I hear he is the largest single train refinery in the whole world.
While others are finding it very uncompetitive too, now decided to drive that. So if that is on, Port Harcourt refinery is a little bit, fits and starts. Waterman and the modular refineries are also coming on, and BUA is getting set too. So why don't we therefore cut off all the other logistics about imports? After all,
and start refining at home.
Start refining at home, get that capacity at home, and then flood the West African sub-region and begin to do what Dangote is doing. But Dangote is not Father Christmas. If you are going to ask him to sell, to buy in dollars, he cannot. He will not be able to sell. Yeah. So it's a policy choice that
and more than that, Nigerians will take the rap.
And then we now go on the street again and sing hardship. So between October 2024 and March 2025, something needed to have been done. And then there was a lot of pussyfooting. And what did the Grandmaster do? Maybe it's a coincidence. Went for the NNPC and broke it down. Well, changed the guards with technocrats, people who can structure deals, while at the same time making sure that he balances for all, whether you call it federal character, all the contending forces, and got the right set of people. And one of the first things I believe they did, I'm not there, was to say, look, this Naira for crude, can we have a look at it? What will it cost us? In economics, you look at the opportunity cost. It's going to cost us this. More so that what we are not envisaging, even though we envisage it, we are not envisaging the tariff war that Donald Trump has introduced. Crude prices are falling, yes, developmentally, it's going to cost us a lot. So why don't we then look at refining capacity? 2 days or 3 days after this inauguration, or within a week after this inauguration, the crude for Naira for crude is back. As we speak today, 15 Naira per liter has been found to reduce. If more and more will come in, and if we can up our production capacity to the benchmark of 2 million barrels per day, and up it to 30, making sure that whatever
up to 3 million.
To 3 million, and we make sure that the politics surrounding a few things that's happening in the Niger Delta is dealt with, I think I am home and dry to say we are going to get more reduction. Good times for Nigeria.
All right. To me, Mr. Fatunge is painting the picture of better days are coming. Are you seeing the same thing?
Well, to a reasonable extent, yes. When the Naira for crude was introduced, it was supposed to be for a 6 months
Period.
pilot period. So October to March. But there are a whole lot of forces also that are not happy with the arrangement, because during that period, earlier this year, we saw importers, independent marketers, complaining about them making losses as a result of
The deal?
the constant or the couple of reduction in prices by Dangote refinery.
Did they find him an enemy?
Well, yes, to some extent, because as far as
Was he really the enemy?
no, because as far as they are concerned, his activity is affecting their own business. Not forgetting that their own activity is affecting
Nigeria.
Now, the main aim of the Naira for dollar is to help for crude is to help with Nigeria's dollar foreign reserve. It will reduce the demand for forex to import fuel, because if we are meeting our local demand,
we don't need
people to start going to source for dollar to import fuel. But of course, it's a free economy. So if you still want to go and source for dollar and import fuel, the government is not holding you, but you will not get any favor with regards to. So if the business is okay for you, you stick with it. That's why I was surprised when they came with, we are making losses and stuff. I'm like, didn't you guys
factor that
in before you decided that you would still be importing, despite the fact that it's Dangote refinery that
has a capacity for 650,000 per day?
Yes, we have we have more than 10 modular refineries, though they might not be producing PMS, but they're also doing diesel and others. And then there is NNPC bringing 2 of his refineries back on stream. So you have to start wondering, are these people looking at
the same picture?
Yeah, same picture, or is just their own business, and whatever happens to Nigeria is Nigeria's problem? And I think along the way, we have sympathies for ourselves, whichever divide of Nigeria that we are in. So if you're on this divide, be rest assured that there are some people on that divide that have people on your side and would kind of put spanners in the works for you. So for me, there was no reason why we had to wait till March before we start renegotiating
the deal.
It shouldn't have expired before. So I mean, maybe there was no mileage, and Dangote was looking at, you guys are trying to be funny, so therefore we will suspend this for now until, because we are running out of time, and then we don't have a new deal on the ground. Of course, the PIA has provided for sales of crude oil in Naira and in dollar. Now, the only difference is, or the major difference is, Dangote is not looking for dollar to buy crude oil.
Okay.
But he's still buying the crude oil at the dollar equivalent. So if crude oil is at $100 per barrel today, and our exchange is at 1,500, it will pay Naira equivalent of that $100 at 1,500. Now, he doesn't need to source for dollar. So easy, he buys and he sells. Or even if he's still importing, the people importing are importing with dollar. But they will still have to sell in Naira, of course, when they've done the conversion and everything. But because that quantum of dollar is saved, other importers or users
or what you people call opportunity cost.
Yes. Now, in the last almost 2 years, the federal government has been able to move a net reserve from $3 billion to 23 or 27
Oh,
thereabouts,
really?
which is good.
It's gone higher than that.
It's
now.
because that means
We have a
the economy is now getting healthy. You understand? So the benefit of the naira for crude is part of it, because it's saving dollars that you
Yeah.
should have been using to defend, saving dollars that people will have been using to import fuel.
Mm.
So on the long run, I'm still looking at the magic that petroleum product importers want to do. Because
You mean marketers?
yes, I don't know how they want to compete with local refineries.
Mm.
And of course, Dangote is not the only local refinery. NMPCs there.
Mm.
Other people, February or thereabouts, 4 new refineries got licensed. Boa is also in the pipeline. And I'm sure that I heard that the Chinese are also looking at coming into the refineries, because stability encourages investors to bring in
Oh,
their
yeah.
money.
The climate would
Yes. So yes, it hasn't really trickled down to the masses.
Yeah.
But the investors are looking at stability. Nigeria is getting some stability. We can see some direction, and we can see that there is a focus. So let us come and join. That's, I think, part of what informed this American bank, so JP Morgan, to apply for a license to come into the Nigerian economy, because that means there are businesses to finance. You know, whether we like it or not, most of the noise we make, these people look beyond those noises. They look at the reality of ground.
long term.
Long term, let's take a license and come to Nigeria. It should tell us something. They come in, they finance a whole lot of businesses. There will be more, there will be job creation. People will be able to earn, able to meet their needs. So, in the long run, gradually, the dollar exchange rate will stabilize. There won't be up and down every day. So, you can even plan that if I'm importing something, I'm sure that by the time I'm paying back, I'm still paying back at almost the same rate. So, even if I'm going to make a loss, it won't be.
It will be marginal.
It might not that I bought at 800 and then by 3 months time when I want to repay, I am paying back at 1,300. That's going to wipe out whatever you've tried to save. So, the dynamics are not so straightforward, but you have to look at it. Stability of the dollar exchange. We want to build our dollar reserves, and we want to reduce the pressure on demand on dollar, which the importation of petroleum products is one of the major demand. So over time, if we can achieve that, there is no way it will not impact positively on the Nigerian citizen.
Mr. Fatunke, so there's a silver lining behind the cloud we have been coping with, if you understand what I mean.
Senator Jones, before we go into the high techniques, and he's done very well, I'd like to draw your attention back to your profession, the broadcast profession. I know that it has its own links and linkages. At one point in time, I don't want to go as far back as say you had people camera, and then of course you have the Kodak, and then all that kind of stuff, and suddenly with your phone, one phone, you can get a touch, you can get here, and many industries got wiped off, unfortunately. Now, those industries got wiped off, perhaps because they were not constantly doing their sports. And what to me just swept them. We can take 4, 5, 6 days, not hours, to begin to look and interrogate them. I work in the downstream, so I understand the nuances. I understand some people that were caught napping and all that I understand that clearly. That Nigeria happens to them You put it that way. Or you can say technology has happened. The point now to me is we have raised up investments, fuel tanks, retail outlets. We've done so
We
much.
invested so much money.
And
in business.
the question now is, we are looking at today. You forget that you'll be making your returns, but you look at today, because those investments are made for long term, Jones. So suddenly you kept your eyes wide open. You saw Dangote refinery coming on. Maybe the thought was that it's not going to happen. I don't know. You didn't think,
even when it was unfolding before your eyes,
you didn't think it was high time for mergers and acquisition? The oil majors, where I operated from, took a decision that they are going to change their mode, sell to whoever wants to sell, and then do distributor business. When all that was going, Ipman, our local refineries, I am patriotic. I am not saying, yes, you had your day, you had your value chain. At one point in time, when we had all the scarcities, you were building your tanks and all that. If that is, the federal government of Nigeria was not building reserves, so Nigeria would have just gone under. So it has its pros and cons. So while all that was going, when they did the SWOT, don't forget, Dangote refinery was supposed to have come on stream at a particular point in time. It didn't happen.
Every time
they kept postponing, I remember.
So NNPC was continued to do the thing, and then we kept on
enjoy a monopoly,
and we kept on sinking.
They just kept the status
and
quo.
sinking. Buhari's time, remember, PIA was,
petroleum industry
put on hold.
Act.
It was supposed to come in, and then the next that people should not forget. And then we saw the issue of contaminated fuel that started coming in. And Dangote said, look, I have a world-class, world-grade lab that will take off everything. Now, the international community was looking, what kind of human beings would this be? With the kind of thing that we are going on, the independent marketers were thinking they could, okay, should I use this word? Yes, cash in. Bring in the thing, put it in your tank, and wait for the appropriate time, and then try and make a kill. I'm not accusing them directly, including get your trucks, you take the thing to N'Djamena and take it out there, go and make and do turnarounds and all that. So it was speculative. Dangote came and broke that jinx, and then we got a new sheriff in town who was and everybody had said that, is this man is he okay like that? It should not go. And then he looked at it and said, look, we must find a way to begin to. Bola Tinubu and his team also had people allegedly, so let me use the word allegedly, who had done a lot of deals, all these 4 contract things. They were benefiting from the fact that Dangote would not come on stream, you would not be able to get dollars and all that. Speculatively, they kept on until perhaps, Mr. President, I don't know if that's what happened, I'm just speculating, just woke up, you can be symbolizing and you cannot be. And then suddenly you just get your eyes wide open.
Wake up on the right side of the bed.
And then say, what exactly is going on here? Whether that person is your own, what Bola Tinubu did, his mentor in life, career-wise, was the chairman of NNPC. What? No way to come. You don't have to put that aside. Let me look for technocrats that will come. Something similar to what happened in 1973 when we changed our currency. Some people must have gone to. You suddenly just come and then change. Many people were biting their fingers. That's exactly what has happened now. But I like what he said. What is the overall objective? Is it your own sectional interest or overall interest of Nigeria? Or are you going to cut your losses? Yes, we can decide that. Look, can we match many of you? It's a part of life. While we are trying to build up the kind of reserves that we should build. it has ratchet effect, as they say in economics, domino effect.
Mm.
The big banks are coming and saying this Nigeria is the next destination.
Mm.
We now need to curb issues surrounding security issues with the kind of twin, the tax reform that we are talking about.
Mm.
If all of these things can come all at the same time, but Nigeria is not one. We are different. And so while the train has already started to move, some people are pulling it back, no,
Yeah.
this should not happen and all that. But with the single-mindedness that we are having, it's not to say that people are, yes, we are suffering. A lot of the sufferings are born out of what we call imported inflation. The inflation that we had, apart from food, import-dependent, imported inflation. By the time you cut off all these things, and you have a central bank that is working focusedly, and we have an NNPC that is working focusedly, and then we have the marine economy, and then we have the others that are coming in.
Mm.
I do not see how Nigeria is not going to want to survive, in spite of all the noise in the marketplace. It will die down. Yes, for some of your losses, government can also come in one way or the other to help. Okay, look, what are the equipment that you have? And all that, can we purchase them? Can we lease them appropriately? Are they fit to requirements? You know, the Nigerian situation, we are just going to bring a torchlight and you say it is a generator and all that kind of stuff. And then we can then streamline and then go for the long term. There is also the issue of the politics. On this crude thing, can we maintain a situation where our production is not disrupted by the politics? You know what's happening in River State, in the South, and Bayelsa, and the politics of, and all that kind of stuff. If we can put all that together, I see Nigeria in a trajectory that is great. BUA comes in.
Yeah.
Waterman in Benin, and
they keep increasing their
increasing their capacity, and foreign investment is coming. This is how we started. That's how Mobile, Shell, Ajit of those days, so they all came in. They brought in all the things they need to bring in, and they begin to look at the bigger picture, and then you get well-honed human beings that can show transparency, can show accountability, and can show what you can call value for money.
Yeah.
The suffering will continue. We are still going to have to. It's like, say, you don't want to eat everything that you have. You want to plant it so that at least by the next season, we're not going to get heavier harvest. That is the direction that we are going. It's still on slippery slope. We need to play the politics. We need to have a very strong, extremely very strong man.
Yeah.
The only person that I've seen that has been as strong as that is Obasanjo, who brought in the politics of bringing the Okojo-Igwealas of this world in, bringing them in and then standing with them politically.
Yeah.
That's the only direction that
To me, let me tease you a little. Apart from former President Goodluck Jonathan, every other president has been substantive oil minister.
Yes.
Looking back, would it say it had been a plus? And by extension, we say you pour oil on troubled waters, but when your oil becomes troubled, what do you pour it?
Well, yes, the presidents were oil ministers, substantive, but the necessary policy that should be put in place. It took over 20 years for us to pass the PID, and that will have opened up the avenue for more investment to come into. So
by now.
Yeah, it's just now that, last couple of months that we started hearing announcements of final financial decision for major projects that are going to start coming up again for the past decades, there has been a downturn in oil exploration in Nigeria, and that's why we've not been able to meet up our OPEC quota, because production had gone down. The oil majors have left the onshore platforms. They have actually even sold. They have now concentrated their attention on offshore, and that's a whole lot of money. But you also have to look at, is this country stable? Now they are seeing that, okay, we can deal. Confidence has also soared because of the new set of people coming into NNPC. So people will bring in their money. They would increase. So when the president was saying certain target of 2 million and 3 million barrels per day, it's because they know that, well, we are showing working. The people that have the money will bring their money in, and then those fields that have been lying fallow would be activated. But that's with that as it may, the government still needs to do a whole lot of enlightenment, because now, like I said earlier, this naira for crude was supposed to be pilot 6 months, and then renew, which has been done. And this one that we're doing now is indefinite. I mean, going on no 6 months. So let's just be going on until we see where we are going to get to. But along the way, Trump started his drama. The price of crude oil has dropped. And I've heard people say, I've read that people saying that the naira for crude is brought back because the price of crude oil is going down. Yeah. But as the price of crude oil was going down, our naira exchange rate went up. The naira lost against the dollar this week. I mean, I think it was 1.5, it went to 1.6.
Yeah.
So we're losing revenue from the government. And because of that, the naira is going up. So even if we are selling crude oil to Dangote in naira, he's going to pay more now because the naira has gone up. You understand? So it does not automatically translate to a lower price at the pump. So the government, because yes, if I was supposed to pay 1.5, I'd buy at 1.5 before, naira equivalent, and I'm now buying at 1.6, the price, my cost price has gone up. The revenue that government should use to distribute to all government agencies has gone down because the price of crude oil has gone down. Our production is not at that level.
Optimum. Yeah.
Budget was based on was
75.
On 75. As at yesterday, we're hearing that crude oil futures is below 60. So 15.
I might continue to go down to 50.
$15 deficit already, and the budget, we have a budget deficit initially. So that means the budget deficit has increased. Nigeria might need to borrow so the dynamics is not a one traffic. You have to look at different things that can happen.
So the everyday Nigerian will have to wait 1 or 2 more days.
And then media, news media, enlightened Nigerians should explain these things. So they can just say, you are selling crude for naira now. So why are we still buying petrol at 900 naira? No, it should have. It's not
now,
for
now,
war.
now you talk about enlightenment. I don't know what knowledge. I don't know what.
We must begin to take it home now.
Now, what he has said is very, very important. You may know, and you know, but you go out there and begin to play politics, even with enlightenment. What we have just done here, within the time frame that we have, is to be realistic. I know you are gentle in putting that to the point, but it's not necessarily going to translate to lower prices at the pump. And these are the reasons. These are some of the things. It's either out of lack of knowledge, even from those who should know, even within, or
out of plain cynicism,
or we decide that we want to play politics. No, politics with the whole thing. I also want to say that we need to be very, very careful. Even though this, like you said, is a balance, we are already hearing some decibels, noise from certain parts of the country. And that is the fact that, no, it should not be. Some people that were appointed, which is largely false, is coming from a particular sector of the country. It's all intrigues that put our own people there. Your question to me is, being the substantive minister of petroleum, do we have any regrets going in? I would say yes. We should have regrets because we should be looking at governance. We should be able to have. What Bola Tinubu has decided to do, in my mind, is to put technocrats in there and then just stay behind and give the feeling. Going forward, I think it's going to make life very, very easy for everybody. And you made a statement that, with the exception of Goodluck Jonathan was not the substantive minister of petroleum. But we had a minister.
No, I said every president except Goodluck Jonathan.
Yes, it was not. It was not. And I'm saying we knew what we went through with whoever he appointed in there. I don't want us to go into all these things. So for forms of government, let's put contend. Whatever is best administered is best. Let's put right square in right holes. Attempt to put right square in right holes in CBN. Attempt to put right square in square holes in NNPC. It's already drawing a lot of flack. And people are already saying, no, it should not be. We want to go and form a coalition and all that kind of stuff. And then, well, I don't know. That will take us back to our vomit. And then we now begin to do start up again. Nigeria will thrive. The enlightened middle class, which is, I think, in my own estimate, are the engine of growth to educate people, enlighten people, tell them the capacity from the federal government, led by Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to show good example, lead by example, and making sure that the other units of government, whether the National Assembly, some people call them rubber stamp, no rubber stamp, and the legislature and the judiciary are made to be independent in a way that everybody now then soldiers will now have a right direction to go.
Yeah, okay.
We are not yet there, and that is the only way.
Okay, let's apply the brakes here, but not before thanking Tumi Olowe for your time.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Akifantuke for your intervention.
You are welcome. Thank you.
Dear viewer, our job is to give context and clarity to the issue. Yeah, you have heard the Naira for crude deal has resumed, this time indefinitely. It should be for the common good at the end of the day. So we watch and wait. So when we pour oil on troubled waters, we need to pour a lot of sense and sagacity on troubled oil.
Into the water that you even want to pour in the first place. So it's really pure water.
Okay. We're out of here. Thank you until the next time. Bye-bye now.
Ladies and gentlemen, history is about to be made. A legacy of excellence, 5 decades of broadcasting brilliance, and 25 years of an iconic brand. Prince Biscon stands tall as a trailblazer in the media industry. Join us on Tuesday, May 13th, 2025 at the prestigious Muson Center, Onikon, Lagos, as we celebrate Prince Biscon 50 remarkable years in broadcasting and BOS at 25. An unforgettable event awaits, featuring an insightful lecture, a prestigious award presentation, and the grand unveiling of the Biscon Foundation, an initiative dedicated to impact and empowerment. Be part of this milestone moment as industry leaders, dignitaries, and well-wishers gather to honor a man whose voice has shaped generations. The time is 11 a.m. The place is Muson Center. The celebration is legendary. Prince Biscon at 50 in broadcasting and BOS at 25. Raising the bar, setting the pace, and inspiring the future. See you there. as we count down to Nigeria's broadcasting doyen, Prince Bisi Olatilo's highly anticipated Jubilee Anniversary celebration and the Silver Jubilee Anniversary of the Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS The Ultimate. Time to roll out names of the winners of the prestigious Bisi Olatilo Show BOS Awards in the different categories. For BOS Bank of the Year Award, Wema Bank PLC, Nigeria's longest-standing indigenous bank, celebrating 80 years this year, win clearly. BOS Award for Nigeria's Businessman of the Year goes to globally acclaimed multi-billionaire Dr. Abdul Samad Rabiu, founder and CEO of Boa Conglomerates. BOS Award for the fastest wealth creator among young Africans through his Prosperity for All Africans mantra is Mr. Tony Elumelu, founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation, celebrating 15 years this year. BOS Award for the most friendly and very impactful politician goes to His Excellency Senator Doyediri, Governor of Bayelsa State, popularly known as the Man of Peace. BOS Award for the backbone and all-time pillar of support for Prince Bisi Olatilo and Biscon Communication will be presented posthumously to High Chief Raymond Dokbesi, founder and funder of Dar Communications PLC, owners of AIT and Ray Power FM. BOS Award for the ultimate benefactor to Prince Bisi Olatilo and Biscon Communication is Sir Kessington Adebukunla Adebutu, CFR, CON, OON. Sir Kessington Adebutu will be 90 years on the 24th of October 2025. Join us on Biscon Communication to pray along with him. BOS Award for the Ultimate Entrepreneur of the Year goes to globally respected multi-billionaire businesswoman and biggest player in the oil and gas sector, Barrister Mrs. Uju Ifejika. BOS Award for the all-round development and good governance of Lagos State in the last 5 years and still counting with the Lagos Rising mantra is Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State. BOS Award for Good Governance go to Governors Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, Umoeno of Akwa Ibom State, Peter Mba of Enugu State, Sheriff Oborowori of Delta State, Abiodun Oyebanji of Ekiti State, and Abba Yusuf of Kano State, where Prince Olatilo spent 13 of his formative years growing up. BOS All-Time Supporters Award will be led by Olori Chief Mrs. Nike Akonde, CON, who sleeps and wakes watching Biscon TV with religious regularity every day. Other all-time supporters and die-hard fans of BOS and Biscon TV are Alhaji Razak Okoya, CON, Prince Samuel Adedoyin, who turns 90 years on December 4th, 2025. BOS Media Disruptor of the Year Award goes to Prince Nduka Obaigbena, founder and creator of This Day Newspapers and Arise News TV, the toast of television viewers in Nigeria, Africa, and the world. BOS Award for the most professionally run television station in Nigeria and Africa at large goes to Dr. John Momo, OON, Chairman of Channels Media Group, as Channels TV celebrates 30 years of painstakingly setting the trend of television programming in alignment with world standards. BOS Showbiz Personality of the Year, who has put Nigeria's name on the global map in top-class entertainment, proudly made in Nigeria fashion shows with radio and television platforms strictly mostly about entertainment programming, without any doubt. Bayelsa State-born Senator Ben Murray Bruce, who also celebrates 45 years in the showbiz and entertainment business, is the winner of BOS Showbiz Personality of the Year Award. For changing the narrative from transactional to transformational development with the commissioning of projects in the 11 states of the NDDC, BOS Award for Transformational Leadership goes to NDDC, headed by Dr. Samuel Ogbuku and Chris Abie, who have done very well for themselves and the younger generations of Nigerians. BOS Prestigious Banker of the Year Award goes to the Group Managing Director and CEO of Zenith Bank PLC, Dame Dr. Adora Umoji OON, a distinguished pride to womanhood. Barrister Chief Nyesom Wike CON, the Minister of FCT, who retained the services of BOS and Biscon TV to properly position River State in his first term in office as Governor of River State, picks up the BOS Prestigious Award for super project with which he has turned around the face of Abuja. BOS Special Award of the Multi-Industrialist of the Year goes to Alhaji Aliko Dangote, GCON, Africa's richest man, who also clocks 68 years this year. The Grand BOS Mega Award for selfless service to the nation will be jointly received by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and his amiable wife, Nigeria's First Lady, Her Excellency, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. The clock is ticking fast. The date is Tuesday, 13th May 2025, and Prince Bisiolatilo's Golden Jubilee Anniversary and BOS Silver Jubilee Anniversary will be held at the Shell Hall of Muson Center, Lagos. See you there.
The 70th birthday anniversary celebration of High Chief Dr. Engineer Aleo Raymond Dokpesi, OFR, shook Abuja to its very foundation. The event took place on Monday, the 25th of October 2021 at the Catholic Church of the Assumption, Asokoro, Abuja, with a grand reception at the prestigious ballroom of the Palms Hotel, Central Business Area, Abuja. The church service was attended by 6 clergymen from the high echelon of the Catholic Church of Nigeria, who prayed specially for a man who serves God with all his heart and resources. John Cardinal Onaikon, Archbishop Emeritus of the Catholic Archdiocese of Abuja. Archbishop Ignatius K. Gama, Catholic Archbishop of Abuja. The Most Reverend Dr. Anselm Umorin, Auxiliary Bishop, Catholic Archdiocese of Abuja. Reverend Father Peter Ashewe, Parish Priest, Catholic Church of the Assumption, Asokoro, Abuja. Bishop Dr. Gabriel Ehusani, ED, Lux Leadership Foundation. Bishop Dr. Gabriel Dunia, Catholic Church of Auchi in Edo State. Dignitaries at the church service were led by Right Honorable Comrade Philip Shuaibu, Deputy Governor of Edo State, and High Chiefs who represented the Oba of Benin, Ewuare II. Otumba Gbenga Daniel, former Governor of Ogun State, among many others. The church service for High Chief Aleo Raymond Dokpesi, OFR's 70th birthday anniversary was attended by people from different spheres of life. In their various remarks, all those who paid tribute to High Chief Aleo Raymond Dokpesi congratulated him for his pan-Nigerian disposition to issues and passionate love for humanity. The celebrant was admonished to slow down and take a well-deserved rest as he joins the distinguished League of Elder Statesmen.
And use your time and resources, your skills and talents, your rich knowledge and privilege exposure, your successes and achievements, but also your own record of failures and disappointments, from which hopefully you have learned good lessons. I ask you to use them to disseminate those values and principles and promote those norms and habits that will make for meaningful existence of future generations of our people. It is in this way that you will live your lives purposefully. It is in this way that each one of you will age gracefully. And it is in this way that at the end, you will have the honor of exiting this world, as it were, gallantly. True, God forbid that any of us should finish our sojourn here badly and exit this world untidily. Amen. Finally, Dr. Dokpesi, and for all the friends gathered here, I pray, as we each grow older every day, may we grow wiser. As we grow older each day, may the good Lord show more of his face to us. As we grow older each day, may the Lord help us to slow down and teach us the habits of the heart. May we be prepared to do the much detachment and the necessary disengagement here and there, which will mark the start of that great destiny that lies for us in eternity.
We need people like you in Nigeria, people who make a difference, and we want to harness the gifts God has given people like you so that Nigeria will become better. There are many people gifted in this country, but we are unable to harvest their talents. Somebody like Chief Dokpesi and many others have so much to give this country. If only we can do away with unhealthy prejudices, with stereotypes, with unhealthy prejudices, I tell you, we can go a long way. If we keep away the issues of religion, ethnicity, and what have you, politics, we are able to harvest these great talents for the good of our country. I pray that the Lord will allow us to do this, that in the spirit of patriotism, we just pick the best we have in our society, no matter who they are and where they come from, and use them effectively for the growth and for the progress of our own country. So we appreciate you, Chief Dokpesi. May God bless and reward you for all the wonderful things you have done. And I think in a special way the church is appreciative to you for the great services you have rendered in the area of communication.
There were special prayers for High Chief Raymond Aleo Dokpesi and his family members. The celebrant, his family members and friends, took part in the Holy Communion and Thanksgiving session. In the vote of thanks, the celebrant, Dr. Aleo Raymond Dokpesi, OFR, thanked Nigerians from all walks of life from the 6 geopolitical zones of the country who honored him with their esteemed presence.
I thank you all that have come from various denominations, and I urge and plead with you. At 70, there's nothing else that I can wish than a peaceful, united, indivisible Federal Republic of Nigeria. And I believe there's a lot of work to be done, because this country has never been so divided as it is now. life has not been as threatened as it is now. People are dying in various parts of the world, in various parts of this country. May God Almighty touch the souls of those that are responsible for the perpetuation of this evil. So, Father Hussaini, the work has just begun. But simply, let me remain very religious at this point in time to say thank you very much. Cardinal, it is my obligation, it's my calling. I was in the seminary, I wanted to evangelize. I dropped out. But by the grace of God, whatever is available to me, even long after I'm gone, will be used to promote the Catholic faith. You all that are here, God bless you. God reward you. Those that are not yet up to 70, you will be 70 and you will live longer than that. And those that are already 70 and above, please kindly welcome me in your heart to the club. You have heard me say, and my sisters are here, that I never expected I was going to live beyond 35. But today, I'm here 70. God bless all of you. Don't be daunted. Don't be frightened. Nigeria will still be better. And Nigeria will have a place for all of us. God bless you all. Thank you.
The Thanksgiving reception took place at the prestigious ballroom of the Palms Hotel at the central business area of Abuja by Grand Square. The chairman of the reception was former President Goodluck Jonathan, who was joined by more prominent personalities from diverse corridors of influence in the land. These include His Royal Majesty King Tenor from Bayelsa State, Comrade Adams Oshomole, former APC National Chairman, Senator Ben Obi and wife, Otumba Olusegun Rushiwe, the Director General, National Council for Arts and Culture. Highlights of the event, which was jointly piloted by Ali Baba and Benga Adeyinka, were the welcome remarks by the chairman. The documentary on the life and times of Dokpesi at 70 was aired.
Talking about Raymond Dokpesi is quite challenging, because if you have been a pioneer in a little sector of the economy, you will appreciate what he passed through as one of the pioneers in private broadcasting in Nigeria. And when we are talking about that angle, there are two institutions that will revolutionize or change in Nigeria. One is education, one is the media. And we have to thank the people of Edo State, because when we talk about private broadcasting, Raymond Dokpesi is a giant. He's a pioneer. He's one of those who clear the bush for others. So if you look at the overall, Raymond Dokpesi's contribution to society is significant. But the number one thing that I must commend him is the way he helped the church. His programs I used to watch on AIT, he's so supportive, not just for the Catholic Church that he is a member, but he supports the church significantly and other religious organizations. And when somebody supports the organizations that can reform us, reform our children, and make them better citizens, then we must commend him. You have done well. But we pray to God, the God you serve, because you are a committed Christian. You have spent your resources to promote Christianity. God will continue to bless you. And we pray that God should give you another 70 years. So that we will come back here to celebrate here 140 years if I'm still alive. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me join Raymond Dokpesi, his beautiful wives, and very lovely family members, his friends, to thank all of you for coming for this reception. As the chairman, I formally declare the reception open. I thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Entertainment by many artists, both cultural and contemporary, with Asue Kie and King Sunny Ade holding sway. There were special presentations to the celebrant by the Director General of the National Council of Arts and Culture, Otumba Olusegun Rushewe, and the Committee of Friends of Chief Dr. Raymond Dokpesi.
That was produced in 1934, which umpired in 1944 and come to 1994 in Lagos, Nigeria. On behalf of the whole sector, ladies and gentlemen, I present this radio to Chief Raymond Dokpesi.
Wow, this is wonderful.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to repeat that in 1959, the first television station was in Ibadan. And Chief Obafemi Awolowo said that somebody is coming to make a change on television in the history of Africa. And that was in 1994 in Lagos. Ray Power went, and then AIT came in, and this is the AIT television.
Mama, Papa, oh, AIT now is station. Star brother, oh, AIT now is station. Africa Independence Television, AIT, Ogbonge TV.
This was followed by the cake cutting exercise.
Also D.
B.
Also A.
A.
Give me another A.
A.
Give me a letter R.
R.
Da.
Communication. If you know the song, please join us. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. If you know the song, may the good Lord bless you. May the good Lord bless you. May the good Lord bless you. May the good Lord. Can we have the children join in? All the children.
Celebrants' response and special dance, which featured King Sunny Ade performing.
Àkọ́kọ́ dáyé ni mo ti jáwé ọlá, àṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ dáyé ni mo ti jáwé àtọ́ o. Kòkòkò là ń gbọ́ nílé òde. Dokpesi òde. Olóyè òde. Àlẹ́hùn òde. Ìwòyí àdúrà sọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ òde. Dokpesi òde. Òde kò owó òde. Òde kọ̀lá tọ́lá òde. Àlẹ́hùn òde. Dokpesi òde. Ọ̀nìpẹ̀lì. Àtúwọ̀ká níbi wọ́n gbé dáná ìró òjá wọn láyà bí òkè. Àràbà ńlá tòun ti bòjí. Ẹni ayé fẹ́ tọ́lọ́run pọ́nlé. Ẹni ayé yẹ láì fi tàbùkù sí. Òde. Òde. Ló mọ bá fi ṣègbéraga. Òde. 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 Pariwo jẹ̀yọ́ nílùú. Ṣẹ̀rọ̀jú kọ̀ọ̀kan. Kó má pariwo. Kó má pariwo. Dokpesi bẹ̀ lójú àgọ́. ìdí àràbà.
The celebrant later engaged in a long drawn-out photo and video session with friends and family members. From Biscon Communications, it's 70 hearty cheers. The High Chief Dr. Engineer Aleo Raymond Dokbasi, OFR.
Ọjọ́ rí ibi ṣe pàtàkì.
Ó ṣe kókó.
Ọjọ́ rí ibi ṣe pàtàkì.
Ó ṣe kókó.
Ẹni ìrọ̀dún bá ti bá láyé.
Ó yẹ kó ṣọpẹ́.
Ẹni ìrọ̀dún bá ti bá láyé.
Ó yẹ kó ṣọpẹ́.
Dr. Raymond bó bá ẹ yọ.
Ó kú oríire.
Yes sir.
Congratulations on your birthday today.
Ladies and gentlemen, history is about to be made. A legacy of excellence, 5 decades of broadcasting brilliance, and 25 years of an iconic brand. Prince Biscon stands tall as a trailblazer in the media industry. Join us on Tuesday, May 13th, 2025 at the prestigious Muson Center, Onikon, Lagos, as we celebrate Prince Biscon 50 remarkable years in broadcasting and BOS at 25. An unforgettable event awaits, featuring an insightful lecture, a prestigious award presentation, and the grand unveiling of the Biscon Foundation, an initiative dedicated to impact and empowerment. Be part of this milestone moment as industry leaders, dignitaries, and well-wishers gather to honor a man whose voice has shaped generations. The time is 11 a.m. The place is Muson Center. The celebration is legendary. Prince Biscon at 50 in broadcasting and BOS at 25. Raising the bar, setting the pace, and inspiring the future. See you there. As we count down to Nigeria's broadcasting doyen, Prince Biscon highly anticipated Jubilee Anniversary celebration and the Silver Jubilee Anniversary of the Biscon Show, BOS The Ultimate. Time to roll out names of the winners of the prestigious Biscon Show BOS Awards in the different categories. For BOS Bank of the Year Award, Wema Bank PLC, Nigeria's longest-standing indigenous bank, celebrating 80 years this year, win clearly. BOS Award for Nigeria's Businessman of the Year goes to globally acclaimed multi-billionaire Dr. Abdul Samad Rabiu, founder and CEO of Boer Conglomerates. BOS Award for the fastest wealth creator among young Africans through his Prosperity for All Africans mantra is Mr. Tony Elumelu, founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation, celebrating 15 years this year. BOS Award for the most friendly and very impactful politician goes to His Excellency Senator Doyediri, Governor of Bayelsa State, popularly known as the Man of Peace. BOS Award for the backbone and all-time pillar of support for Prince Biscon and Biscon Communication will be presented posthumously to High Chief Raymond Dokbasi, founder and funder of Dar Communications PLC, owners of AIT and Ray Power FM. BOS Award for the ultimate benefactor to Prince Biscon and Biscon Communication is Sir Kessington Adebukunla Adebutu, CFR, CON, OON. Sir Kessington Adebutu will be 90 years on the 24th of October 2025. Join us on Biscon Communication to pray along with him. BOS Award for the Ultimate Entrepreneur of the Year goes to globally respected multi-billionaire businesswoman and biggest player in the oil and gas sector, Barrister Mrs. Uju Ifejika. BOS Award for the all-round development and good governance of Lagos State in the last 5 years and still counting with the Lagos Rising mantra is Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State. BOS Award for Good Governance go to Governors Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, Umoeno of Akwa Ibom State, Peter Mba of Enugu State, Sheriff Oborowori of Delta State, Abiodun Oyebanji of Ekiti State, and Abba Yusuf of Kano State, where Prince Olatilo spent 13 of his formative years growing up. BOS All-Time Supporters Award will be led by Olori Chief Mrs. Nike Akonde, CON, who sleeps and wakes watching Biscon TV with religious regularity every day. Other all-time supporters and die-hard fans of BOS and Biscon TV are Alhaji Razak Okoya, CON, Prince Samuel Adedoyin, who turns 90 years on December 4th, 2025. BOS Media Disruptor of the Year Award goes to Prince Nduka Obaigbena, founder and creator of This Day newspapers and Arise News TV, the toast of television viewers in Nigeria, Africa, and the world. BOS Award for the most professionally run television station in Nigeria and Africa at large goes to Dr. John Momo, OON, Chairman of Channels Media Group, as Channels TV celebrates 30 years of painstakingly setting the trend of television programming in alignment with world standards. BOS Showbiz Personality of the Year, who has put Nigeria's name on the global map in top-class entertainment, proudly made in Nigeria fashion shows with radio and television platforms strictly, mostly about entertainment programming, without any doubt. Bayelsa State-born Senator Ben Murray Bruce, who also celebrates 45 years in the showbiz and entertainment business, is the winner of BOS Showbiz Personality of the Year Award. For changing the narrative from transactional to transformational development with the commissioning of projects in the 11 states of the NDDC. BOS Award for Transformational Leadership goes to NDDC, headed by Dr. Samuel Ubuku and Chris Abie, who have done very well for themselves and the younger generations of Nigerians. BOS Prestigious Banker of the Year Award goes to the Group Managing Director and CEO of Zenith Bank PLC, Dame Dr. Adora Umoji, OON, a distinguished pride to womanhood. Barrister Chief Nyesom Wike, CON, the Minister of FCT, who retained the services of BOS and Biscon TV to properly position River State in his first term in office as Governor of River State, picks up the BOS Prestigious Award for super project with which he has turned around the face of Abuja. BOS Special Award of the Multi-Industrialist of the Year goes to Alhaji Aliko Dangote, GCON, Africa's richest man, who also clocks 68 years this year. The Grand BOS Mega Award for selfless service to the nation will be jointly received by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and his amiable wife, Nigeria's First Lady, Her Excellency, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. The clock is ticking fast. The date is Tuesday, 13th May 2025, and Prince Biscon Golden Jubilee Anniversary and BOS Silver Jubilee Anniversary will be held at the Shell Hall of Muson Center, Lagos. See you there.
the impact of different recent geopolitical transformation and how African countries and others should step up and take their destiny on their own. So I truly appreciate
and our distinguished guests and invitees
honoring me by inviting me to participate in this occasion here. I would like to congratulate you, the government of Nigeria, for the flag off of the Free to Shine campaign in Nigeria Northeast Zone. This is the 4th zone, as has been said before.
Who was just recently back from an important meeting in Kigali, where the minister and the other were represented, and they were discussing, the impact of the different, the recent geopolitical transformation, and how African countries and others should step up and take their destiny on their own. So I truly appreciate you, Your Excellency, for honoring me by inviting me to participate in this occasion here, and would like to congratulate you and the government of Nigeria for the flag off of the Free to Shine campaign in Nigeria Northeast Zone. This is the 4th zone, as has been said before, and it highlights the country's dedication to ending mother-to-child transmission of HIV, viral hepatitis, and syphilis. Your action, Your Excellency, inspire national progress, setting a powerful example of health advocacy and leadership across the country. Your Excellency, you have rightly set it out in one of the zones. The campaign seeks to significantly reduce new HIV infection among women of reproductive age, prevent mother-to-child transmission, and ensure that every child born with HIV receives necessary treatment and is supported to thrive and transform. In order to highlight the significance of maternal and newborn health, the World Health Organization, my organization, commemorated the 2025 World Health Day a few days ago alongside the government. The theme was Healthy Beginning, Hopeful Future. And I still remember what you said, Your Excellency, when you paid courtesy call to you with the National Task Force on Cervical Cancer Elimination. You said this was divine convocation. There couldn't be a better day like that one. It's really resonates on our principle. Health is a right and not a privilege. Health is a means to everything we do, and health is outcome of everything we do in terms of development. I would like to commend your strive to work together and invest in healthy beginnings and hopeful future for all. We are grateful to you and the Nigerian government for amplifying that theme this year during the World Health Day celebration, which resonated with your own Renew Hope initiative and Renew Hope agenda of Mr. President, as well as the Nigerian Health Sector Renewal Investment Initiative, and the SWAP, ably driven by Professor Muhammad Ali Patek. We also applaud your commitment of additional 1 billion to support cancer control across the country. And I'm proud to see that even my Director General recognized it when your press secretary tweeted that message. Congratulations, Ma. We also would like to work to engage in decisive action to make significant progress and maintain the gain in Nigeria. The launch of the Free to Shine campaign in Northeast Zone as the 4th geographical zone to adopt this initiative is a pivotal moment to address the challenges and build Nigerian successes, particularly in this area that is prone to ongoing or protracted humanitarian crisis. We urge that the campaign be tailored to the unique need of this region and the women and children through client-centered services, expanding testing in health facilities and communities, providing prophylaxis to exposed infants, and ensuring treatment for those infected. Your Excellency, your championing of public health is to ensure that this effort reaches across zone, driving inclusive and impactful change. From our perspective as WHO, we will stand ready to support this triple elimination initiative, and we will remain fully committed to supporting Nigeria's effort. As a matter of fact, right after Kigali meeting, the Director General convened all the WHO representatives, and he said, if we are not doing it before, this is the time to work by one plan, one budget, one report, and one conversation. And I can see where it came from. Thank you very much, Professor Muhammad Olipate, for driving that change across the continent. We would like to call on all leaders in Northeast Zone and beyond to seize this moment, harnessing the momentum created by the First Lady on public health leadership to achieve healthier and disease-free future. We would like to applaud the Nigerian government for stepping by investing more resources. And as a matter of fact, yesterday during the press briefing that DG used to do on global health issues, he recognized Nigeria as one of the best examples to respond to the current crisis. Nigeria invested additional $200 million just the day next to the announcement. And Mr. President committed more than 1 billion naira to invest in health. This is very commendable and is very encouraging for all of us, WHO, other UN agencies, and stakeholders. Once again, congratulations to you, congratulations to the Governor of Taraba, congratulations to the Coordinating Minister of Health, and congratulations to all of us for what we are doing to advance this bold initiative in the Northeast Zone and across Nigeria. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Please, on the goodwill messages, please let's put our hands together for Dr. Leo Zekeng of UNAIDS Country Director. Please let's put our hands together. With all these efforts being put in place, we believe 2030 there will be elimination of HIV/AIDS in Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Thank you, MC. Good morning. Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Mother of the Nation, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, the wife of the Vice President, Naja Haja Sitima, the Executive Governor of Taraba State, the First Lady, all the First Lady here represented, our own Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare. I want to align on existing protocol. UNAIDS again, we're very happy to be here with you today. And I bring warm greetings of your sister, Whitney Bianima. We're here again today, and we commit to be with you again tomorrow or wherever you will be for this laudable initiative. I have said adults can be reckless. They can decide not to use condom, get infected, but it's just not normal for kids to be born with HIV, syphilis, and hepatitis. It's just not normal. Ethically, it's not acceptable. Politically, it's not correct. And as we say, in terms of return on investment, prevention is better, so than cure. We've seen and heard the remarkable progress that we have made, but we also have some gaps, current gaps in our response, including ensuring that all HIV-positive pregnant women are tested, they are given the necessary medication, they are linked to care, and then we do provide the necessary reporting. So whatever it will take, we'll be around to support you. I have said in Kwara State that I was privileged in January 2018 to be in Addis when Michelle Sidibe, together with the First Lady of Ethiopia, they were launching the Free to Shine campaign at the continental level. initially and is still relevant. The Free to Shine campaign is a transformative agenda which is putting women, adolescents and children really at the center in such a way that Africa can achieve an economic and social transformation. And I think this is what the Renewed Hope Initiative is all about. I'm sure this is what the President's agenda is also all about. They're doing that to ensure that they can harness on demographic dividend. Harnessing on democratic dividends means at least two things. The women, the adolescents, and the children, they have to be educated. I think that's why you launched the We're All Equal campaign. They have to have opportunities, but above all, they need to be healthy. So we've heard from WHO, we've heard from NASCAP, what will be the impact of HIV, syphilis, and hepatitis, so on the human body. So in the first place, those women, adolescents, and children should not even get infected. And if, unfortunately, a woman is infected, we should do everything possible in such a way that the transmission of HIV, syphilis, and hepatitis doesn't happen. The virus is not transmitted, so to the newborns. And from the story, yes, I'm coming, sir. And from the stories that we have heard from the women living with HIV and AIDS, it is possible, that we can prevent that transmission. And this is why the Free to Shine campaign is important. And this is why all the women and the first ladies have a key role in playing. Your leadership is extremely important. Your leadership is important because you can make the triple elimination a priority on your political agenda and also that of your spouse. As a First Lady, we can advocate for more resources to be given. As First Lady, we can speak out against stigma and discrimination. We were very happy and lucky to have positive stories both from Nepwan and Ashwan, but it doesn't happen like that all the time. And the PLHIV will be telling you that what still kills them is not the virus, it's the way the family looked at them, it's the way the society looked at them, with a sense of having done something reckless. So speaking out against stigma and discrimination, I think it's something which is important. I hope during World AIDS Day, we will see all the First Ladies in all your states, so really hugging those people living with HIV and AIDS and then passing on the message. First Lady can also normalize the conversation on HIV and AIDS, normalize the conversation on maternal reproductive health, create a platform. Just imagine that we have a platform, so to showcase what these two ladies in Taraba did, so where people can come and then hear their own story. That would be extremely excellent and then wonderful to destigmatize, to take away fear and then finger pointing. I also spoke the last time on the power of education. Keeping girls in school is an important strategy. Evidence shows that when girls can complete the secondary education, it reduces their vulnerability to HIV, it reduces teenage pregnancy, it also ensures that we increase the chances of having jobs. So really making everything possible, especially in this geopolitical zone, that we keep girls in school would be wonderful. Honorable Minister, we have had difficult conversation on program performance, on the PMTCT, the syphilis, and the hepatitis. I really want to commend you and your team. For the first time, we saw the increase of pregnant women being tested from HIV increase from 2.8 million in 2023 to 5.2 million in 2024. Really want to commend you and your team for that. Of course, there's still work to do, taking us closer to the target of 6 million then 8 million, and ensuring that we screen all of them, not only for HIV, but for syphilis and also for hepatitis. I really want to commend you, Honorable Minister, so for that. In closing, and Dr. Basharon mentioned it, in closing, Dr. Basharon mentioned that we still have in this country at least 25% of pregnant women who do not have access to any form of antenatal care. And in doing so, they do not have access to HIV testing, syphilis, and hepatitis. We are happy to work very closely with you, Minister, your team, to do the mapping at the geopolitical zone, identify the strategies that would be required to make sure that we reach out to those women. It is possible. Botswana has made it. Namibia has made it in triple elimination. I don't see why Nigeria cannot make it. I don't see why Nigeria cannot make it. I will end by, again, pledging UNAID support. God bless you, Ma. God bless Nigeria. God bless Africa. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Liu. Riding on this privilege provided, Your Excellencies, may I now invite the Honorable Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Adipati, to kindly come forward and express his remarks. Thank you. Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON, Chairman of the Renewed Hope Initiative Governing Council, and I'll dare say the Grand Commander of our fight against HIV, TB, malaria, syphilis, hepatitis, as well as now cervical cancer. Your Excellency, the wife of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, my own brother, the Executive Governor of Taraba State, Dr. Abu Kefas. I hear the name, the Star Boy Governor. So I recognize you, and I have to admit that I spent last night meeting with some youth, and I was very struck. They came from both APC and PDP to see me. They're very deeply committed, and I could feel the love for Your Excellency and the work that you have been doing in Taraba State. They committed to me that they would really work to advance the good work that you are doing for the state, just as they also committed to supporting my principal in whatever it is that he is trying to do for the country. So thank you. Her Excellency, the First Lady of Taraba State, Madam A.A. Kefas, I will say, Mama Taraba, we also recognize you. All Her Excellencies, the wives of state governors that are here, and wives of the security chiefs, wives of ministers, Director General of NACA and MPHCDA, and our development partners, WHO and UNICEF, my own colleagues from the Federal Ministry of Health, the Speaker of the State Assembly, Chief Judge, senior government officials, youth corpus, and other participants here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me stand on the existing protocol. Your Excellency, let me thank you on behalf of all of us for your leadership of this effort, Free to Shine, as part of the Renewed Hope Health Program, linked to the Office of the African First Ladies. This is an amazing demonstration of your commitment to the issues that matter to our people. Thank you for all that you do, for all the leadership of the Renewed Hope Initiative Governing Council and your supporters for enabling this amazing work that you are doing. I believe that my colleagues, the DG NACA and the Director NASCAP, Dr. Basharon and Dr. Ilorin, have already outlined the progress that Nigeria is making in preventing and dealing with these three diseases. I will not repeat what they have said, but I want to let all those who have HIV, and I was inspired by the testimonies of the two ladies, very touching testimonies, and I say kudos to all of you. Kudos to all of you for your courage in coming out to demonstrate what you could do. But I would like to say that His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu cares deeply about these issues. And the WHO representative has highlighted what the leadership that His Excellency Mr. President has done has really changed the narrative, not only here in Nigeria, but in Africa and globally, in how we responded to the changes to the global health financial landscape. Yes, for many years, external partners funded much of the HIV response in our countries, not only in Nigeria, but across the globe. And we appreciate all the support that we receive from them. But in the direction of Mr. President, we need to work our way towards self-sufficiency, exit from dependency. And I confirm that already I have received Mr. President's approval for 200 billion naira, 200 billion naira, not million naira, to ensure that the commodities for HIV, the test kits for HIV, for TB, for malaria, that federal government spends to buy some of those, and the work that the DG NACA and our public department did led to the that we received, and His Excellency prioritized it so that the 1.9 million Nigerians who have HIV can be rest assured that this government will work with partners that are willing to support. But regardless, we take that responsibility that we will do our best within our limited resources to ensure that people who are on ARVs will continue to receive their ARVs. And I think that's a real statement by His Excellency. So we appreciate him, and I call on all those who are HIV and are on any ARV to join me in appreciating Mr. President for this amazing leadership. And I want to thank our development partners, the technical agencies, WHO and UNH, and all others who have joined hands behind the leadership of the government. And to His Excellency the Governor, we will come to you through the Governors Forum and through the National Economic Council. So states also complement what the federal government is doing. If His Excellency has put 200 billion naira already and has asked for it to be ring-fenced, many of those, almost all the patients are in various states. How can state governments also come in so that we join hands to ensure that we take care of our people? But that's a conversation that we'll have separately. Once again, thank you, Your Excellency, for your leadership and for all the leaders that are helping the Renewed Hope Initiative and Offline for this amazing effort. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ali Pate. We're going to rush to the next program now. Sorry, one more speech, and then we'll have an interlude. Of some performances. Please bear with us. And this is why earlier when I was asking the Mother of the Nation to add one more day, we can have all these fantastic speeches. But Mommy has promised that she's going to come again. So we'll have a lot of performances. People want to perform, but we're going to have ample time. But it's time to call my boss, His Excellency, the Starboy Governor, the performing governor, the president.
Very much, thank you. Now good, thank you. Oh, thank you. All protocols respectfully observed. However, permit me, with the highest sense of respect, to specially acknowledge the presence of a few key dignitaries among us today. Her Excellency, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON, First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency, the wife of the Vice President of Nigeria, Her Excellency, my dear wife, and First Lady of Taraba State, distinguished wives of my colleagues, governors from across Nigeria, the Honorable Minister of Health, my brother. I also respectfully recognize the presence of the Right Honorable Speaker, Taraba State House of Assembly, also the Executive Director of National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, and many other eminent dignitaries, stakeholders, and partners in progress here with us. Please be assured that your presence is deeply appreciated and warmly acknowledged. We are once again honored by Your Excellency's presence in Taraba State. Yesterday, we received and witnessed the distribution of professional kit, crocs, and scrubs to midwives across the Northeast Zone. And today, we are going to witness the flag off of the Free to Shine triple elimination campaign for the Northeast Zone, which I focused yesterday in my remarks. Your Excellency, this campaign, which focuses on HIV/AIDS, syphilis, and hepatitis among women of reproductive age, elimination of mother-to-child transmission, and the treatment of children born with HIV/AIDS is very, very crucial. Therefore, this moment is more than ceremonial. It is deeply meaningful to all of us all. It affirms the value of those who serve our mothers and children, and it reflects a national commitment to care and compassion. Service to humanity remains our shared calling. People across Taraba pray for help, and today, Your Excellency, you stand here as an answer to those prayers. God bless you. And when we love others as we love ourselves, we mirror the true spirit of leadership. Your Excellency, First Lady of Nigeria, we kindly ask you to convey our deepest gratitude to our amiable leader, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, DCFR, who also is my Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces by the virtue of my service in the Nigerian Forces for 21 years before I retired 15 years ago. Your support, First Lady of Nigeria, please inform Mr. President also that all the federal funds and interventions received in Taraba State are being properly and transparently utilized for the benefit of our citizens, and we can fully justify the impact. We therefore respectfully request that more resources be extended to Taraba, as we are prepared, committed, and accountable in translating every intervention into real progress. Your Excellency, we thank you for your presence, your mission, and the renewed hope you bring. Taraba stands with you always. Now, for the two ladies that spoke out, and now they are free to shine, the government of Taraba State will be appointing you special advisors in this field. And you'll be attached to the office of the First Lady of the state. So, after here, arrange to go there and get your appointment letter so that you can help to speak out. Finally, Your Excellencies and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, God bless you all. God bless our First Lady. God bless Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless Taraba State. Thank you.
Thank you.
on now, my guy. Oh, you see that yesterday match, ba? Now because of say we never sign striker. Once we buy Osimhen like this, ba, you go dey beat Tuna every season like this, ba. You go see something.
Forget that thing. Forget that thing. You didn't make mouth. Me and the thing say we go beat you for this match.
You see the goal wey Osimhen score for their last match. How we take jump like this? That. Make we bet. Once we buy Osimhen, we go dey beat Tuna. Move bet. 5K. I know why you're saying you don't give my money. See that my baby fast. I dey come. Oh baby. Oh baby.
My darling, how are you now?
I'm glad you been now. The last time I was waiting for you at our normal sports now. You know, can't show up. Waiting happen.
Why you not call my line now?
I called your line now, but you know oh baby, you're getting fat, oh. It's been longer. You understand that thing now?
Don't worry, we'll meet.
I beg 4 o'clock today, oh, please.
I have 1 or 2 shifts gone.
4 o'clock, oh baby. Oh baby. Yeah? See that my baby go back. I don't jump that one. See, even today again, I go see. I go see hit him today again like this. You go see now. Wait for something.
Yeah.
Oh baby.
Yeah.
Oh baby. I say, ba. They can deal with enjoy. I will meet in the same place today later. Please come in time.
I will come.
Come in time.
I will come.
Because there is young woman behind us.
But I expect you will do well for me.
No problem. I will buy boga, chin, kunung, kanwa, whatever. Yes. Oh baby. Yawa. Why am I getting? Yawa. That is only. Play game now. Ka amana. Sister, yeah. What happened?
I'm talking to you. Oh baby is very sick.
You are talking about oh baby.
He's very sick. I'm just talking from the hospital with her.
Oh, you take her to the hospital?
Yes.
Oh, it's okay now. Since you take her to the hospital, now what again?
This thing I'm taking is very serious, oh.
Serious?
Yes.
Like
what is that, oh?
No, but malaria. I thought that malaria. Why are you disturbing me? But then, but that is. No, that one not it, please now. Wait, she's saying that big. If you check our baby, you will see her very big like this. Her sickness or people are supposed to be very big, double. So why are you disturbing us?
Oh, baby is very sick, oh. Let I talk.
Stop.
Sister. You mean or maybe get HOD? You mean HIV? HIV. Why you dey cry? My sister.
Madam, magana kina gaskiya ne?
Gaskiya ne, oh baby get HIV. There's problem, Mo. There's problem. Talk to me. What's the problem?
I'm crying for my sister. Because our best friend, they share color. They eat together, they sleep together, and now the friend gets HIV. I'm very sorry.
But HIV is not a death sentence now.
Are you really serious?
Yes, now.
No, they tell me that can't say HIV not be death sentence.
Madam, wait. When you have HIV, you are free to shine.
I don't understand.
Yes,
we all know say for this country, if you get HIV, nobody won't come close to you. No, they tell me that can't.
See, this is all part of the stigmatization we're talking about. See, HIV is immunodeficiency virus. It attacks the immune system, it weakens it. And when you don't treat it, that's when it generates to AIDS.
That one I will talk.
Yes.
Oh, wait, go. Have you seen this, my friend?
Yes.
I have been seeing him without baby going round. And I've been stopping him, you couldn't listen.
Okay.
But now let me ask.
Yes.
If someone affected with this disease, how will he be prevented?
Well, see, you can prevent HIV by using condoms during sex. Whether it's anal, whether it's vaginal, whether it's oral sex. Make sure you use condoms. You avoid the use of sharp needles, sharp objects. Yes.
You not say those guys to go back this salute.
Only one clipper, 100 men they use them.
Exactly.
Even young ladies to go salon, they use needle. So that one to go get them.
You see, you should also know your status and that of your partners. And let's also see you with multiple partners. Today, you're with Aziza. Tomorrow, you're with Alima. Next tomorrow, you see, anything can happen.
But madam,
yes,
please, I have another question.
Please ask.
If really one is infected,
yes,
can this disease be prevented?
Okay,
can it be treated?
That's not a problem now. You see, when you know your status, you go to the hospital, and then there are antiretroviral drugs that are available. You take them according to doctor's prescription.
Wow.
Yes, I'm very sure. Yes.
People like una don't shout at the Congo all of una. When I go to test,
know your status. Very important.
It's very important.
Yes.
Madam.
Yes.
Please permit me to ask another question.
Please ask your question.
Can I know who is behind all this development?
Oh, this is very, very important. The person behind all this development that you're seeing, it is organized by the Organization of African First Ladies for Development.
Wow.
Also promoted by the Office of the First Lady of Nigeria.
Yes.
Renewed Hope Initiative. Yes.
So how are they making it? And let me ask, where are they doing it? In the north,
this current campaign is is concerning the northeastern state of Nigeria, and it's in Taraba State, hosted by the First Lady of Taraba State.
You mean Taraba State is hosting this?
Yes.
And the wife of the president is here?
Yes.
It's amazing.
Yes.
I'm telling you, Starboy is a Starboy.
Yes.
And the wife of Starboy is also a Starboy.
Girl, of course.
Or I can say it's also a star girl.
Of course. But
the most important thing, let's go and do test.
Please, let's go to the hospital. Go and know your status. Go and let's go to the hospital.
We thank God for
Thank you. Please, can we clap for them, please, as they walk out of stage? Keep clapping for them, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Honorable. Thank you. Thank you very much, Shedrack and his drama troupe. That's from the Taraba State Art Council. We are now going to, please, a round of applause for as the mother of the nation comes up to give her goodwill message and the formal launch.
Thank you very much. Can we be seated? Thank you very much. The wife of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency Hajia Nana Shetima, and also the Vice Chairman of the Renewed Hope Initiative, the Governor of Taraba State, His Excellency Dr. Agu Kepas, and his wife, the First Lady of Taraba State, Her Excellency Mrs. Agu Kepas, the Star Boy and the Star Girl of Taraba State, First Ladies of other states here present, wives of National Assembly members here present, the Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali, CON, wives of Honorable Ministers here present, the Speaker of the Taraba State House of Assembly, Right Honorable John Kizito Bonzina, and other members here present, members of the Taraba State Executive Council, wife of the National Security Advisor to Mr. President, Hajia Zara Ribadu, wife of the Chief of Defense Staff, Mrs. Ogogo Musa, wife of the Inspector General of Police, Mrs. Elizabeth Egbetoko, wife of DGDSS, Mrs. Charity Ajayi, wife of the Comptroller General of the Nigerian Customs Service, Mrs. Kike Lomadeni, the APC Deputy National Woman Leader, Hajiam Zainab Abubakar Ibrahim. We represent our APC Chairman in Taraba and also the PDP Chairman in Taraba, the National President of the National Council for Women's Societies, Mrs. Princess Edna Azura, the Executive Director, CEO, National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, Dr. Muyi Aino, development partners present, including WHO country representative, Dr. Walter Kazadi Mulumbo, Director General of NACA, Dr. Timitope Ilori, UNAIDS Country Director, Dr. Leo Zekeng, and National Coordinator, NASCAP, Adebo Bolabashoro, nurses and with midwives, market leaders and market men and women present, our dear students, and the NSC members here present. Great Nigerian youth, great Nigerian youth, great Nigerian youth. They say, God bless you. Our dear strong and brave survivors present, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. You see, I took my time to do the introduction. This campaign is meant for every Nigerian, despite we are doing the triple elimination campaign. But I want every Nigerian, no matter the segment. You can see we have wives of service chiefs. They have also a lot of women under them. We have market women and men in the market, traditional rulers, religious leaders. But most especially, this campaign is meant for our children, and which you can see that the country rep for UNAIDS was able to expatiate on why it involves you. But I'm honored to officially launch the Free to Shine campaign in Taraba State. As I conclude my 2-day working visit to the state, the Free to Shine campaign is an advocacy initiative led by the African Union, the Organization of the African First Ladies for Development, OAFLAD, and global partners. The goal of this campaign is to address the growing complacency in the response to the spread of HIV/AIDS in Africa. Nigeria being the country with the highest burden of HIV/AIDS in sub-Saharan Africa due to its large population. This is significant challenges. You heard today that Botswana is free. Botswana only has a population of 2.something million. But Nigeria, we have a lot of people affected because of the size of our population. And if we don't quickly address it, we will just have a lot of young people either dying early or just very weak for the legacy that is going to be bequeathed to you. So we want you to listen, very much. During my growing up years, HIV/AIDS, I could hear the music you were playing, which was Michael Jackson, We Are the World, is to raise money for HIV victims across the world. It was so bad during that time that even up till now, if I go for testing, my routine check, I still put HIV/AIDS there. Hepatitis B, I've already taken my vaccine, the shot for it. And a lot of things you have to check yourself continuously. Even in all the cancers, you want to do mammogram and a lot of things that can really affect any healthy living. So we want you, I don't know, a little bit disconnected for especially children in our children in secondary schools, and but I don't know whether they are doing that for you, and that's why all the first ladies are here, because what they are supposed to do when I started nationally, they're supposed to go back to their states and let it trickle down, even to wives of local government chairmen. So I'm so glad that you are all here. And this particular burden we are talking about is very severe among children, youth, women, and marginalized groups. Because when you hear mother-to-child transmission, the men too are affected. When you hear our survivors' story today, you will see their husbands are passed. But I don't know why, but that our men are also in denial. In Zimbabwe, when we went for ICASA, I see when the First Lady was talking to the men, they were quite a lot of them in denial. So, but this involves both the women and the men. I hope we have that clear. Okay, but our campaign, Free to Shine, is, and the testing more, is mother to child that I was speaking to Professor Pate earlier. They said they are still concentrating on mother to child transmission more, not that they are not treating the people who are infected with HIV/AIDS. So this, if we live very careful lives and make sure that even we are not, it's not only sexually that you transmit HIV/AIDS, exchange of needles and also, sharp objects, people can get infected. To complement the Free to Shine campaign, I've also decided to advocate triple elimination of HIV/AIDS, syphilis, and hepatitis by 2030. This campaign will cover the 6 geopolitical zones of the nation. We launched the maiden edition campaign for the North Central in Kwara State on the 30th January 2025, and that of the Northwest zone in Kaduna in 25th February 2025, and South-South on 26th March 2025 in Delta State. Today we are flagging off the campaign in Taraba State for the Northeast zone. By the grace of God, the next zone to benefit will be the Southwest in Ondo State this month. So, and the Free to Shine campaign seeks to significantly reduce HIV infections among women of reproductive age, then mother-to-child transmission, which is the vertical division, and ensure that every child born with HIV receives the necessary treatment and support to thrive. According to the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, in 2024, there were over 100,000 children and nearly 2 million adults living with HIV/AIDS. Also, it is reported that most infants born to HIV-positive mothers are not tested within the first 2 months of birth, largely due to the fact that the mothers are not aware or they are ignorant of the consequences of their inaction. It is heartbreaking to know that just 2 years ago, 15,000 children ages 0 to 14 lost their lives to HIV-related illnesses. Each of these children was not just a statistic, but represented a future full of potential that was sadly cut. The ongoing challenges faced by these children emphasize the urgent need for sustained action to improve prevention strategies, enhance diagnosis, and expand access to treatment. In Nigeria, hepatitis and syphilis are major public health concerns. Experts alike that hepatitis, especially hepatitis B and C, pose a significant threat as it can lead to chronic liver diseases and even liver cancer. If syphilis is left untreated, it can result in miscarriages, stillbirth, congenital abnormalities, and neonatal and infant deaths, among other complications. The goal of this campaign is to raise awareness, renew our commitment, and take collective action against these diseases. This, I believe, aligns with our shared vision of a healthier Nigeria where every individual, particularly women, youth, and children, can thrive and live healthier lives. This vision is in line with the Renewed Hope agenda on His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, which focuses on health as an essential pillar of development. Nigeria is at the pivotal stage in a fight against HIV/AIDS and is poised and ready to join other countries in Africa who have achieved the UNAIDS 95-95-95 target by 2030. The aim of this target is to see that 95% of the people who are living with HIV/AIDS know their status. 95% of those who are aware of their status are placed on life-saving antiretroviral treatment. 95% of these people undergo treatment and achieve viral suppression, which means they cannot transmit the virus to others. We must deepen engagement with traditional and faith-based institutions to address cultural and religious influences on HIV prevention behaviors, especially those engaging in birth services, by expanding access to HIV testing services with comprehensive counseling, treatment, and care for all individuals who test positive. I want to commend the members of the Association of People Living with HIV/AIDS in Taraba for their testimonies. Their stories serve as a powerful reminder of resilience and hope, inspiring others living with HIV/AIDS to seek the support and treatment they deserve with courage and confidence. I thank all our health workers and National Agency Control of AIDS, NACA, National AIDS and STDs Control Program, NASCAP, as well as research and public health institutions for their efforts in combating HIV, AIDS, syphilis, and hepatitis through the years, as well as our global partners helping us in this fight. I especially recognize WHO, UNAIDS, UNICEF, UNDP, PEPFAR, and Elizabeth Glacier Pediatric AIDS Foundation, amongst others. I'm mentioning all these international donors because they used to assist before Trump came into power. So, but I believe that it will see reason before long. But if not, Nigeria is stepping up, and our political will is very strong. So we thank God for that. We must intensify efforts to ensure that the global triple elimination target of HIV/AIDS, syphilis, and hepatitis is achieved by 2030. I believe with the concerted efforts of all our stakeholders here present, especially our state first ladies, who will help disseminate this message in their various states, this deadline can be attained by the grace of God, and I rely on you all to do the needful. Also, the wives of our service chiefs, you have a lot of women across the nation, and I know you are working on that already, but we can intensify our efforts. So our dear children, and also market men and women, if you see pregnant women, get them tested. So it's very, very important. So our dear children and youth, this campaign cannot succeed without your involvement. You represent our future, our generation. However, your age group is one of the most vulnerable. Please take care and protect yourselves. We have increased advocacy media across all 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory, and we hope it resonates. So First Ladies, you know, it's like we are paying forward. I've already committed you. You have to do that in your state. You see what I'm doing in Abuja? Please, we want you to step up. It's very, very important and very crucial for this campaign. Finally, I would like to express my gratitude to the Governor of Taraba State, His Excellency Dr. Agbu Kefas, and the First Lady, Her Excellency Mrs. Agin Kefas, and the good people of Taraba State for the warm reception and kind hospitality throughout our state. The star boy and star girl, you know, we're quite impressed, especially this morning that we went as an educationist. I'm quite impressed with going there to, you know, to flag off your free education campaign, and also all the products you bought for your school, and also the health program with the mobile clinic. And like I promised, we promised you one. We've already placed the order. So by Monday, we'll be making payments. So God bless our children, youth, and mothers. God bless Taraba State. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you. So next is for the records. You are welcome to Taraba. Yes, next is the photo session, please, ladies and gentlemen, to join Her Excellency on stage. So may I invite the pleasure of the wife of the Vice President to kindly join Her Excellency, the Governor of Taraba State, to kindly join with his beautiful wife, the Honorable Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, to also kindly join. Must come together as one. Yes, let's have our development partners.
This month of March, indulge.
Thank you. The NYC, for the records, thank you. Some selected students. The mother of the nation is very detailed when it comes to impacting. This truly translates to these people can also become first ladies and president as well. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, NYC. Thank you. Let's have the students. The next generation right here before you, Your Excellency, Ma. The future of our great country. The mother of the nation is very detailed when it comes to impacting. This truly translates to say that these people can also become first ladies and president as well. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, NYC. Thank you. Let's have the students. The next generation right here before you, Your Excellency, Ma. The future of our great country. Thank you, Your Excellency. Excellency, having a pep talk with Nigeria's future. This is mother to children kind of talk, and you know what that means. It's very, very rare. Thank you, mother of the nation. This indeed will in their minds and in their hearts forever. This is a memory that will last forever under the admiration of His Excellency, the acting governor of Taraba State, who has always done so. We hope this message will be stepped down to your colleagues in your schools and in your neighborhoods.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now, thank you, Mother of the Nation. Thank you.
Mother, I can say you are
Ladies and gentlemen, some people still are so excited they still want to make some performance. That's actually their farewell song for our mother. That is how much impact you've had on us. We don't want to let you out of our sights, but every good thing must have to come to an end. So we'll take the national anthem now. We thank you once again. Let me just give a brief vote of thanks by saying thank you very much. Thank you very much, our mothers, our excellencies. We thank you, our great hosts. We look forward to your coming here once again. Right now, as soon as we leave this place, I can assure you that we're going to be very lonely, but we know you're with us in the spirit, and so we are happy. So we'll have the national anthem now, and then we'll call it. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, history is about to be made. A legacy of excellence, 5 decades of broadcasting brilliance, and 25 years of an iconic brand. Prince Biscon stands tall as a trailblazer in the media industry. Join us on Tuesday, May 13th, 2025 at the prestigious Muson Center, Onikon, Lagos, as we celebrate Prince Biscon 50 remarkable years in broadcasting and BOS at 25. An unforgettable event awaits, featuring an insightful lecture, a prestigious award presentation, and the grand unveiling of the Biscon Foundation, an initiative dedicated to impact and empowerment. Be part of this milestone moment as industry leaders, dignitaries, and well-wishers gather to honor a man whose voice has shaped generations. The time is 11 a.m. The place is Muson Center. The celebration is legendary. Prince Biscon at 50 in broadcasting and BOS at 25. Raising the bar, setting the pace, and inspiring the future. See you there.
Leaders present, heads of security agencies and their wives, please, sirs and ma'ams, permit me to stand on the protocol that has been established in the interest of time. Your Excellency, I am again honored to have another opportunity to address this audience today as part of the important demonstration of goodwill by our dear mother of the nation, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu. Your Excellency's donation of 10,000 professional kits to primary healthcare midwives in the Northeast is part of her zonal contribution. This is the 4th in the series of the contributions. And it is part of what the Renewed Hope Initiative, which she shares, is doing in furtherance of her commitment to enabling universal access to health for all Nigerians. This, of course, aligns with President Bola Tinubu's determination to touch our lives and rapidly provide health for us and reduce maternal and child mortality. Like I mentioned, Her Excellency had earlier made similar donations in the North Central, in the Northwest and South-South zones. I'm glad to report, Your Excellency, Ma, that these kits are beginning to have positive impact. In fact, I am certain that the people who have been in the room would have seen videos earlier of testimonials by some of the frontline health workers and midwives that are already using the kit in some of the states. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I think it is fair for us to agree that our president prioritizes health, and he does this by providing the resources that we need for us. I think if you look at our finance and budget for health year on year, it has increased from 2003 to 2023 to 2024, and between 2024 and 2025. So working closely under the leadership of my minister and with other MDs in the health sector and partners, we are really started to record some results in the interventions that we're doing at the primary health care with all of your support, Your Excellency. We had a target that was given to our minister by the president to have at least one level 2 functional facility per ward immediately, and increase double that number over the next 4 years. And I can tell you, Your Excellency, that in the last year, we have already revitalized almost 700 facilities across the country. There are 2,500 that we're working with all of the states. Many of those, I believe 118 or so of those are in Taraba State that the government is already revitalizing as well. In terms of workforce, we have been able to retrain, as part of the mandate that the president gave us, over 60,000 health workers, many of them midwives, across the 36 states and the FCT. The training is in integrated primary health care service delivery, and of that, over 7,000, actually 7,500 plus, are in the Northeast zone alone. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, this donation of the kits that our mother is doing today really facilitates this investment in our frontline health workers. The program is a 10-day training program for all the clinical workers in the facilities, doctors, nurses, midwives, CHUs, and junior CHUs that are full-time employees. And we try to do the training in batches so that we don't remove all of the healthcare workers from the facilities, so that we don't shut down service. We are going into the second phase now. We've done the first phase across all of the states, and we have started the second phase. We're also developing a digital learning system for you all, midwives and other health workers. In terms of service delivery, I'm also happy to announce, Your Excellency, that the government of President Tinubu is already touching the lives of Nigerians in a way that we have not been touched before. Every quarter now in BHCPF facilities, over 20 million Nigerians receive care across just the basic healthcare provision facilities alone. We have had over 43 million children touched with vitamin A across the country over the last year. The warming tablet, almost 10 million children. In terms of pregnant women, which is where our midwives really come in, over 6 million of those receive care every quarter, and receive both in terms of antenatal care but also in terms of the nutritional interventions. Immunization as well. We are really accelerating and scaling up the access to pentavalent vaccine against multiple diseases of children. We have introduced new vaccines, the human papillomavirus vaccine in Nigeria under the leadership of President Tinubu. We vaccinated 13 million children over the last year, young girls over the last year, and have offered these or provided them protection against human papillomavirus that causes cervical cancer. Your Excellency, we're very appreciative of this, your donation of this fourth batch of the uniforms and kits, which serves as non-financial incentives for the midwives in the Northeast zone. These kits will continue to strengthen their motivation and commitment to work, and thereby keeping our mothers safe. I want to use the opportunity to urge all of the well-meaning leaders and Nigerians that are here to also join Her Excellency in empowering our healthcare workers by investing in their comfort and their safety and their working environment. That investment in the primary health center in your community, you never know who will be the direct beneficiary of it. Your Excellency, my colleagues and I at MPHCDA join Her Excellency, the First Lady of Taraba, to assure you that we will work with colleagues at national and state level across all of the northeast states to ensure that the kits that you have provided are put to appropriate use by the midwives. Our revered traditional leaders and religious leaders, other distinguished stakeholders, I thank you for your support. And of course, I will not forget the midwives in the room. Thank you for the work that you do. And I hope that this serves as testament that our mother sees you. Thank you for your attention, and God bless you all.
Please, a round of applause again for Dr. Aino for a beautiful presentation. I will soon be calling out the other red cap chief and red cap minister. I'm saying that I'm just a red cap journalist. Sorry, sir. I'll soon be calling out the coordinating minister to give his. But let me recognize the very presence of the man whose name is also synonymous to where we are, our former governor. Please, with a round of applause, permit me to welcome and to recognize the presence of Reverend Jolie Nyame, former governor. This place named after him for the great work he's done in the past in making sure that this dream came alive. So I'll be inviting to the podium now the other red cap. I can't see any other red cap here. You are the only other red cap here. So please, sir, a round of applause for Dr. Ali Pate, who is the coordinating minister, Health and Social Welfare. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Her Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, our dear mother, Her Excellency, the wife of the Vice President of the Federal Republic, Hajiana Nashatima, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Taraba State, Dr. Agu Kefas, and his dear wife, Her Excellency, the First Lady of Taraba State, all Excellencies, wives of all state governors that are here with us, the Chief Executive of Primary Healthcare Development Agency, the former Governor of Taraba State, His Excellency Reverend Jolie Nyame, the Speaker of the Taraba State House of Assembly, the Secretary of State Government, other senior government officials, wife of ministers, and our very distinguished and dear midwives that are here. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, let me start by adding on what the Executive Director of MPHCDA alluded. On behalf of myself and my colleague, the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isaac Salako, who is not here because he has some other assignment that he's doing, we would like to thank you and the Renewed Hope Initiative, the leadership of the Renewed Hope Initiative, for this amazing effort of advocacy in terms of the health program, with the launch of the Northeast Zonal distribution of 10,000 scrubs and crocs for our midwives. This is only one element that manifests the care, the concern that you have for the health of Nigerian people. Not only have you done that for maternal health, for the primary healthcare system, but you've also done that for TB, of which you've donated personally out of your own generosity, almost 2 billion naira in the last few months. In addition to what you are doing on cervical cancer, which we really appreciate. I think, Your Excellency, I would not be exaggerating to say that there's no single individual who has come out of, in our country, invested as much in this direction, from resources that goes directly to the people who need them. And as the ED MPHCDA mentioned, His Excellency President Tinubu puts health and the well-being of Nigerians among the key elements of his Renewed Hope agenda. And your initiative is directly in line with that. And the movement that we have activated under his leadership and with your support and with the Renewed Hope Initiative leadership is moving forward, because all over our country now, as we have heard, millions of women are accessing basic services. Children are being immunized, and preventive efforts are being delivered, vaccination and other services. In the Northeast alone, I know that there are many commissioners that I saw from the northeastern states, as well as here in Taraba. More than 8,500 health workers have been trained, of which 1,300 are from Taraba. And there are more than 1,000 facilities in the Northeast that receive quarterly disbursements from the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund. 170 of them are here in Taraba. This is from the federal government to ensure resources are flowing to the front end so that services can be delivered. This is all to say that it takes all of us, the federal government, states, local government, civil society, traditional leaders, and the whole of society to be able to improve the health and well-being of Nigerians. So we thank you, and we thank all of those who are supporting you to do this great work. And to the midwives, may I also use this opportunity to share with you some thoughts. As you devote yourselves, your time, your effort in delivering services to our population, know that this administration cherishes you, appreciates you, and thanks you for all the work that you are doing. Treat our patients well, treat the women and children that come to see you, and deliver the best quality services that you can. And together we'll make Nigeria a lot healthier than it is. Thank you very much, and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Alipati, as cerebral as ever, always calling it the way it is. Please, let me recognize the presence of Dr. Temitope Ilori, the DG NACA, that's National Agency for Control of AIDS. Dr. Ilori, you're welcome. And although this is not a party affair, I mean, health has no party, health matters have no party. We have our leaders from the APC who are here. We have Barrister Tukur El Sudi, he's the Taraba State APC chairman. You're here. Barrister El Sudi, you're welcome. Hajia Zainab Ibrahim is the Deputy National Woman Leader of the APC. Hajia, you're welcome. I see you. Then you have Honorable Abubakar Adamu Musa, Zonal Organizing Secretary, APC Northeast Zone. You are welcome. We welcome you to this great event. We'll soon be bringing in the star boy to give his speech, but please, in a few minutes, we're going to have a drama sketch. It won't take more than 2 minutes just to spice up the place, and then, of course, we'll roll on with the speeches. Shedrack, if you're ready, let's have our friends coming.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the interpretation of the play, Arts Council, your time starts now.
Yo, it's sorry. Doctor. Dan Allah ki, doctor. Likita. Excuse. Now, my wife. Taka hankali.
Sorry, it's okay, please.
Sorry, my love. Wayo Allah. Idan na rasa ko ai na rasa komi.
Sorry. It's okay.
Madam.
Yes.
They say we should come out and look for a doctor. I see you. I call you.
I'm so sorry because I was doing something. I'm not actually a doctor. I'm a midwife.
All over. I don't understand. You are not a real doctor.
No, I'm not a doctor. I'm a midwife. So please, just be patient. I can go and call the doctor.
No, it's not
like that.
Madam, if you are not a doctor, why are you in this uniform?
Everybody has his own role to play. We have every department in the hospital. So everybody has own work to do.
Doctor, wallahi.
I'm not a doctor.
Madam, you are not going anywhere.
Please, take it.
No.
You are hurting me.
Inna lillahi. Wallahi,
look at your wife.
If my wife dies,
your wife.
See.
Oga, what is happening now? Calm down. Hey, calm down. What is it?
Madam, idan matata ta mutu, Wannan zufa da na hada. Wallahi na yi.
Tell me what is the problem.
Yawwa likita. You are a doctor.
I'm not a doctor, please.
Again. Don't get me mad now. Why are you in this uniform if you are not a doctor?
I'm a midwife. I'm not a doctor. It's not everybody that wears this that is a doctor.
Mid husband, neighbor, wife.
See, Oga, see, your wife is about to put to bed. Let them take her to the doctor, please.
Let me just take her to the doctor.
Take her to the doctor, please. I have somewhere to go to.
Please. Easy on her, please. Madam,
Oga,
let me
I want
ask.
to go.
No, please, wait. Let me ask.
Okay, ask.
I don't understand. They said that I should come and look for a doctor.
Yes, yes.
I see you in uniform, in hospital. You say you are not a doctor. I come and confused.
Oga, it's not everybody that wears the scrub that is a doctor. So all of us can wear scrub. Be you a doctor, a midwife, or a nurse. The scrub are meant for so many reasons.
Amma me yasa likitoci suke sa farare da yanzu kuma kun bambanta abun daban-daban.
That is now the reason. Look at this is a nurse. She's also wearing a scrub.
Yanzu wannan ma
This has a reason. Let me explain to you. Calm down. These scrubs, they are made for easy identification because everybody has a role to play in the hospital. Again, it is made for professionalism. When you see anybody wearing this outside the hospital, you are able to identify him as a health worker.
Oh.
Do you also know? Let me talk about how comfortable I feel wearing this. It is made for comfortability. Look at my Crocs. I can wear it for hours and I don't feel tired. And then it's easy me to run from one ward to another. Do you know that these Crocs, they are made of material that reduces infection? The doctor will not easily be infected. Okay, you see, your wife are put to bed and you're here making plenty noise.
Why you are that?
Your wife has put to bed. Congratulations.
Man, how do you call it?
Annabelle.
Hey.
Congratulations on me. I'm going.
My mother, come. You said twins, huh?
Yes.
Okay. I will name them.
Yes.
I will name them after ex-lady.
Okay.
The wife of the president of the Republic of Nigeria.
You are a wise man.
See, she's a senator. She's a best lady. What a lucky woman. And even the other boy, I will name him Mrs. Agi Abukwepas.
Even when he's a boy?
Yes.
I got to. Do you know that the wife of the number one wife of the president, she have decided because of the love she have for Northeast, she brought 1,000 scrub and crops.
10,000.
Yes, to share for midwives.
You see what I say?
And then she said that this program will not hold anywhere. It's going to be in Taraba. All the Northeast are going to gather in Taraba State. Mr. Starboy is doing well, oh. She is your friend.
Amma gaskiya wannan kowa ya sani. Shi gwamnan mu, our governor,
yes,
our best lady.
Yes.
They are all doing well.
Very, very well.
So now, can I also wear this?
You cannot wear this. This is for health workers. Please don't bring confusion here.
Madam. I alquran ko da maza ne duka, I will name them after Oloremi and Mrs. Agi.
Jihar Taraba ta sani na zo da rera wakar Agi ke fasi Mubarak Yola na yi wakar.
Please, a round of applause for our team here, trying to capture the essence of the day. We are going to bring out our host, the chief host, the governor of the state, His Excellency. Baba, it's a mama event today, but yes, Baba, I pray daddy so second. I daddy. So, Your Excellency, please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the star boy governor of Taraba State, the action governor, the active governor. We love to call him star boy, but he's our action governor, the governor of free education, the governor of health, the governor of workers, the governor of pension, the governor of pension.
Your Excellency, the First Lady and National
Chairman, Renew Hope Initiative, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON, Your Excellency, wife of the Vice President, Ajia Nana Shetima, my wife, the First Lady of Taraba State, AA Kefas, Honorable Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Alipate, the wives of my colleagues that are here present, you're all welcome. Excellency, the wife of the Governor of Gombe State, the First Lady of Adamawa State, the First Lady of Plateau State, the First Lady of Osun State, the First Lady of Ogun State, the First Lady of Kogi State, the First Lady of Ekiti State, and also the First Lady of Imo State, the representative of the First Lady of Bauchi State, First Lady of Jigawa State, First Lady of Lagos State, First Lady of Sokoto State, First Lady of Delta State, First Lady of Bayelsa State, First Lady of Akwa Ibom State, First Lady of Edo State, First Lady Jigawa State, the wives of the Deputy Governor of Bauchi State, I don't know if she's here, Coordinator Edo State Renew Hope Initiative, National President of NCWS Princess Edna Azura, wives of the service chiefs that I was able to recognize. We have wives of senators that are here too. I see the wife of the Chief of Defense Staff, the wife of the Inspector General of Police, the wife of the Director General of State Security, and others that are here. The Executive Director, National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, Dr. Muyaina, nice to see you again. The Speaker of the State House of Assembly, Right Honorable John Kizito Bonzina, the Taraba State Chief Judge, Justice Philip Ujoagera, my former governor, my brother, His Excellency Reverend Jolly Nyame. You're welcome, sir. Honorable members of the House of Assembly that are here present, honorable commissioners, the state chairman of our great party, PDP, Alhaji Bawa, and his colleague from the APC, and other party chairmen that are here, you're all welcome. Special advisors, senior special assistants, other political appointees, permanent secretary, head of security agencies, midwife and health workers, and I can see my very good friends and brother from Delta State, Chief Ayeri and Toyo. You are all welcome. Distinguished invited guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great joy and humility that I welcome Your Excellency and your team to Taraba State for the flag off of the Free to Shine triple elimination campaign for the Northeast Zone. Taraba is honored to be chosen for this vital intervention, one that targets the elimination of HIV/AIDS, syphilis, hepatitis among women of reproductive age and children. This initiative goes straight to the heart of what matters: protecting life, restoring dignity, and giving new hopes to families. Today, life is full of difficulties, and health challenges are among the highest. But through effort like this, Your Excellency, the dying hope of our people can truly be renewed. Let us Let us continue in service to humanity, loving others as we love ourselves. That is the spirit we see in your work today. We in Taraba share in the vision of the Renew Hope initiative, which align with our 5-finger development agenda. Your Excellency, I want to once again welcome you to Taraba State and wishing you all the best as you declare this flag open. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Please, once again, a round of applause for the Starboy Governor. We're going to be hearing more from him in the course of this event. Please, we'll soon be hearing from the Mother of the Nation. She's eager to talk to us. We are but even more eager to listen to her, hear her talk. But before that, we have the midwives for whom we're here. They're already lined up. Please, if you're ready, please, let's have you for your display. You have got 2 minutes for that. We're waiting. 2 minutes. The Mother of the Nation, as she comes here to make her remarks. Your Excellency, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Can we be seated? That is one of the songs I love. It's really great. You can't choose a better song than that. God bless you. The wife of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency, Hajia Nana Shetima, the Governor of Taraba State, His Excellency, Dr. Agbu Kefas, and his wife, the First Lady of Taraba State, Her Excellency, Mrs. A.A. Kefas. You see, I'm learning very fast. The former Governor of Taraba State, Reverend Jolly Yame, First Ladies of other states here present, you've been duly recognized, so I'm not going to say, but thank you so much for the massive support. And they're also the coordinators, state coordinators of the Hope Initiative. The wives of National Assembly members here present, the Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate. Thank you so much for, at least taking this program. I know it's your program, but you've really been there despite you've been so busy, traveling all over. Well done, and God will reward you. The wives of honorable ministers here present, Speaker of the Taraba State House of Assembly, Right Honorable John Bonzena, and other members present, the Chief Judge of Taraba State, Honorable Justice Jewel Philippus Agia, I hope I pronounced it right, the APC Deputy National Women Leader, Hajia Zainab Abubakar Ibrahim, who is a proud daughter here, and I believe that they will say welcome back home. Wife of the National Security Advisor, Hajia Zara Ribadu. Wife of the Chief of Defense Staff, Mrs. Ogogo Musa. Wife of the Inspector General of Police, Mrs. Elizabeth Egbetokun. The wife of the DG DSS, Mrs. Charity Ajayi. Wife of the Comptroller General of the Nigerian Customs Service, Mrs. Kike Lomo Adeniyi. The Executive Director, CEO, National Primary Health Care Development Agency, Dr. Aino. I think both of us have become 5 and 6, so it's good to always see you. Thank you so much. The State Commissioners for Health for the Northeast, thank you so much. And the National President of the National Council for Women's Society, Princess Edna Azura, our frontline healthcare workers, particularly nurses and midwives here present. Our dear youth, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to officially flag off the distribution of 10,000 professional kits to midwives in the Northeast state, namely Adamawa, Bauchi, Borno, Gombe, Taraba, and Yobe, with Taraba State being the chief host today. And this is my first time visiting this beautiful state. It is indeed nature's gift to the nation, and I'm honored to be here. But one thing, I'm going to discard this cap because I'm now sweating like something else. Can I have tissue from my bag? It's really warm in here, and that was why we prayed for rain. We got our rain, and then it's now getting very warm. So thank you very much. Before, I know I have a long speech, so I have to do this before I begin to sweat like God knows what. This event is to complement the ongoing federal government retraining exercise of 120,000 frontline health workers nationwide. I'm informed that 60,470 health workers have already completed their training, and that is why the Renewed Hope Initiative, RHI, provided 60,000 branded scrubs and 60,000 pairs of Crocs as an incentive to encourage and support the tireless dedication of our midwives. All 6 geopolitical zones will receive 10,000 scrubs and 10,000 pairs of Crocs, which will be distributed among states in each zone. The North Central Zone received its allocation on the 29th of January 2025 in Kwara State. The North Zone received its allocation on the 12th of February 2025 in Kaduna State, while the South-South Zone received its share on the 25th of March 2025 in Delta State. Today, we are in Taraba State to distribute the kits to the Northeast Zone. By the grace of God, the next zone to benefit will be the Southwest in Ondo State. This donation has been made possible through the generous support of an anonymous global partner dedicated to improving health outcomes for our citizens. I refer to them as anonymous because they prefer to remain so. My first interaction with the partner was in the United Nations General Assembly, Hunger, 2023, followed by the meeting of the African Union Summit in 2024. The donor is committed to supporting the Organization of African First Ladies for Development, WAFLAD, and the health sector in Nigeria, and a specific focus on reducing infant maternal mortality and morbidity. Tomorrow, by the grace of God, I will be launching the Free to Shine Triple Elimination Campaign for HIV, AIDS, syphilis, and hepatitis here in Taraba State. This initiative aims to promote healthier mothers, reduce new HIV infections among women of reproductive age, eliminate mother-to-child transmission of HIV, which is the vertical transmission, and provide treatment for children born with HIV. I commend the Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, CON, and the Executive Director and CEO of the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, Dr. Moyi Aino, and their entire workforce for their dedicated focus on improving healthcare delivery for our citizens as an important pillar of development in line with the renewed hope agenda of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR. Since inception in 2023, the Renewed Hope Initiative has provided targeted interventions in agriculture, economic empowerment, and education, health, and social investment to improve the lives of families across Nigeria. RHI recognizes that the demands of the health profession requires not only skills and compassion, but also the right tools and kits to encourage our midwives as they serve others. We thank you all for all the good work. Thank you and God bless you. In the spirit of today's event, the Renewed Hope Initiative will be presenting an additional grant of 50 million naira to the First Lady of Taraba State, an RHI coordinator, to support 1,000 women petty traders in Taraba State with a sum of 50,000 each to recapitalize their existing businesses. I would like to express my profound gratitude to the Governor of Taraba State, His Excellency, Dr. Agus Kefas, and the First Lady, Her Excellency, Mrs. Agni Kefas, for your hospitality and since our arrival. Also, I appreciate all our First Ladies and RHI State Coordinators from the Northeast Zone and some of your colleagues that have joined us today as well. I'm grateful for your support of all our RHI programs. And the Deputy Governor of, the wife of the Deputy Governor of Bauchi State, thank you for representing the First Lady. To the glory of God and benefit of mankind, I officially hand over these professional kits comprising of 10,000 scrubs and 10,000 pairs of Crocs to the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency for onward distribution to our midwives in the Northeast Zone. God bless the midwives of Nigeria. God bless all the nurses that are here. God bless Taraba State, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
A round of applause for Her Excellency. We are going to have 3 photo sessions. Please, first, our First Lady, Mrs. Agin gave us, please, if you will step out now. His Excellency, the Governor of Taraba State, and the wife of the Vice President, Her Excellency, Mrs. Shetima, please, you do us the honors of stepping in here for this first photo session. We're having a second one, and more people will be joining, and then, of course, a third photo session.
Again, say you are welcome to Taraba morning. Sweet mother, First Lady, all around me, want to know.
Please, our dear mothers, the First Ladies from the 6 states from the Northeast, please kindly also join us on the stage. And Dr. Muiwa and Minister Professor Pate, please kindly join us too here for the second session of the photograph.
No matter where you go, remember the road that will lead you. No matter where you go, remember the road that will lead you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Please, members of the Taraba State House of Assembly, the Speaker, commissioners, please be on stage for... No, please, madam. So that's what is happening now. That's what's happening.
Remember the road that will lead you. No matter where you go, remember the road that will lead you. That will lead you.
All right, thank you so very much. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Tomorrow's program is for 10 o'clock. 10 on the dot here, please. Our program starts 10 o'clock. Please, we'll all be seated by 9 o'clock tomorrow. All right, please, the program is ended now. Wait, let her get to a seat. Yeah. Sorry? Okay. All right, we still have more pictures. Sorry, before the national anthem, we still have some order of pictures again. All right, wives of service chief. Please, all the wives of our House of Assembly, National Assembly members, please come here for your photo session. Security chiefs, wives of the security chiefs. Before the national anthem, we're having this photo session. Wives of ministers, security chiefs, members of our Taraba State House of Assembly, their wives.
Ta sani na zo na rera wakar age kefa sai mubarak yau da na yi wakar ga age kefa shatan kefa ya rera wakar matar gwamnan jihar Taraba sama matar gwamnan da ba shi
All right, we have to do these photo sessions in batches. Which category is this? All right, please, we'll all have an opportunity for this photo shoot, so that we can coordinate it better.
kefa shatan kefas ya rera waka matar gwamnan jihar Taraba sama matar gwamnan da ba shi ku tafawa facelet ku tafawa facelet Remi Tinubu, Remi Tinubu, Matar Tinubu, wife of Tinubu. Again came first, touching a walker. Remi Tinubu, Munaya Banki. You're welcome to Jahan Taraba. Again came first, Sanaya Banki. Ahadun Allah Ubangiji na mai girma ka huce misali. Allah kai ne mamallaki na.
So the photographs are in batches. After this, the next team will come in. Thank you very much. The next group will go in now. The next groups are white.
Okay. You are welcome to Taraba. Maybe she went
These are wives of the House of Rep member, House of Assembly members, some of our top functionaries, wives of our top functionaries. Thank you very much. All right, thank you so very much. We are going to wait, stand for the national anthem now. No. Please, State Commissioner of Health, Bondia, Mr. Bondia, your attention is needed. Commissioner of Health, Taraba State. Please remain upstanding for the national anthem. Yeah, I know. Thank you very much, distinguished Your Excellencies. We really thank you very much. Come to them, please. Tomorrow's program starts at 9 o'clock.
As we count down to Nigeria's broadcasting doyen, Prince Bisiolatilo's highly anticipated Jubilee Anniversary celebration and the Silver Jubilee Anniversary of the Bisiolatilo Show, BOS The Ultimate. Time to roll out names of the winners of the prestigious Bisiolatilo Show BOS Awards in the different categories. For BOS Bank of the Year Award, Wema Bank PLC, Nigeria's longest-standing indigenous bank, celebrating 80 years this year, win clearly. BOS Award for Nigeria's Businessman of the Year goes to globally acclaimed multi-billionaire Dr. Abdul Samad Rabiu, founder and CEO of Boa Conglomerates. BOS Award for the fastest wealth creator among young Africans through his Prosperity for All Africans mantra is Mr. Tony Elumelu, founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation, celebrating 15 years this year. BOS Award for the most friendly and very impactful politician goes to His Excellency Senator Doyediri, Governor of Bayelsa State, popularly known as the Man of Peace. BOS Award for the backbone and all-time pillar of support for Prince Bisiolatilo and Biscon Communication will be presented posthumously to High Chief Raymond Dokbesi, founder and funder of Dar Communications PLC, owners of AIT and Ray Power FM. BOS Award for the ultimate benefactor to Prince Bisiolatilo and Biscon Communication is Sir Kessington Adebukunla Adebutu, CFR, CON, OON. Sir Kessington Adebutu will be 90 years on the 24th of October 2025. Join us on Biscon Communication to pray along with him. BOS Award for the Ultimate Entrepreneur of the Year goes to globally respected multi-billionaire businesswoman and biggest player in the oil and gas sector, Barrister Mrs. Uju Ifejika. BOS Award for the all-round development and good governance of Lagos State in the last 5 years and still counting with the Lagos Rising mantra is Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State. BOS Award for good governance go to Governors Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, Umoeno of Akwa Ibom State, Peter Mba of Enugu State, Sheriff Oborowori of Delta State, Abiodun Oyebanji of Ekiti State, and Abba Yusuf of Kano State, where Prince Olatilo spent 13 of his formative years growing up. BOS All-Time Supporters Award will be led by Olori Chief Mrs. Nike Akonde, CON, who sleeps and wakes watching Biscon TV with religious regularity every day. Other all-time supporters and die-hard fans of BOS and Biscon TV are Alhaji Razak Okoya, CON, Prince Samuel Adedoyin, who turns 90 years on December 4th, 2025. BOS Media Disruptor of the Year Award goes to Prince Nduka Obaigbena, founder and creator of This Day Newspapers and Arise News TV, the toast of television viewers in Nigeria, Africa, and the world. BOS Award for the most professionally run television station in Nigeria and Africa at large goes to Dr. John Momo, OON, Chairman of Channels Media Group, as Channels TV celebrates 30 years of painstakingly setting the trend of television programming in alignment with world standards. BOS Showbiz Personality of the Year, who has put Nigeria's name on the global map in top-class entertainment, proudly made in Nigeria fashion shows with radio and television platforms strictly mostly about entertainment programming, without any doubt, Bayelsa State-born Senator Ben Murray Bruce, who also celebrates 45 years in the showbiz and entertainment business, is the winner of BOS Showbiz Personality of the Year Award. For changing the narrative from transactional to transformational development with the commissioning of projects in the 11 states of the NDDC, BOS Award for Transformational Leadership goes to NDDC, headed by Dr. Samuel Ubuku and Chris Abie, who have done very well for themselves and the younger generations of Nigerians. BOS Prestigious Banker of the Year Award goes to the Group Managing Director and CEO of Zenith Bank PLC, Dame Dr. Adora Umoji, OON, a distinguished pride to womanhood. Barrister Chief Nyesom Wike, CON, the Minister of FCT, who retained the services of BOS and Biscon TV to properly position River State in his first term in office as Governor of River State, picks up the BOS prestigious award for super project with which he has turned around the face of Abuja. BOS Special Award of the Multi-Industrialist of the Year goes to Alhaji Aliko Dangote, GCON, Africa's richest man, who also clocks 68 years this year. The Grand BOS Mega Award for selfless service to the nation will be jointly received by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and his amiable wife, Nigeria's First Lady, Her Excellency, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. The clock is ticking fast. The date is Tuesday, 13th May 2025, and Prince Bisiolatilo's Golden Jubilee Anniversary and BOS Silver Jubilee Anniversary will be held at the Shell Hall of Muson Center, Lagos. See you there. Prince Bisiolatilo celebrates 50 years in broadcasting and BOS at 25. By the grace of God, these milestone achievements will be celebrated on Tuesday, 13th May 2025 at Muson Center, Lagos at 11 a.m. To help facilitate a smooth transition in terms of planning in all aspects for the success of the event, the following friends have been entrusted with this task. Mr. Donald Duke, former governor of Cross River State, Otumba Senator Benga Daniel, former governor of Ogun State, Senator Doye Diri, governor of Bayelsa State, Senator Hope Uzodimma, governor of Imo State, Senator Dr. Olorunimbe Mamora, Professor Toyin Ashiru, Otumba Bimbo Ashiru, Bimbo Oloyede, Teni Aofiebi, Olorogun Peter Iro MFR, Senator Osita Izunaso, Senator Dr. Folashade Grace Bent, Sheung Olagunju, Mr. Anthony Raymond Dokwesi Jr., Chairman, Dar Communication PLC, Alhaji Usman Mohammed, Dr. Ruben Abati, Mr. Oritz Williki, Olori Chief Mrs. Nike Akonde, CON, Erelu Abiola Dosumu, Pastor Dotun Ojelabi, Olori Ladun Shijuade, Sonny Rabo, Bashorun Dele Momodu, Eugenia Abu, Cyril Stober, Michael Efyong, Barrister Shade Balogun, Otumba Deji Oshibogun, His Excellency Right Honorable Emeka Ihedioa, CON, Mr. Eze Anaba of Vanguard Newspapers, Mr. Benga Defaye of NIJ, Azua Rinze, Yomi Badejo Kusonya, Rufai Ladipo, Senator Ben Murray Bruce, founder Silverbird Conglomerate, Prince Adelano Adeshida, former Vice Chairman of Island Club, Mr. Temitope Abere, President, Lagos Lawn Tennis Club, Prince Rotimi Martins, Chairman of Island Club, Chief Adekunle Agbebi, SAN, Chairman, Yoruba Tennis Club, Chief Kole Olateju, President of Association of Friends Club, Ambassador Toyin Lawal, Nigeria's former Deputy High Commissioner to the UK, Nata of Biscon TV fame, Ambassador Folake Marcus Bello, Nigeria's former Ambassador to Zambia, Professor Egusa Osagi, DG NIIA, Mr. John Momo, OON, Chairman of Channels Media Group, Prince Nduka Obaibena, founder of This Day Newspapers and Arise News, Mr. Bayo Awoshemo, Deputy MD of Arise News, Mrs. Ronke Ayuba of NTA fame, Honorable Abike Dabrierewa, Chairman of Nigerians in Diaspora Organization, Honorable Kafila Ogbara, Chairman of Women Affairs Committee of House of Representatives, Mrs. Moji Dokwesi, wife of Chief Raymond Dokwesi, founder of Dar Communications PLC, Modele Sharafa Yusuf, Nigeria's first female television sportscaster. This committee, made up of esteemed friends of Prince Bisiolatilo, will be coordinated by Her Highness Olori Dr. Nike Akonde, CON, and His Excellency Mr. Donald Duke, former Governor of Cross River State. Remember, the date is Tuesday, 13th May 2025 at Muson Center, Lagos. Time is 11 a.m. Time is of the essence. Time to hit the ground running. May God bless you all.
The Brazilian Descendants Art and Culture Association, BIDACA Arts, Culture, Music and Food Festival is here again with a bigger bang. 2 solid days of joyful celebrations, music, cultural shows, food, dancing and general merriment. Yes, during this year, 2025 Easter holidays, 18th April to 21st April, come and be part of the most vibrant outdoor entertainment in Lagos State. Venue is the Campus Mini Stadium, Lagos. Top security guaranteed. Watch out for more information.
For sponsorship, partnership, and information, please call 0902-302-9836, 0813-096-0207. Email bidakafestivals@gmail.com. boboagudafestivals@gmail.com. Office address, Freedom Park, number 1 Hospital Road, Lagos. The 5th Brazilian Descendants Arts and Culture Association Easter Extravaganza Festival. Back to our roots. Be there live. See you there.
See you, lele. 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 See you.
I'd like to officially welcome you on behalf of the Vanguard newspapers for taking your time out this very busy morning to spend your time engaging in an intellectual conversation, around Nigeria's economic outlook for 2025. So today we gather at a critical juncture for our nation and our country. The Nigerian economy stands at a crossroads, facing profound challenges, which simultaneously harboring significant potential for transformation and for growth. The economic landscape we navigate today is characterized with stark realities: an inflation rate that reached over 35% in 2024, purchasing power of everyday Nigerian, a naira that has experienced significant depreciation following exchange rate reforms, and unemployment rates that continue to affect millions of our citizens, particularly the younger generation. Of course, our dependence on oil revenues remains pronounced despite decades of diversification rhetoric, with the petroleum sector still accounting for approximately 80% of our export earnings and nearly 50% of government revenues. Yet, oil production has faltered below our OPEC quota due to infrastructural challenges and to a very large extent insecurity challenges in the Niger Delta. The fiscal position is equally concerning. Close to 40% of GDP, and servicing this public debt has not been convenient, especially when government revenues has been dwindling over time, which severes our capacity for essential investments in infrastructure, in education, of course, in healthcare. Yet amidst these challenges, Nigeria's resilience continues to shine through. Our economy obviously remains Africa's largest by GDP, Our service sector, particularly the telcos and fintechs, demonstrate remarkable innovation and growth potential, just like our agricultural sector, which employs nearly 35% of our workforce, which continues to hold untapped capacity for increased productivity and value addition. The path forward, the sustainable recovery that we seek, requires not just acknowledgement of these realities, but bold, decisive actions across multiple sectors, involving fiscal reforms, monetary policy recalibration, infrastructural development, and targeted social investments to protect the vulnerables amongst us as citizens. So as we proceed into this discourse, let us approach these challenges not with despair, but with determination, because the hardships that we face, though significant, we believe we have the capacity and the innovation and the adaptation to drive growth. So I look forward to a robust exchange of ideas that will contribute meaningfully to charting this course forward. Nigeria's path from current hardship towards sustainable economic recovery and prosperity will be the subject of discourse today, and I believe that we have here the finest of brains across the continent that will help us chart a course forward. So thank you again, and you're welcome to one of Nigeria's most important economic discourse. So put your hands together for yourself, and thank you, because you're part of a turning point. So with the warm round of applause, I'd just like to quickly welcome the editor of Vanguard newspaper, Mr. Eze Anaba, who will give a welcome address before we bring up the keynote speaker. So put your hands together for Mr. Eze Anaba.
Uncle Sam Amuka, the chairman of the 2025th edition of the Vanguard Economic Discourse, our own Mr. Dele Oye, the keynote speaker, Dr. Yemi Kale, the moderator of the special session, Professor Franklin Ngu, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to warmly welcome you to the 9th edition of the Vanguard Economic Discourse. Since its inception in 2017, the Vanguard Economic Discourse has served as Vanguard's newspaper's social investment in Nigeria. That is, our contribution to the national dialogue on economic development. It is a platform for thought leadership and high-level brainstorming aimed at providing insights and alternative approaches to help our public policy executives drive better governance of Nigeria's economy. You will all agree that now, more than ever, Nigeria's economy demands more innovative thinking and pragmatic solutions. The current climate of reforms presents both challenges and opportunities that require informed strategic responses. This is why the theme of this year's discourse is apt: Nigeria's Economic Outlook 2025, Hardship and Pathways to Sustainable Recovery. True to tradition, this year's edition brings together a distinguished faculty of experts whose intellectual capital and professional accomplishment span the economic spectrum. Their presence here underscores our collective commitment to finding meaningful solutions to Nigeria's economic challenges. We are particularly honored to have as our keynote speaker Dr. Yemi Kale, a former Statistician General of the Federation and Director General of the National Bureau of Statistics. His tenure at NBS was marked by landmark reforms that elevated the quality, accessibility, and relevance of economic data in Nigeria. Today, he brings that same brilliance to bear at the continental level as Chief Economist and Managing Director of Research and International Cooperation at the African Import Bank, in Cairo. We are proud to welcome him today for this important engagement. Presiding over this event is our erudite friend and partner, Mr. Dele Oye, chairman of this year's discourse. Mr. Oye, who is president of the National Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines, and Agriculture, NASIMA, and chairman of the Organized Private Sector of Nigeria, inspired us all with his keynote address at last year's edition. We are delighted to have him back this year in this pivotal role. Our other distinguished panelists and discussants present, our other esteemed panelists and discussants represent the highest caliber of expertise across various sectors, and we are confident that today's conversations will be both insightful and impactful. So while we offer you this best-in-class knowledge session without charging a fee, we only ask that you pay attention. We promise you will leave here enriched and fulfilled. Thank you once again for being here. Good morning.
Quickly welcome upstage the chairman of this occasion to deliver his remarks, Dr. Dele Kelvin, who is the president of the Nigerian Association of Chambers and Commerce Industries and Agriculture. He was
over 100 chambers of commerce under me. Out of that 100, I have 72 city and state chambers. That means we exist physically in 72 locations in Nigeria. And I'm also apart from that, we also have what we call the multilateral and bilateral chambers of commerce, like the Nigeria-Indonesia Chamber of Commerce, Nigeria-Turkey. We're also part of NASIMA. And recently, we just got the Niger Delta Chamber of Commerce, which I just collected 10 billion. The money is not in my account, so those of you that want to follow me, from here, I left it in Port Harcourt. So there's nothing to collect from it, please. So I think on a lighter note, I'm also the chairman of the Organized Private Sector, which comprises of the 5 largest business organizations in Nigeria. And that is Manufacturing Association of Nigeria, NASI, NASMI, NECA, and NASIMA. Together we do about 97% of the economy. So if you see the way we talk, we are talking as people who have invested in the economy. And the highest person that feels the pains, both of government policy or where there are issues, is the investor. Because he has already put his money by betting the game. And that is why we try to appeal that government should listen to us more before making policy changes. So my paper today, or my opening remarks, with the permission of my brother, the keynote speaker, is going to be on the current, as I stand before you now, as a gentleman of the press, so that you won't say I didn't remember you, distinguished gentlemen. As I stand before you today, I'm filled with gratitude and a profound sense of responsibility to chair the 2025 Vanguard Economic Discourse. We gather here under the compelling theme of hardship and pathways of sustainable recovery, not only to assess our current economic landscape, but to forge a collective vision for a brighter and more prosperous Nigeria. In this pivotal moment, we must recognize and confront the significant challenges before us, challenges that have been magnified by the advent of America First policy. This paradigm shift in global trade, driven by protectionism and tariffs, presents a unique and formidable array of obstacles for developing nations such as Nigeria. The world we once knew, once characterized by cooperation, rules-based trading systems under the World Trade Organization, has given way to an environment fraught with uncertainty. This transformation not only disrupts global markets and supply chains, but poses an acute threat to our competitive standing in international trade. This implementation of 14% tariff on Nigeria exports to the United States directly jeopardizes what has historically been its critical market for our goods and services, as well as our non-oil sector exports, even though we do also some of our problem products into America. The ripple effects reduced demand could precipitate job losses and economic instability, and a decline in vital foreign exchange inflows, particularly for our non-oil exports. The current shake in Naira price, we don't know whether it has a direct impact from this, but we are all seeing the efforts done by the central bank to put 2 major interventions they did last week to stabilize the Naira. So against this backdrop, we must find ourselves witnesses to a profound discourse concerning these tariffs. The recent stark exchanges between Mr. Peter Navarro, economic advisor to President Trump, and influential business leader like Elon Musk, illuminate the contentious landscape of these protectionist policies. Mr. Navarro favorably defends the tariffs framework as a mechanism to safeguard American jobs, while Mr. Musk brings to light the adverse effects such tariffs impose on international commerce and innovation. This debate underscores the high stakes at play, reminding us that our economic fates are intertwined on a global scale. Indeed, the ramifications of the current U.S. policies go beyond tariffs. We are witnessing a significant decrease in funding for initiatives that empower African beginning startups. There is a $51 million cut from the United States Development Fund, which affect countries like Nigeria and Kenya. In fact, we had about 200 startups that were funded from that place. We got $20 million, while Kenya got 19.6. And this exemplifies the broader challenges we face. We also are aware of the recent how government had to budget for HIV drugs, which were initially covered by this. So these are some of the immediate effects, and there are several others. In the face of these multifaceted challenges, Nigeria must act decisively and strategically. We are at crossroads where we can reshape our economic destiny, where adversity can give rise to opportunity. So what I'm saying is we should not be in the complaining ministry. This is another opportunity for us to take advantage. As entrepreneurs, we are serial optimists. When we see a problem, we also look at the opportunities beside it. If you remember Russia, most of the billionaires that came out of Russia came when Russia divided itself and they had all the problems, where several people had to take advantage of opportunities. So I've listed about 13 ways which I think Nigeria can benefit and use the current adversity as an opportunity. I will not take time to read the details, but I'm talking about we must optimize our AFCTA opportunity to increase intra-African trade, especially with the introduction of PAPs, which allows us to make payments in local currencies for whatever goods and services we buy. So this is very important. Then we also need to diversify our trade partners, trade relationships. So instead of focusing more in America, we should look at other opportunities and trade with them and increase our opportunities. There's also investment in infrastructure. This one is very clear. It's very difficult with our current budgetary commitment or limitations to completely develop the entire country. We've tried to use the free trade zones as an example. This was just like what China did under Xi Jinping. After Chairman Mao left, they knew that they could not tell the average Chinese that they should become capitalists. What they simply did in China was to use the free trade and economic zones. And they introduced capitalism there. They say, oh, it's not in China, it's outside China. But you now see what eventually happened. Those free trade zones developed to become mega cities. And you have just recently heard from Dubai. You know, in Dubai before, when you are within the free trade zone, you cannot trade in the municipal unless you have a sponsor. They are knocking down those walls. And these are one of the reasons why you saw Nasima during the recent tax bill. We're fighting the FRS to let them know that this your free trade zone are places where you can grow your economy. You should not see them as if they are your enemy territory or the way it was perceived. And that was why we're insisting that they should not introduce tax in the free trade zone, allow them to continue to operate so that they can compete internationally with other countries. And also, the government does not own more than 2 out of the 50 free trade zones we have in Nigeria. So it's private capital development. Government charging tax in the free trade zone is amount to like the federal government asking people in private university to pay school fees to the federal government. It's the same thing. It's private sector investment they've done. So you are supposed to encourage them and ensure that they can develop and use the China style or the Dubai style now to get them to bring the development to Nigeria. Like I always say, can you imagine Nigeria without a core Atlantic? We will not have Victoria Island today because the Bar Beach has already overwhelmed us already. So these are the things without Dangote Industries. Can you imagine? So all the things that have happened in the last 20 years, the center of creativity, the center of innovation have happened in all our free trade zones. So we all, especially the press, you have a duty to protect those things that guarantees jobs and guarantees our innovation and competitiveness as a nation. So we also have investment infrastructure. I mentioned that it's not possible to develop everywhere. Then diversification of exports and local processing. One of our biggest problems is that we still export our raw materials. It's not just only to double your export, it is to increase local processing so that you can deepen technology transfer and most importantly, also create jobs at home. Then we also need to improve the business environment. I don't need to campaign, all of us know what I mean by that. The education and human capital. This is the biggest problem we have. If you check under the current resource, the per capita by hectare, as they say, for Nigerian farmers, if you compare with other countries, because they are not, most of them are illiterate, they do subsistence farming, the production is so small and it barely helps. So if you can use the example of China, if you provide these people with training, you see that our production will grow. Then we also have the issue of promotion of innovation and technology. I don't need to also explain that too much because already, as you can see today, it is never about goods. It's about value additions. You have seen what we've done with our banks all over Africa, our fintechs. Those are the things that are driving. Under the current GDP of the world today, about 51% is in services. America is complaining that Europe has a wrong trade deficit with them. But America is not talking about the 122 billion which they have in trade in services in surplus with Europe. So Trump is looking at one side. He's not looking at the services side, which if you add both, probably they are in surplus. In most of the countries, they are complaining. So these are the things and the challenges. Then we also need to strengthen our diplomatic networks, law and order. This is very important. I want to talk a little bit about this. Just this morning, I read in the newspapers that the current governor of Rivers State, Admiral retired Ibok Ete, Eko Ibo CFRO, appointed 23 local government caretaker committees. We're all aware there's a Supreme Court judgment on that states cannot appoint local government caretaker committees. And there's even a federal high court order that was given 48 hours ago of Justice Mohammed, Adam Mohammed, that said they're stopping the governor from, the acting governor from appointing local government. If a governor that be appointed based on our alleged constitution can so desecrate the judgment of the Supreme Court, how do you want businesses to take us serious? This is the challenge, because this thing adds to the cost of doing business in Nigeria, law and order. I'm doing a matter now which the people are so overwhelmed that we have to go as far as up to the Attorney General, up to the villa, to be able to get the police to enforce criminal actions by people. So this is the challenge. People cannot enter a place where they cannot come out within a certain time frame. So law and order is the most important. Like they say, you cannot build in the midst of fire. Once you don't obey your courts, once you don't obey your laws, once you don't enforce it, there is no incentive for somebody else not to commit the same crime. So this is one of our biggest problems in Nigeria, which I encourage the press to always look at and frown at things like this. So people must do the right thing. And no matter how inconvenient, we should not behave. I say to everybody that Nigeria is better than America today, because we know what is happening there now. And some of my friends say we have had Trump here before. I don't know about that. Please don't quote me, I said so, but I will have several Trumps. But what is important, you can imagine if we've not had people like that in our system, how far we would have gone as a country. So let us think and take advantage of the current opportunities. So the most other thing is the issue of predictability in policy. And this is the biggest problem, uncertainty. Government will just wake up and change the rules of the game. And in businesses, if businesses are in a reaction mode instead of planning, nobody does anything serious. We are virtually turning the economy from a productive one to a trading one. Because only traders that can wake up, in the midnight, they change the prices in the supermarkets. They change one. But if you have a production line, you bought diesel yesterday at a certain price, you bought all sorts of inputs, you cannot do that. So it's very important that you should be able to say, within the next 1 year, the Naira will not exceed 1,500. I'm not saying the government should peg it, but at least if you say to us as businesses that that will be the threshold, I can now take the risk and know that no matter how bad, the currency risk will be minimized. So this is what we talk about predictability. And I can also mention in the last tax bill, The free trade zone, we only informed when the bill was already at the National Assembly. They barely had 5 days. And that is a $200 billion investment in your economy. You gave them 5 days to let them know that you have cancelled the rules of the game by even annulling their own law under which they exist and moving into a tax bill. So these are the challenges. Nobody takes you serious when you are not predictable. And you have seen what he has done to the American Stock Exchange. Because every day we don't know what will happen. Every press conference there's a change in policy. So this is why we're having all these challenges. Then I've also mentioned this promotion of homegrown industries. I don't need to talk too much about this and the invest. The other thing I will mention here is Dangote Industry represents the 8th wonder of the world. It was an EPC contract that was built from scratch in Nigeria with Indian help. What that means is the design, everything happened in Nigeria. Then you now have some people calling themselves Ipman, that they prefer a fuel from Malta than the one that is produced here. What is even more shocking, they land it cheaper than the one that is produced in Nigeria, which means the source of the fuel it will not be a genuine one. And the reason why they are bringing it to Nigeria is that they cannot sell it abroad because of traceability. If you have a wrong source of getting anything and you take it to Europe outside Nigeria, you can't sell it. So that's why they keep landing cheaper than the one even produced in Nigeria. To the extent they even told us that they have sold everything and Dangote should go back and start importing. You see, I don't see why the press in Nigeria should not carry their arms, all of us in this room, and say, what nonsense is this? One of the biggest things you need to know, Dangote alone has so many, apart from the PMS and fuel, they've shown that their product is better. They've sent to America, they sent to Saudi Arabia. The people that could not repair refinery were telling us that the one they are doing Dangote is not good enough. All the people that organized pilgrimage to that Port Harcourt refinery to go and tell us that it's working, all of them should be tried. That is obtained by false pretenses. We have old men who have retired from organization coming to tell us that the refinery is working. If the refinery is working, it's the product that tells us, not the pilgrimage. So this is why we are very happy with the recent change in that sector. They built in sufficient private sector knowledge into it. And probably one of the best appointments ever made in Nigeria, where you have people who have invested their money to go and run it. What this does, I'll tell you, what it does is the people, anytime you appoint someone who is not big enough into an office, that the office will raise the person or the person can steal and misbehave. The guys you send there now, they have an international reputation, both to themselves and to the industry. And they have no option, they will perform. So this is the way we should go. If we really were serious in changing and minimizing the hardship, which the keynote speaker will tell us, the variance of the hardship today, so that we know that we have to buy sweater from here before we leave. So in the final analysis, this is how an American broadcaster described Trump's current trade policies. He said Trump is using American power in such a capricious, destructive, dumb way that it will almost certainly result in lose-lose for everyone. His tariffs have been calculated using a method closer to voodoo than economics. Among many mistakes, they are based solely in U.S. trade deficits with countries in goods, that America runs huge surpluses in services. Exporting software services, movies, music, law, banking, word, and so many other things. Now with these new tariffs, American protectionism is literally off the charts, with higher rates than the smooth hauling ones of 1930 that celebrated the Great Depression. If you remember in 1930s, although only very few people like Somamuka, probably Uncle Amuka that probably be around them, but what caused the Second World War was this type of trade. People started increasing tariffs against each other. In the process, war broke out. And the way this America is today, the way Mr. Trump is, with this kind of army he has, you think if he loses this one, he will not try that. So this is our fear. You can see the EU response. EU has always said, okay, we'll come and negotiate before we talk. Japan, because they are the mercy of America, because they are the one protecting Japan from China. Then South Korea, they are the one helping them with North Korea. They cannot talk. And what did he say? He said they are coming to kisses. He said it, I can't even say it. But the president said every other country is coming to come and lick his bottom. What kind of country is that? Or to call another country your 51st state. or how you are going to change Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America, then you now put the map in your office. If you call Victoria Island Mama Dele's house, it does not make it so. That is your own delusion. And you drive the AP newspaper from the house that they refuse to mention the wrong you have done. I mean, you see this level of self-delusion. So I'm not saying we don't have some of these things here, because if you listen to some of our ministers, this is the, we want to thank Mr. President for this policy, we want to thank Mr. President for this policy, everything. You start asking a question, did the president use his money? And they will not carry NTA for 2 hours, that they are declaring a road open, and they use our money again to be praising themselves. Reading speeches that are recycled, that does not add anything to anything. Even instead of to use that news channel to focus on our development efforts, show our industries, show our technical innovation, you are having some drunken people who like to dance like mad people in public. I did not mention anybody's name. And I have a house in Abuja. If it is demolished, I know where it came from. So continuing, he said American protectionism is literally off the charts and higher rates than the smooth hauling ones of 1930 that exacerbated the Great Depression. In the short run, everyone will suffer. Are we not suffering now? 2 days, 6.2 trillion wipe off American stock exchange. 2 days. I think Elon Musk is almost becoming a Tanzanian because he has lost half of his wealth. So, but in the medium or too long run, countries will start trading around the US. And this has already happened. About 40% of the world today are not on the SWIFT platform. The BRICS nations have already taken over. China in the last 20 years has been building infrastructure all over the world. Rail infrastructure, seaport. You know the Corée by the Panama Canal. You know what China did? China went to Mexico and built one of the largest ports in the world and put a rail line attached to it. So they don't even need to use the Panama Canal. So you see, this guy is just talking about the past. People have moved on. And that is why everybody in China is okay. This morning I think it's 104 now. With China. So as we navigate these turbulent waters, let us take lessons from the past. Be unpredictable and avoid divisive governance style. This is for our government style that we are witnessing under the current American administration that serves as a cautionary tale. We must instead prioritize consistency, inclusive governance, one that respects democratic institutions and values and input on all Nigerians. So we should avoid that kind of voice vote we had in the House of Reps when our television clearly showed that there were more empty seats than people. If we were going to vote on a constitutional matter, we expect them to take a roll call so that we can actually be sure that we have complied with our laws. So our press has a duty to point out all this. So in conclusion, the road ahead may be fraught with challenges, but it's also rich with promise. With strategic foresight, resolute cooperation, and an unwavering commitment to sustainable practices, I'm confident that we can confront these trials and emerge as a resilient nation. Together, let us pave a way for an economy that not only survives adversity, but truly thrives, a testament to the indomitable spirit of our people. I've already mentioned Dangote as the 8th wonder. There's nothing like that anywhere in the world. So even if you have nothing to brag, anytime you go abroad, use that. I went to Michigan. I went to one refinery and I said, this is so small. Have you seen Dangote? I brought out the picture, I flashed it. All of them were looking. So you must talk about yourself. So generally, experience teaches us that decisions and actions based on sentiments. This is very important. Ignorance are always unhelpful. As we see in the USA's gamble with tariffs. Instead, nations should deploy knowledge, ethics. This is very important. Because in this regime there, you have all the conspiracy theorists who are telling you something that is so obvious, the theory is like this. Then an experience devoid of bias in the decision-making process. I gave an example here. I actually saw this at 4 a.m. this morning when I was writing this paper. I like to write in the morning. He said the judge asked the killer of former Egyptian president, Anwar Sadat, why did you kill Sadat? He said to him, because he is secular. The judge replied, what does secular mean? The killer said, I don't know. In the case of the attempted assassination of late Egyptian writer Naguib Mahfouz, the judge asked the man who stabbed Mahfouz, why did you stab him? The accused said, because of his novel, The Children of Our Neighborhood. The judge asked him, have you read the novel? The accused said, no. Another judge asked the terrorist, who killed the Egyptian writer Faraj Farah? Why did you murder Faraj Farah? The terrorist replied, because he's unfaithful. The judge asked him, how did you know he was unfaithful? The accused replied, according to the books he wrote. Then the judge said, in which of his books did you know he's unfaithful? The judge said, I haven't read any of his books. The judge now said, how? The judge replied, I can't read or write. See, what this tells you is when you are ignorant, you are biased, you are sentimental, you are incompetent, you have no knowledge. You know, when you appoint someone without knowledge to take over your affairs, under our constitution, they say with secondary school you can become president. That is too small for a country like Nigeria. You have seen the quality of characters we have there. I have a lot of them are friends. I know everybody still call me their friend. But honestly, I'm not proud of the kind of people that spend more time talking about their sexual accomplices. You heard it now, the biggest scandal there. If these people are really working, should that be the problem? It is lack of work. If you look at our two national assemblies, look at them. Under our constitution, show me why should we have two. The only difference between the House of Reps and the Senate is that the Senate does the constitutional ministerial approval, while the House of Reps does the FCT. They are the house for the FCT for their budget. Is that two jobs so difficult to compress into one body? So this is the problem. Our government is too expensive for us. And if we must send legislators to the National Assembly, it should be paid for from the state that sent them. So if they know, so then go and start doing what they are doing. So what we are trying to say is our governance structure is too large, difficult for our budget cannot even have it. Because it's too much for us. So we need to find a way. Especially with what is happening in America now. Democracy is gone. If that is what we are relying on, our source is under fire. And a time will come, we'll be embarrassed to say we are democratic. I'm not saying we should choose authoritarianism or a different thing that will not serve us. This is the time for us to have that dialogue, start thinking what alternatives that will suit us, that is not too expensive, and the people should be there part-time. This idea of putting people full-time, that's why they are complaining about the quarrel about Natasha and whatever. Because if they meet once a week, I'm sure they will not see each other to that extent. So it's very important we take this seriously. And very importantly, we in the private sector, last year, we got almost 30 trillion from tax, FRS, from the private sector. The custom collected under 6 trillion. If you check the budget, there's nothing for us. All the money is shared by the 36 messiahs who will sit down. They are not involved in any productive sector. Even when they are war contract, they will call press conference. Even when it is, we all know it's inflated, and they will now also call press conference to come and cut the tape. So when we are working, we are paying the taxes, we are building our roads. If you check everywhere in Nigeria, 90% of access to any factory, the road is not tarred. You go and check. So this is it. You must put money in the productive sector. If you tell me today you have a 13 trillion deficit in the current budget, you want to make it, I can use one of my sectors to make up for it. We let the government tell me, okay, fine, we'll guarantee you reasonable price for loans. And I will tell you that 13 trillion, two companies can bring it out. Dangote can bring it out for us. So why don't we invest in things that will do us good? Instead of trying to buy oil from Malta. Are you growing industries in Malta at your own expense? And some people will come in national television and you press, you will carry them without stoning them. That they should say we prefer the petrol from outside than our own. I don't understand. So this is what I'm saying, and this is what we're trying to use this platform to resolve. That we're very happy with these discussions here, and that we should live here with a resolution to be agents for our country. Because with all of us that went to build us in America, and I go now. Anytime you use somebody's strange land to do something for yourself and you call it home, the day only once, even your houseboy will tell you are a fool. And we have seen it with America now. So those of you that have things in America, bring them home. There's no need. I'm not going there. Because even people that wrote articles in 1 year, you heard the way they kidnapped the woman, you saw it on television. So even this one can get me in trouble, I know. So I'm not going. So if you want to go, it's your luck. But what is important, let's concentrate on ourselves. So on the latter note, I'm almost one paragraph rounding off. I said the above, ignorance is the reason, hate based on what we heard about them in most cases without evidence. Not that we know. So you can see what lack of knowledge, ignorance can create. So the above cause aligns with Nigeria's current experiment with Fulani headmen. Those people are afraid to talk about this. I'll talk. Fulani headmen. The new profession of hunting. You know they are now hunters. They've left cattle, this thing. And instead of the traditional cattle rearing, while we are still awaiting the outcome of the sudden hunting expeditions in our southern states by these emerging hunters, I want to use the opportunity to advise the government to manage disputes between the local communities and the hunters more transparently. Because I fully condemn what happened in Uromi, because we should never do self-help. But one thing I've seen, the trajectory, anytime this thing happens, especially against the hunters, the chief of army staff will do his own press conference, the president will talk, everybody will talk, they will be crying. You can see the governor run immediately to Kano to beg. But when people from that side, I did not mention any side though, please. When people from that side invade, nobody cries like this. No governor comes from that side to commiserate thoughts. The chief of army staff does not see it. So you the press, what are you doing? You see, why I talk like this is, in any nation, a nation without a press is a dead one. You are complaining that you have lost you cannot sell newspaper again. This is a bigger matter than newspaper. If you pursue social and economic development rights, you write about these things. We will not only subscribe to your blog, we will give you money, we will support you as private businesses, we will fund you. You have no business going to government for anything. Sell your intellectual properties to us. Represent us. Represent the poor people of Nigeria, the people who cannot speak for themselves. These innocent people that are killed every day on the slightest thing. If I find a stranger in my farm from another place holding gun, the man says hunting. I've never seen the antelope they kill one day. And if you go on Instagram, painfully, you see these people bragging. I can't say it here what they say. Bragging about how they are killing and raping our mothers. So, you are complaining about no food, productivity is down. This is the reason. From Bayelsa, even my chambers in Bayelsa, I cannot go to farm. Bayelsa, actually, this land in Bayelsa is not from here to Falamo. People cannot go to farm. So we know the problem. But our government behaves in a chameleon way. We are afraid of one group. How? So please, don't take the law into your hands. Anytime you receive anything, report it. And you, the press, have a duty to right the wrong. You don't write only one side. Go to the genesis. If you go to Benue, you go to a Plateau State, you cannot imagine what these things have caused for Nigeria. So, in the above situations, we also encourage and appeal to our local communities to avoid self-help and violence in their dealings with these emerging hunters. Because I think this hunting is a very profitable, I don't know whether. So the above example highlights the complexities and the challenges extremist ideologies, bias in private and public decision making, and the impact on individuals and society. They also underscore the importance of education. Because, especially in the north, if we don't educate them, Nigeria will go nowhere. Because one person can control a whole community there. So until we educate them, because the day of election, they will just line up. One person will say, I go and vote for that Makari. That's all. So you must find a way to be inclusive, listen more to people who are less than us, and try and work with them. So this also underscores the importance of education, critical thinking, nuanced understanding in leadership of a society to prevent acts of violence and poor economic decisions like the USA is currently experiencing by imposing tariffs on 185 countries on April 2nd, which included McDonald's Island, which only have penguins. So the penguins are going to pay 10% to Donald Trump. And they have never traded with America, which shows you that the whole thing was done arbitrarily. And today, effective from today, 60 countries are starting with the tariffs today. And as at this morning, Russia is now 104%. So we don't know where they will end. So I want to congratulate the organizer of this event, especially the keynote speaker, Mr. Yemi Kale, whom we have, as a former statistician, I've told him that he has come with a whole bag of statistics so that we can all learn from him. I also congratulate our brother, Mr. Franklin Ungu, who is going to be the, I think he's coordinating the section. Then I also acknowledge Ms. Demi Semande. Hope I got that right. I'm sorry if I didn't get it right. Then Dr. Tayo Aduloju, CEO of NSG. Dr. Muda Yusuf, this one is our own. So, Dr. Femi Egbeshola, Chief Davison Alaribe, and Mrs. Bumi Kuku, and Mr. Roger Brown. And I want to also welcome all of us to the 2025 Vanguard Economics Discourse. Thank you very much.
Chief Economist and Managing Director of the African Export and Import Bank, and has been noted here earlier, he was formerly Nigeria's Statistician General, Dr. Yemi Kale. Please put your hands together for him as he delivers the speech.
And good afternoon. Respectfully allow me to stand on existing protocols already established. When I got here this morning, I told the management staff of Vanguard that I'm no longer controversial, so I would behave myself as much as possible. And their response was, controversy is what sells papers. Against that backdrop, in that case, I would be a little bit controversial, but I would take the chairman's cue. I would also not mention anybody's names as I do this. Let me start by expressing my gratitude to the management of Vanguard newspapers for affording me the honor of delivering this year's keynote address at the Vanguard Economic Discourse. It's a privilege I do not take lightly. The sub-theme of our discourse this year, economic hardship and pathways to recovery, speaks not only to our current struggles, but also our unwavering hope as Nigerians for a resilient, inclusive, and prosperous Nigeria. The Nigerian economy in 2025, much like its counterparts across the continent, and a lot of this has been mentioned today, and the broader global economy stands at a critical strategic juncture. The confluence of heightened global volatility, systemic domestic vulnerabilities, and a shifting geopolitical equilibrium has redefined the parameters within which we now operate. These dynamics have disrupted traditional policy levers, complicated macroeconomic forecasting, and constrained the latitude available for both fiscal and monetary interventions. In this environment, a business as usual approach is no longer tenable. Rather, what is required is a comprehensive orientation of our economic strategy anchored on structural reforms, anchored on productivity, enhancing innovation, and a deliberate pivot towards inclusive, human-centered development. The success of this transition will hinge not only on the policies we enact as a country, but also on the institutional capacity, on interagency coordination, and on political resolve, which we must bring to bear in executing them. So I had prepared slides for presentation, but I was informed late last night that a conventional speech format delivery would be more appropriate for today's setting. So as a result, I spent the better part of last night reworking to convert my slides into this speech. But that said, this was a particularly challenging paper for me to put together, given how things are changing so frequently in the global and domestic environment. So each time I reviewed global and domestic economic indicators or development, new data points and economic signals emerged, either internationally or within Nigeria, that demanded a reassessment of data and analysis and conclusions. So the world is in flux currently. The signals are very mixed, and the outcome is riddled with contradictions. If I were to summarize the defining theme of 2025 in a single word, it will be turbulence, closely followed by uncertainty. Now, these are not just buzzwords. They are real forces shaping global and domestic economic behavior and outcomes. And for developing economies like ours in Nigeria, which are already navigating significant structural and institutional weaknesses, this turbulence creates profound challenges. Planning, whether you're a household or you're a business or even government, in such an environment becomes exponentially more difficult. This is because economic uncertainty disrupts decision-making across the board. Households, businesses, governments, investors, financial institutions all behave differently under conditions of volatility and uncertainty, and often in ways that reinforce this economic fragility. Households, for instance, tend to reduce discretionary spending and increase precautionary savings during periods of uncertainty. That is, of course, if they even have any disposable income to save in the first place. For the vast majority of Nigerians who live hand to mouth, even minor economic disruptions can be catastrophic. We all witnessed this vividly during the COVID-19 pandemic, when lockdowns, though necessary, quickly escalated into widespread unrest. The core issue wasn't really non-compliance, it was economic desperation. For many Nigerians, the ability to earn a living is not guaranteed tomorrow, it is negotiated on a daily basis. So taking even a single day off work is often not a choice, but a luxury that they simply can't afford. The stark reality is this: most Nigerians lack the economic buffers, be it savings, social protection, or institutional support required to withstand macroeconomic shocks, however temporary. Unfortunately, too often, policy responses, however well-meaning, fail to adequately grasp the depth and immediacy of this reality. There is a persistent tendency among governments and elite decision makers to underestimate the lived experience of hardship at the base of the socio-economic pyramid. We often respond not with foresight, but with reaction. So interventions are frequently triggered only after economic distress erupts into some form of social unrest, at which point palliative measures are deployed hastily and unevenly, rather than preemptively cushioning citizens against foreseeable disruptions. What is required, therefore, is a decisive shift towards anticipatory governance, where policies are not only designed to respond to crises, but to foresee and mitigate them before they inflict widespread harm. This means proactively cushioning vulnerable populations. It means strengthening social safety nets. It means reinforcing public trust in state institutions. What is particularly concerning here in the Nigerian context is that in many cases, the disruption is not an unanticipated external shock beyond the government's control. Often the hardship stems from policies introduced by the state itself. So these are not unanticipated events. They are actually planned decisions. Yet, even then, despite the policies being needed, the necessary safeguards are either absent or poorly implemented or deprioritized. In some instances, the likely socio-economic impact is understood, but there is insufficient political will or insufficient fiscal space or administrative capacity to do what is required to protect the most affected. And in Nigeria's case, the most affected constitutes the majority of our population. Back to economic behavior. In uncertain times, like I mentioned, households also delay major financial decisions and shift preferences towards job security, often seeking refuge in the public sector. It is better the reason to earn a modest but stable income rather than chase higher ones that may not last. I'm sure many of us have friends or family members that have responded in this way. In high inflation environments like Nigeria's, economic agents would hoard foreign exchange, would hoard durable goods to preserve value. What's the result? Consumer demand softens, GDP growth slows, private sector investment declines, unemployment rises, and poverty becomes more entrenched. The outcome is unmistakable. Hardship, deep, persistent, and widespread, and felt most acutely at the household level. Businesses, too, adapt defensively in environments characterized by uncertainty and macroeconomic turbulence. Faced with volatile market conditions, unpredictable policy shifts, and elevated costs, firms often adopt a risk-averse posture. Hiring plans are deferred, investment pipelines are stalled, and operation expenditures are trimmed to preserve liquidity. The emphasis shifts from growth to survival and from innovations to cost containment. This weakness, which weakens private sector activity, it limits job creation and suppresses productivity and competitiveness. Governments, meanwhile, face their own set of constraints in uncertain economic environments. Revenue forecasting becomes increasingly unreliable due to volatile commodity prices, due to exchange rate fluctuations, and inconsistent tax performance. In response, policy often shifts towards reactionary, short-term, and often poorly thought out and often badly implemented populist interventions, such as expanding public sector employment, increasing cash reserves, transfers rather, and in more constrained scenarios resulting to monetary financing to bridge fiscal gaps. Does this sound familiar? Again, I'm not mentioning any names. While these measures may provide temporary relief or political expediency, they carry significant long-term costs. They exacerbate fiscal deficits, they undermine macroeconomic stability, and erode the credibility of public institutions. Just as importantly, such reactive policies can crowd out productive investments, they can distort incentives and reduce the confidence of both domestic and international investors. In effect, they attempt to manage volatility and curtail economic hardship through short-term, often politically expedient means, often ends up entrenching it. Meanwhile, investors react to the environment by seeking safe havens, demanding higher returns for risk and favoring short-term portfolio investments over longer-term foreign direct investment. The consequences are familiar and deeply disruptive. Capital flight accelerates, asset valuations decline, and renewed pressure mounts on the domestic currency. In effect, investor behavior becomes both a reflection of and a reinforcement of underlying fragilities, tightening the feedback loop between macroeconomic instability and constrained investment flows. Finally, financial institutions tighten lending conditions. They raise interest rates and retreat to low-risk assets. Credit becomes more expensive and less available, weakening financial intermediation and further depressing economic activity. In many ways, this sounds like a description of Nigeria's economic condition for most of its existence, not necessarily in 2025. But this time, it is also a description of the global economy and what it's going through. The same forces acting globally are amplifying our domestic vulnerabilities. And in countries like Nigeria, where the economic base is already fragile, where buffers are weak, and where the social fabric is under strain, the compounding effects of uncertainty can therefore be devastating. What policymakers, or as policymakers and business leaders, what they must reframe, we must reframe, as policymakers and business leaders, we must reframe our understanding of economic disruption, not as a technical challenge, but as a social emergency. And so with that rather sobering context, I will structure today's lecture around 6 segments. Firstly, a review of the global African macroeconomic landscape in 2025, so as to understand the external environment shaping Nigeria's economy in 2025 and the hardships we face. Then I would analyze the Nigeria's economic performance in 2024, so as to establish a factual baseline. I'll move to highlight key structural challenges, essentially a deep dive into domestic weaknesses that limit resilience and exacerbate current hardships we are facing. Outlook for 2025, brief projections for growth, inflation, fiscal dynamics, capital inflows, and so on. I will now frame my understanding of economic hardship, defining the nature in Nigeria and drivers of that hardship in Nigeria today, and then finally with strategies that we can implement as households, as a government, and as businesses. So to effectively analyze Nigeria's macro stats, let me start by looking at the Nigerian environment in 2024 and the outlook for 2025. To effectively analyze the Nigeria's macroeconomic environment and its prospect for 2025, we must begin by placing it within the broader global and African economic landscape. Nigeria is deeply embedded in the global economy. Our growth, stability, and resilience are influenced by external factors. A lot of that has been said today. Whether it's commodity prices, trade flows, global interest rates, investor sentiment, and geopolitical trends, all of this affect what happens to us domestically because we are very tied into the global macroeconomic environment. The events and policy shifts of 2024 have created a world of profound complexity as we enter 2025. While there was resilience in many markets last year, that resilience is beginning to fray. As we step into 2025, a new set of challenges in the global environment and a few emerging opportunities, the chairman mentioned quite a few, are shaping the terrain on which we must operate as a country. The first global theme in 2024 was a slowing global growth and fragile recovery. Global growth in 2024 came in at 3.1%, modest, but broadly in line with most expectations. This reflects a slow-moving recovery, still grappling with the long-term aftershocks of the COVID-19 pandemic, prolonged supply chain disruptions, high energy costs, and tightening financial conditions. Looking deeper, forward-looking indicators like global purchasing managers' indices show signs of weaknesses and waning confidence. Momentum is softening in almost every major region, setting a precarious tone for 2025. The second key theme was persistent but shifting inflation. Disinflation trends offered cautious optimism since the second half of 2024. However, core inflation remains stubbornly above target, particularly in advanced economies. This is largely due to tight labor market, elevated energy costs, and renewed supply constraints. As a result, central banks around the world, particularly the US Federal Reserve, the European Central Bank, and so on, responded, as we know, with aggressive tightening for most of 2024. Interest rates reached multi-decade highs before beginning a tentative easing cycle last year. But this pause is fragile, and inflationary triggers are re-emerging in 2025. Notably, the return of protectionist policies in the US, like the chairman mentioned, is reshaping trade flows, is raising costs, and is potentially reigniting another round of inflation. For Nigeria, the global shift towards high interest rates could not have come at a more difficult time. External debt servicing already consumes a substantial share of public revenues, and the cost of borrowing is rising just as Nigeria's total debt stock has reached the highest level in its history. Elevated global interest rates constrain refinancing options, they widen debt service obligations, and further squeeze the fiscal space available for critical development spending, particularly in infrastructure, in education, and in health. However, this challenge is far from unique to Nigeria. Rising debt is now a global concern. In 2024, total global debt surged to an unprecedented $300 trillion, with emerging markets disproportionately exposed. According to the World Bank, developing countries collectively spent over $400 billion on external debt servicing last year alone. Nearly 50 nations are now considered to be at high risk of debt distress or outright insolvency. For Nigeria, where the debt to GDP ratio is above 50%, the implications are particularly concerning. The challenge lies not merely in the size of the debt stock, but in the composition of debt, in the cost of servicing it, and the country's narrow and volatile revenue base. With limited fiscal buffers, we face interestingly difficult trade-offs. Do we continue allocating scarce resources to service debt obligations, or do we prioritize much-needed investments in infrastructure and social protection? The answer cannot simply be one or the other. What is required, rather, is a dual-track approach, one that emphasizes fiscal discipline and debt transparency, while simultaneously advancing structural reforms aimed at boosting domestic revenue, at curbing inefficiencies, and channeling public expenditure towards high impact, productivity enhancing investments. A fourth defining global theme shaping both the international and Nigerian economic outlook in 2025 is the continued weakness in trade and investment flows. Global trade volumes remain subdued throughout 2024. They are likely to even get worse in 2025 with the heightened trade wars currently going on, reflecting the combined effects of heightened geopolitical tensions, persistently high shipping and logistics costs, and an increasingly cautious stance among multinational corporations. Across sectors and geographies, firms have prioritized operational resilience and domestic market consolidation over cross-border expansion and long-term foreign investment. Looking ahead, this pattern is expected to deepen. For Nigeria, an economy heavily dependent on crude oil exports and structurally reliant on imported goods, the contraction in global trade presents significant risks. Export revenues may remain volatile, supply chain disruptions could persist, and the balance of payments will continue to face a lot of strain. Yet, embedded within this risk is also a pivotal opportunity. The fragility of global trade dynamics underscores the urgency of rethinking Nigeria's growth model. We must accelerate the transition from a dependence on external demand towards internally anchored, productivity-driven, towards an internally anchored, productivity-driven economy. This means deepening domestic value chains. It means strengthening local industrial capacity and fostering a more diversified and resilient production base. If approached strategically, this shift could not only enhance economic stability, but also position Nigeria more competitively within regional and global markets over the medium term. Another major theme that defined global markets in 2024 and which remains critical in shaping Nigeria's outlook for 2025 is the heightened volatility in commodity prices. Commodity markets were marked by turbulence throughout the year. Crude oil, Nigeria's primary export, averaged about $80 per barrel, but experienced sharp fluctuations, most notably a 5.6% decline in February 2025. At the same time, gold surged to over $3,000 per ounce as global investors in a heightened, uncertain environment moved towards safe haven assets amid rising uncertainty. For Nigeria, this volatility presents a double-edged sword. First, oil price instability continues to complicate fiscal planning and foreign exchange management. Budget benchmarks become unreliable, revenue projections are routinely missed, and the Naira remains vulnerable to external shocks. Second, volatility in global food and fuel markets directly affect domestic inflation. They erode household purchasing power and exacerbate social economic stress, particularly among vulnerable populations already living on the economic margins. Third, and perhaps most strategically, the global energy transition is driving up demand for critical minerals such as lithium, cobalt, and rare earth elements, many of which Nigeria holds in commercially viable quantities. However, our current regulatory framework, our infrastructure deficits, and weak value chain integration has prevented us from capitalizing on this opportunity. To turn this global shift into a national advantage, Nigeria must urgently reposition its extractive sector. This means making targeted investments in mining infrastructure, enforcing transparent and investor-friendly regulatory regimes, and developing integrated value chains from geological exploration to mineral processing and export. Doing so could not only diversify foreign exchange earnings, but also lay the foundation for new industrial clusters and high-skilled employment. So in conclusion, I would say that commodity markets in 2025 will remain volatile, but strategically positioning can turn volatility into value. Another key consideration, which is strategic both economically and geopolitically, is the urgent need to position Nigeria within the global energy transition. The global pivot towards green energy is not just a technological shift, it's a geopolitical and economic realignment. As advanced economies accelerate investments in electric vehicles, battery storage, renewable power infrastructure, and clean manufacturing, demand for critical minerals is expected to surge over the next 2 decades. Nigeria, like I mentioned earlier, with its deposits of lithium, cobalt, graphite, nickel, and so on, is strategically positioned to benefit, but only if we act decisively, like I mentioned. To realize this potential, we must craft a coherent energy transition strategy. We must craft and implement a coherent energy transition strategy that positions the mining sector as a foundational pillar of future industrialization. This requires far more than just simply attracting extractive capital. It means building the enabling infrastructure, power, water, transport corridors, a digital system to support commercial mining and processing operations, establishing clear, transparent, and enforceable regulations to govern exploration licenses, environmental compliance, and community engagement, thereby reducing policy uncertainty and investor risk. investing in value addition and beneficiation to ensure that raw mineral extraction feeds into domestic processing, manufacturing, and export of high-value products, and linking mining development to industrial policy by fostering mineral-based clusters for batteries, solar panels, electronics, and other green technology. If Nigeria gets this right, the mining sector can become a catalyst not only for foreign exchange earnings, but for structural transformation, for regional development, and for global competitiveness in the green economy. Another defining theme, global theme, as we move through 2025, is the continued realignment of global supply chains. The global economy is undergoing a major supply chain transformation. Tensions between the US and China, actually between the US and everyone, are pushing firms to diversify suppliers, favor regional partners, and prioritize resilience over efficiency. This presents a clear strategic opportunity for Africa and for Nigeria in particular. And as global manufacturers seek alternative sourcing and production bases closer to end markets, the continent's demographic advantage, its resource endowment, and emerging common market under the African Continental Free Trade Agreement provide a compelling proposition. For Nigeria, the challenge and the opportunity is to position itself not just as a participant, but as a regional anchor for industrial production, assembly, and logistics. However, ambition must be matched by execution. To harness this opportunity, Nigeria must address a range of persistent supply-side constraints. For example, border inefficiencies and customs bottlenecks continue to delay trade flows and increase the cost of doing business. Also, poor logistics infrastructure, including roads, ports, storage facilities, undermines competitiveness and reliability. Furthermore, security concerns, particularly along key transit corridors, discourage investment in large-scale distribution or manufacturing operations. And finally, fragmented regional infrastructure and policy misalignment weakens the economic coherence needed to truly leverage the African Free Continental Free Trade Agreement. If Nigeria is to benefit from this global reordering of trade and supply chains, it must undertake deliberate reforms to strengthen its infrastructure backbone, digitize and simplify trade procedures and processes, ensure regulatory predictability, and enhance cross-border coordination with regional partners. Only then can we translate our geographical and economic scale into meaningful industrial advantage. Another global theme is climate disruption. 2024 was marked by unprecedented climate events, from floods to heat waves and droughts. January 2025 was the warmest January ever recorded globally, underscoring the need to treat climate volatility as a core economic risk and not a distant environmental issue. Heat waves disrupted agriculture and construction, driving up food and labor costs. Flooding displaced millions and damaged infrastructure in parts of Africa and Asia. Droughts cut crop yields, spiked global food prices, and deepened food insecurity. With Nigeria, with its large agricultural base and climate-sensitive economy, it is especially vulnerable. Climate-resilient agriculture, better irrigation, energy diversification, and stronger infrastructure must become economic, not just environmental priorities. Rising geopolitical tensions is another major theme as we go into 2025. Multiple conflicts around the world have heightened global instability. The Russia-Ukraine crisis, the Israel-Gaza, Lebanon crisis, the China-Taiwan tensions, all have disrupted markets and dampened investor confidence. Even in Africa, disputes between Algeria and Morocco, Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda, and ongoing instability in the Sahel, Libya, and Sudan have all hindered trade and regional growth. Nigeria, situated in West Africa, a region now central to geopolitical security and trade, must therefore respond strategically. Regional diplomacy, security cooperation, and economic integration within the ECOWAS and the Continental Free Trade area are now matters of economic survival. Finally, 2024 was also a year of consequential elections. The United States, India, the European Union, across the European Union, Brazil, and others. Each outcome added uncertainty to global policy direction, from trade to climate to investment regulation. Accordingly, many investors adopted a wait-and-see stance, delaying decisions until political clarity emerged. In 2025, the Trump administration's return is particularly significant. Already, the various tariffs and trade disputes are reshaping global markets, including for Nigeria and other African exporters. So as we move deeper into 2025, the following 5 risk vectors I've explained will therefore define the global economic outlook. Firstly, geopolitical instability, especially around US foreign policy and global conflict zones. Secondly, trade policy fragmentation, with protectionism and tariff retaliation distorting global supply chains. Thirdly, persistent inflation, driven by supply-side shocks and trade disruptions. Fourthly, technological realignment as new players like China's DeepSeek challenges Western dominance in AI. And finally, climate and ESG backsliding, especially in the global environment, less committed to net zero transition. Each of these challenges is significant on its own. Together, they create a deeply uncertain and increasingly fractured global economy. For Nigeria and Nigerian policymakers and business leaders, these developments carry clear and urgent implications. Firstly, relying on external demand is no longer viable. Domestic investments and internal growth engines must drive the next phase of Nigeria's development. Secondly, we need a dedicated economic strategy unit, empowered to anticipate global shocks, assess risks within 48 hours, and coordinate a proactive national response. For example, with all these global challenges, has anybody heard of any statement by the economic team, for example, how they're going to deal with it? There's been nothing said about it. Now, that doesn't mean they're not doing anything about it, but it is important for policymakers to send that signal that they're on top of these kind of things. In 2025, there are going to be lots of these disruptions. We need a crack team that can come out, preempt some of these issues, and come up with solutions very quickly, and then give a direction in terms of what government is going to do to safeguard the economy against all these negative ramifications from all these things coming from the global economic environment. But we're not really seeing a lot of that happening. Thirdly, we must abandon the culture of reacting late, masking data, and managing optics, and replace it with institutional readiness, real-time coordination, and evidence-based policy. Without this shift, we risk allowing global headwinds to derail domestic reforms, and we continue exposing Nigeria's households and businesses to shocks that could have been mitigated and worsening hardships for households and businesses. As a country, we must move from fragility to foresight, from crisis response to crisis anticipation. It is the time for us as a country to double down on structural competitiveness, to rebuild institutional trust, and re-anchor investment strategy on long-term fundamentals. Now let me quickly turn my attention to Donald Trump and his policy before I narrow it down to the Nigerian economy. I debated very, very strongly whether or not I should discuss this, especially since I don't want to risk my US visa being revoked. I believe that the election of Donald Trump is arguably the most critical geopolitical development of concern for the world and the Nigerian economy in 2025. For Africa and for Nigeria, this outcome represents a recalibration of strategic priorities across trade, investment, and diplomacy. And as I unpack the implications, I'll focus on how these shifts will affect our positioning within the global economy and what proactive steps we can take as a country. But to first understand the direction of the global economy, we need to first understand the key drivers behind Trump's re-election. His re-election was powered by nationalist, as we know, economic sentiment and a strong push for protectionism. That's what he was elected for, and that's exactly what he's doing. These domestic drivers are a signal that U.S. foreign policy will lean even more heavily towards bilateralism and reduce global entanglements. For Africa and Nigeria, this orientation means less multilateral engagements and more transactional diplomacy. Accordingly, I anticipate a rise in global trade uncertainty that's already happening, a rise in and heightened financial volatility that's already happening. The U.S. inward turn could disrupt capital flows and, again, already happening, and create ripple effects across emerging markets. Nigeria in particular must hedge against these shocks by diversifying both its trade and investment portfolios. Let's also talk briefly about the future of AGOA and what it means for Africa's trade relations, particularly as we approach its expiration in 2025. AGOA has been a critical pillar for African exports to the US, especially in sectors like agriculture and textiles. In 2023 alone, exports under AGOA reached $8.4 billion, with a significant share coming from agriculture, textiles, and apparels. But with AGOA set to expire, there's real uncertainty about what comes next. Under the Trump administration, which has historically prioritized America First policy, we can expect a focus on renegotiating trade agreements to favor the U.S. interest, and this raises questions about the continuity of AGOA and its scope. Let me now talk about Trump's energy policies and how they have impacted how they would impact global oil markets and African economies, particularly Nigeria. Now, during his first term, his emphasis on energy independence led to massive increase in U.S. oil production, which in turn fueled significant volatility in oil prices. This is already happening. Take Brent crude as an example. In his first term, prices dropped from $66 per barrel in January 2019 to just about $30 per barrel by April 2020, driven by a combination of a price war and demand shocks from the COVID-19 pandemic. This kind of volatility hits African oil exporting countries like Nigeria hard, slashing revenues and creating major economic challenges. Looking ahead, with the U.S. expected to sustain high levels of fossil fuel production under Trump's new leadership, global oil prices are likely to remain under pressure. So for oil-dependent economies like Nigeria, this presents a serious challenge, particularly as they try to stabilize fiscal revenues in 2025. There's also the issue of, that the chairman mentioned, of declining U.S. development assistance and engagement, and of course on Trump's preference for bilateral agreements over multilateral partnerships, which we expect that both investment and foreign aid and investment are likely to slow down from the U.S. are likely to slow down in 2025 as it pushes more of his America First policy. But here's the challenge. Many African nations like ours are already facing significant debt burdens, and rising global interest rates are making things worse. In 2024, sub-Saharan Africa's debt-to-GDP ratio was above 60%, putting enormous fiscal pressure on governments. Currency depreciation is adding another layer of complexity, driving inflationary pressures that erode consumer purchasing power. For countries reliant on imported goods like ours, or dollar-denominated debt like ours, there is a tough environment to navigate. So in summary, what does the return of President Trump to the U.S. mean for Nigeria? With increased production of U.S. oil and reduced U.S. imports of African oil, our energy sector will face added pressure, both from demand and price declines. This reinforces the urgency of diversifying our exports and leveraging, like I mentioned earlier, the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. There's also the potential reduction in U.S. support for regional security efforts like counterterrorism. It will place greater pressure on Nigeria to combat groups like Boko Haram, ISWAP, and with fewer external resources. Also, a decline in U.S. foreign direct investment in infrastructure, technology, and energy highlights the need to attract new partners, whether it's from the EU, from the Middle East, or emerging economies like India and Brazil. So policymakers must act decisively to hedge against U.S. disengagement, advance bilateral and multilateral trade solutions, deepen capital diversification, and push aggressively for structural reform and economic resilience. I will skip the section on, in the interest of time, on going through the African macroeconomic environment, and I'll just go straightly into the Nigerian economic environment. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, 2024 for Nigeria was a year that must be understood not merely through statistical aggregates, but through the lens of structural recalibration and social impact. Beyond GDP figures and inflation metrics, 2024 was a pivotal year of transition, one defined by arguably bold and in many cases overdue economic reforms. It marked the onset of a deliberate shift towards a more rules-based, market-oriented economic framework. However, that shift came at a significant cost. It was a year of profound socio-economic hardship for millions of Nigerians, many of whom experienced worsening living conditions, eroded purchasing power, and diminished access to essential services. For them, reform was not an abstract policy concept. It was a lived reality, often painful and disorienting. Yet, within that difficulty lies a critical inflection point. The year signaled the early contours of a new economic paradigm, fragile, incomplete, but undeniably underway. The challenge before us is not simply to acknowledge these reforms, but to understand their trajectory, consolidate their gains, and embed them within a broader strategy of inclusive and sustainable development. Let me begin by making an important distinction here. For me, the real issue is not whether these reforms were necessary, but how they were introduced. The timing, the phasing, and implementation of these reforms, in my opinion, left much to be desired. We moved fast, but perhaps not thoughtfully enough. We introduced difficult reforms, but failed to anticipate, manage, or mitigate the hardship they would bring. The posture from policymakers often seemed to be, it will pass, endure it, but that approach alienates people, it erodes trust, and it undermines support for reform, no matter how well intentioned. As leaders, we must understand that reform is not simply about necessity and courage to keep faith with them. It is also about compassion and calibration. Despite the difficulties, 2024 laid the groundwork for a rules-based modern economic system. Some of the key reforms introduced in the year, as you're all aware, the comprehensive tax legislation, the foreign currency repatriation schemes, the aggressive monetary tightening in 2024 was just the beginning. The harder part still lies ahead, and that's consolidating the gains, mitigating the pain, and restoring the trust of the Nigerian people. It's not just about doing bold things. It's about doing the right things in the right sequence, for the right reasons, and with the right strategy. By early 2024, Nigeria's macroeconomic architecture was under considerable strain, marked by deep structural vulnerabilities spanning all four key, pillars of the economy. In the real sector, was characterized by persistently low productivity, jobless or non-inclusive growth, and mounting cost-push inflation driven by energy prices, security, and supply chain disruptions. Monetary sector was defined by excess liquidity, heightened currency volatility, and entrenched inflationary pressures, challenging the credibility and effectiveness of monetary policy transmission. The fiscal sector was constrained by unsustainably high debt service obligations, a chronically narrow and underperforming revenue base, and insufficient fiscal buffers to absorb shocks or stimulate recovery. And the external sector was marked by fragile foreign reserves, widening balance of payment deficits, declining net capital inflows, and a general erosion of investor confidence. At the time, I was still working as chief economist at KPMG, and we were engaged as one of the advisors to the economic team. And I was asked a question: which area should we tackle first? And my response was that at that stage, because of the complexity of the economy, there was really no clear or singular right place to start. The system was too interdependent, too fragile across multiple fronts. So any reform in one area will inevitably have implications for others. What mattered most was therefore to choose a path grounded in sound economic reasoning, commit to it with policy discipline, and sustain the process with institutional credibility and political will. The reform journey in such a context is not only about sequencing perfection. It is also about strategizing, about strategic prioritization, consistent execution, and above all, clarity of purpose, doing the right things at the right time for the right reasons. Despite significant macroeconomic headwinds, Nigeria reported modest GDP growth in 2024. You will notice my careful phrasing, reportedly recorded, which may seem uncharacteristic coming from a former Taisha General of the National Bureau of Statistics. But I will not elaborate further, and I trust you understand why. But like I said, modest GDP growth. However, despite this growth, the lived experience of most Nigerians was one of economic deterioration. Inflation stood at 23.2% by February 2025, following a rebasing from over 33% in late 2024, but still far ahead of the CBN's target. The Naira stabilized around 1,600 Naira to the dollar after reaching lows close to 2,000 Naira to the dollar. Petrol prices surged from about 200 Naira to between 875 and 1,000 Naira per litre following the subsidy removal. The monetary policy rate was raised to 27.2%, reflecting aggressive tightening to stabilize inflation and exchange rate. Now, these shifts represent a willingness to take political difficult decisions, but I have said many times in this lecture, tough decisions are not necessarily the right ones. Timing, sequencing, and support mechanisms also matter. Since I have about 5 minutes left, I'll skip the next 3 sections, and you have the speech and the presentations, and just go to the last part of my address. Diversified beyond oil into manufacturing and services, reducing its vulnerability to commodity shocks. Rwanda emphasized governance, policy clarity, and regulatory consistency, turning its post-conflict economy into one of the fastest growing on the continent. And Brazil, as one more example, through programs like Bolsa Familia, demonstrated how social protection can serve as a macroeconomic stabler, not just as a welfare tool. These stories converge around 3 strategic pillars, each of which Nigeria must internalize, adapt, and implement at scale. The first pillar is macroeconomic stability. Macroeconomic stability is not an outcome, it's a prerequisite. Nigeria must rebuild investor and citizen confidence by addressing fiscal imbalances, taming inflation, and restoring exchange rate credibility. The second pillar is economic diversification. Diversification is no longer optional. Nigeria's dependence on oil exposes it to external volatility and fiscal instability. We must rapidly expand our productive base. Strategic areas for expansion include agriculture, mechanization, irrigation, storage, and agro-processing, drive exports and food security, manufacturing, building industrial clusters, and promoting backward integration and technology adoption, services and digital economy, scaling access to digital infrastructure, unlocking financial technology, logistics, and creative industries, and micro, small, medium-scale enterprises, expanding access to credit to remove regulatory bottlenecks and to stimulate grassroots growth. And finally, infrastructure, investing in energy, transportation, and broadband as core enablers of competitiveness. A diversified economy, as we know, widens the tax base, it creates jobs, it builds resilience, and reduces exposure to external shocks. The third and final pillar is social investment and governance. True growth is people-centered. It must deliver meaningful improvement in the lives of Nigerians across all demographics. Key focus areas include the need to expand social safety nets to protect vulnerable populations from systemic shocks, improve access to basic services, housing, healthcare, electricity, water, strengthen education through curriculum reform, teacher training and vocational pathways, foster entrepreneurship and digital inclusion, particularly for youth and women, deepen institutional trust through anti-corruption enforcement and policy continuity, and use digital governance to increase transparency, reduce leakages, and improve service delivery. Additional considerations include financial system reform so as to expand access to credit, deepen capital markets, and modernize regulation to ensure finance serves the real economy, and also green and digital transition to position Nigeria to lead in renewable energy, climate resilient infrastructure, and the digital economy, unlocking new sources of capital and jobs. In conclusion, let me reaffirm a central truth. Nigeria has the raw ingredients for greatness. The potential is well recognized. Our large and youthful population, our abundant natural resources, and a geostrategic position at the crossroads of Africa and global trade. But let us be clear, potential is not a strategy. Execution is. The path of economic resilience, inclusive prosperity, and reducing economic hardship is neither quick nor easy, but it is clear. We know what needs to be done. In fact, doing this presentation was very easy because everything I've said today, you have heard it many, many times before. All I had to do was go and copy and paste many of the other presentations that other people have said many, many times in the past. And that's what we keep doing. We keep saying the same things over and over again. We keep doing this, but we don't do what we're meant to do. And we keep having this conversation, but those responsible for taking those decisions often do not take those decisions, and we keep repeating the same thing. I have been involved in when I was an advisor to the Minister of Budget and Planning, in 3 national development plans. They all say the same thing in different language, the exact same approach. We just write it in a different way. So the solutions are very, very clear. It is always implementation, taking action in the right way at the right time and for the right reasons that we have most of our challenges. So we have the models. We have studied the case studies. We understand the reforms. The critical question is no longer what to do. It is this. We will finally do what needs to be done. And would we do it consistently, at scale, and with the urgency the moment demands? Once again, I want to extend my sincere thanks to the management and board of Vanguard Newspapers for the opportunity to deliver this keynote address. I hope it has not only been a worthwhile use of your time, but a catalyst for deeper reflections as we proceed into the panel discussion. Thank you very much for your attention.
Please put your hands together for her if she's here. Yes, please. Who is the president of the Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria. Please put your hands together for him. Let me also welcome Chief Davison Alaribe, who is the president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria.
Chairman and the keynote speaker. I believe they have kept us sitting down for over 2 hours. And from a head perspective, I'm not sure. So if you don't mind, you can just stand up and sit down just so you can follow the panel session very, very well. So if you can just, Chairman, I was saying this is a fantastic keynote address. That indeed we are going to organize another Vanguard economic discourse, and that one will be purely only for Ogadele to be the keynote. Because he spoke on so many things. And Dr. Yemi Kale also came and started giving us statistics from global to Africa to every. And people sitting on my back were saying, hey, we've been hearing this thing, we've been hearing this thing, we've been hearing this thing. And interestingly, Yemi now said that these things that he just copied it from so many places and put together for us to come and talk to us. So it means that we've been hearing it. So my question is, we keep hearing it, and the problem seems to be expanding or seems to be the same thing. So recently, can we all have one, if we can all pay attention to what we are doing, please. The noise level is too much. It wasn't caused by Vanguard. It was caused by maybe Donald Trump or something like that. So somebody said the problem with Nigeria, is it a spiritual problem? And many people will argue that if we've been hearing the same thing, and we've not changed, it seems that it's spiritual. Because, you know, we've been going to church every Sunday, midweek service, even early week service. We all go to mosque, but the problem remains. So, but interestingly, we have very eminent panel members. I will not bother you by reading out their profiles, because some people's profiles are already public knowledge. And if you look at the caliber of people we have, from our own Muda Yusuf, to Dr. Tayo, to Dr. Yusuf, to Dr. Femi, to Chief Davidson, to Bumi, to Mrs. Demi, we all have what it takes to answer all the questions about Nigeria. So I wouldn't bore you to giving you their public profile. But let me start by asking. Somebody told me that if you want any policy to be considered, that the right person to give it to will be Dr. Tayo Adoloju, because he's the CEO of NESG. That all the policies that we are seeing, that it was done by NESG. And if they are going well, that is NESG. If they are not going well, we should blame NESG. So it means that this poverty, this inflation, this unemployment, this insecurity, many people are believing that is due to NESG. So my question to Dr. Tayo is, as you know, economic outcomes are due to economic policies. And economic policies come from the politics of the environment. And the politics of the environment are determined by the sociology of the environment. So my question to you, all these things that we've been hearing and hearing and hearing, what is the problem from your own assessment? Why is it that most of the recommendations from Vision 2010, Vision 2020, Economic and Recovery and Growth Plan, Vision 2050, now Renewed Hope Agenda, where we seem to be, poverty is getting worse. We are borrowing almost 50 trillion in a year. Inflation is skyrocketing, and many other challenges. So my question to you is, what is the issue from your own assessment? Thank you.
So the first thing is how you define a problem to a great extent determines whether you can solve it. Nigeria's problems are economic, but they are not first economic. The economics of our problem is a subset of how we have defined the problem. So the problem is Nigeria has failed to pursue its national development as a responsible sovereign. What that means is the political elite, the business elite, and any other elites that may exist, including the military elite, have been jointly, by action or inaction, in a conspiracy of slowing down, or in some cases, mitigating Nigeria's economic development. And this is an important truth to first accept, that we are here by choice, not the choice of others, by our collective choice. That nothing happening in Nigeria is happening because just somebody outside the world wished it on us. Because from Yemi's example of case studies, if it was wished upon those countries, they won't be where they are. They are where they are by choice. Then the question then is, how do you build a strong nation state? You build it on 3 pillars. Strong political institutions, strong economic institutions, strong social institutions. And these institutions must be led by a certain type of leadership. You were discussing prayer a few minutes ago. One of the scriptures from one of the holy books says that where there is no vision, right, a people perish. In fact, there's another translation that says where there is no vision, no redemptive vision, a nation perishes. So it matters what a people collectively see. So as I see the problem, the foundations of the problem is, whilst we were clear in 1960 as to the nation we wanted to build and the trajectory it needed to take, it seems as if we've lost our way. The political institutions create a political agenda and a political culture that does not support economic agendas that we build. So Dr. Kale was pointing about series of development plans that the political class does not own and has never been committed to execute beyond their term in office. So once there's a political transition, the plan is thrown away and a new government comes in and then starts afresh. The nations we are discussing, back to your benchmark, succeeded in prosecuting development agendas over the longer term. So political institutions must own national development agendas where all of us have reached a consensus of the vision and all of us are committed, in spite of political transitions, to go on that journey together. Now, once you don't have that, just imagine under PDP governed Nigeria from 1999 to 2015 as a ruling party. Not as as the ruling party. Under that ruling party, we had the Vision 2020. Under the ruling party, the government after that pursued a 7-point agenda that started moving away from the Vision 2020. Under that government, a vice president of a cabinet where the president died, as soon as the president died, moved from 7-point agenda to transformation agenda. And so the inability to prosecute our consensus around what is development in Nigeria, how do you deliver it, where does it go, is the problem. So you then come to targets like double-digit growth. We've seen double-digit growth since 1999. Actually, since 1995, when Vision 2010 was created. Oh, reduce poverty. Oh, we've said that since 1995, when Vision 2010 was there. You say industrialization. One of the 5 principles of economic reform agenda agreed between NESG and government in 1993 was industrialization. Industrialization, infrastructurization, education, and privatization in 1993. So the point is we reach this consensus. We agree it's a great idea. Then we leave the room for a political elite that does not agree. that it's a great idea to execute it, and so you unplug, you derail every 4 years or 8 years, as the case may be. Now, it means that to win for Nigeria, we must have a consensus, not just on the agenda, but on how. Because the arc of the possible for Nigeria at any moment in time is always a fantastic upside. That's why it's easy to put any outlook. Look, take any outlook on Nigeria 10, 20 years. We are always top 20 economies in the world. I think there's a 2050 projection now. We are top 12. We have the potential to be 12 economies in the world. Potential is not our problem. On potential, Nigeria will go to heaven. The problem is when you want to convert our potential to outcomes, measurable, tangible outcomes that matter to you and I, you must deliver leaders that can run institutions. Institutions execute policy. In fact, if you hand an agenda to an institution that has no capacity, nothing will happen. Institutions execute policy. Now, institutions also develop policy. If you have an institution that cannot convert a political agenda, no matter how nicely it was promised, to policies that match the internal and external environment and can execute, it will fail. So the last thing to note is that whilst we are spending more on the cost of governance, the capacity to govern has not gone up, it's gone down. And so there's a disconnect between our investment in governance and governing institutions and their capacity. And that capacity affects political outcomes like peace and security and stability, which Chief Dele basically burned the stage down on. It affects your capacity to define what your enlightened trade policies are and how you should deal with Trump or deal with Russia or deal with China. It affects your capacity to say, right, like Dr. Yemi pointed out, we need to do these 4 things. The capacity to now translate those 4 things into outcomes for Nigerians, whether it's unification of FX, whether it's removing subsidy, whether it's social, we saw social protection up here. We've tried to implement social protection for 12 years. The whole of President Buhari's administration was social protection led. The challenge is how we transmitted social protection in Nigeria did not automatically translate into benefit for citizens. So we fail not at the idea. We fail not at the agenda. We fail because the quality of leadership and the quality of institutions that need the capacity to execute has a huge deficit. And if we don't solve that deficit, many promises of Nigeria will not become reality.
Excellent. Can we give him a round of applause, please? That is an evil spirit. Because it means that at the point of execution, that evil spirit comes in as elite consensus to agree that this is right. Whether you are talking about next 11 or next this or next that, to stand up, Africa Rising will become a big reality. So my question, so Dr. also been engaging with the economy, with the government, with the populace, with the private sector and all that. With all that we've heard from the chairman, from the keynote speaker, and from Dr. Tayo, is it still possible, from your own assessment, to craft a fiscal policy that will help us to address the current, ongoing, and emerging challenges? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for organizing this very important discourse. Yes, it is extremely very important that we get our fiscal policies right. New generation. That is why each time the customs talk or the National Assembly is engaging the customs, the conversation is always about the target on revenue. And this kind of mindset has a way of putting unnecessary pressure on businesses. So it is very, very important from a trade policy perspective to use tariff instruments to support investment. The tariff regime in Nigeria is too high. Even for sectors where we don't have capacity for raw materials, for inputs, is something on which we need to engage very, very seriously with the administration so that we see a situation where we de-emphasize this revenue generation mindset on investment. Because if we make it easy for investors, for manufacturers to go through the international trade process more easily, they'll be able to generate more profit and pay even better taxes in form of VAT, in form of company tax. But when we strangulate them at the point at which they are bringing their raw materials, bringing their machineries and all of that, we make life so difficult for them. So that by the time they are even producing, they are producing under very difficult circumstances. So that engagement on the appropriate trade policy and the need for us to move the mindset away from revenue generation in the trade process to facilitating trade is extremely very, very important. And we need to see much stronger advocacy from the private sector on all of these things. Because, again, when we look at the private sector, a bit of fragmentation, which affects the effectiveness of advocacy. Secondly, I must say that, just as Dr. Tayo said, there is need for an ideological consensus in the economic management process. We cannot afford to leave the economy purely to market principles. If you continue to follow that path too heavily, we will continue to create more hardship for the people. It is important to recognize what we call market failures in economics, which means that market cannot deliver everything. So whatever the market cannot deliver, government needs to intervene. And that way, we create a much better environment for businesses and for the citizens. We need very strong government intervention, for instance, in the energy space. If we give the energy sector entirely to the private sector is to chase profit. Energy provision is critical for economic development. It's critical for poverty reduction. It's critical for even reducing poverty and building an economy that is inclusive. So we need to have a framework of how the government will intervene in such areas as energy, in our health sector, in our education sector, and some other critical and public transportation. Now we have a system, we don't have sufficient public transportation system. You go through our roads, all the buses are rickety buses. Why are they so rickety? They are rickety because the import duty you pay to be able to import a bus, put it on the road, is getting close to 20-25%. All charges put together. If you take that alongside the current exchange rate, and alongside even the problem of computing import duty based on prevailing exchange rates, it's compounding the problem. So government intervention in critical sectors is extremely very important to support agriculture, to support infrastructure, to support manufacturing, and to support other critical sectors of the economy. So we need to define the limits of the market so that we don't create unnecessary problem and create too much challenges for the economy. Thank you.
That the oil subsidy was more or less a conduct for embezzlement, corruption, and all that. And they said that subsidy should be removed. And the government removed the subsidy. We also said that the best thing to do is to look at the naira and maybe allow market forces to determine the exchange rate, which the government did, and floated the naira. But I'm hearing now from Muda Yusuf that maybe the government should also come again to start addressing some of these things, to allow it to the market again. So my question, let me bring Mrs. Demi Samande. From your own experience, or observing or experimenting or seeing what is going on in Nigeria, looking at the reforms, will you consider the reforms to be positive, negative to the private sector or to your firm?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Professor Franklin, thank you so much for your question. But I would like to just beg your indulgence. I share this story with you. It was a humid, very, very humid evening in the factory, and it was 8 p.m. in the evening. The factory was incredibly silent. Our artisans, all 25 of them, were sitting idle, doing nothing. Yet we had a huge consignment that was due to be in Uganda in a matter of 6 weeks. We were already running incredibly behind on our deliveries. The client was incredibly impatient, very frustrated with us. But unfortunately for us, our team were incredibly overworked. We had spent several weeks sourcing raw materials, delivering various different samples to the client, both their local representations and their international representations. We had spent weeks testing materials, making samples in the factory. But on this particular evening, 8 p.m., it was a complete blackout. The generators are not working. There was no NEPA. There was no movement. Now, you can imagine this type of scenario where everybody is very anxious. As the CEO of this organization, you can imagine the anxiety that I was feeling trying to manage my team. You can just imagine the looks on my staff faces with the frustration that they want to work. They've stayed behind long hours, but they could not do anything. Now, Nigeria manufacturers on average spend about 40% on energy, predominantly diesel, throughout a year. Our global competitors are averaging less than 10% on energy for their production lines. Every single blackout that we experience in Lagos, in Nigeria, equals a loss in profit, it equals fewer jobs, and it equals stunted growth for the average SME manufacturer or business owner. My personal experience of this has been high cost of diesel. I'm sure you can hear from my accent, I didn't grow up in Nigeria. I came here because I had a dream of manufacturing in Africa and exporting to a global market. And I'm sharing with you a little bit. Thank you. I'm sharing with you a little bit because that experience so far has been distracted by incredibly high power resources that I have to endure every single day. From diesel expenditures to wastage, the average Nigerian SME goes about 25 to 45% waste factor in their production lines. For me, that is incredibly scary as a young manufacturer. Profitability is affected every single day. Now, it's great. For what I'm explaining to you, my business is still running. Resilience is what we have as Nigerians, in all honesty. We don't surrender to the setbacks. But unfortunately for us, we're investing far too heavily in energy. And because of that, we have to reinvest into renewable energy, solars and batteries. Since that incident happened at 8 p.m. that night, because we wanted to do a delivery for export, we had to reinvest incredibly heavily into solar power and all of that. And because we're taking that step, does not necessarily mean that that should be the status quo for the average business in Nigeria. I am in the position to do that. Not many manufacturers are. They really are not. And that's not something that we should necessarily be proud of as manufacturers, as people who are trying to change the economy story of our country. So let me tell you another story. A few years ago, I decided to start training artisans because it was one of the solutions that I found to a lot of the problems that I had. I trained a young man called Kunle, and Kunle came to me very, very young, at the age of 19. He had been living under a bridge for several years. He didn't have a family, and he had been relying on his local community to pretty much get by. And I took Kunle into the factory, and I put him under the arms of my furniture carpenters and my upholstery makers. And within 2 years, Kunle had basically garnished a set of skills that allowed him today, as I'm speaking to you, that was about 2 years into my operations. And Kunle left me about 2 years ago. We are now in 2025, and Kunle is now training and retraining others. Now, that decision for us was a critical one. Thank you very much. And it is one of the reasons why we feel that our journey as a nation generally has to happen on the factory floor. It is not by sitting on panels time after time, writing white papers. It's for us to be on the factory floor, training our young people to basically work in factories and to produce items that we can send out of our country. And we need the support in all the areas that are not helping us to achieve that goal. We need to look very honestly at those things and figure it out. Now, again, because I've been looking at these solutions for a long time, one of the things I decided to do was start a training academy. And Kunle was contributing quite effectively to some of our trainings. And we've seen that these things in action are actually helping. They're actually changing in little tiny drops. And we need to escalate those activities and do more, amplify them, invest in our young people, support the businesses like mine. Because unfortunately, if we don't do that, we're going to continue to fail. We're leaving so much money on the table. We're losing opportunities every day. We are positioned to do exports all around Africa, to do exports to the UK, to the US, all around the world. But we're not putting in enough energy into doing that. Now, today, for me, the factory lights are on. As I'm talking to you right now, my team is at the factory. They're working. Our lights are on due to the fact that we've invested quite heavily. But entrepreneurs like myself should not be fighting infrastructure issues every single day. That should not be our focus. We should be focused on innovating. We should be focused on creating jobs and keeping our profits to reinvest back into our organizations and our businesses. Real growth needs good governance. We are begging for it. We are asking and we're pleading every single day that, I know that in NESG have reported that 25% of the policies are not implemented effectively, or should I say is it 25% of policies that are in fact implemented effectively, but the rest of the world are operating on 40, 60%. The likes of China, the likes of South Korea are implementing every single day through creating clusters of young people, SMEs who are setting up organizations, clusters who are supporting themselves and becoming interdependent. We need to focus on doing more things like that. And sir, you asked me if I really think that these policies are helping us. Policies are fantastic, but like I mentioned, I'm more interested in implementation. Our implementation teams should over-exceed our policy creating teams. And that's what I really think we should be focusing on as a people and as young people who want to make changes.
So, thank you very much. And of course, you mentioned something, that entrepreneurs are supposed to be focusing on innovation, not on fighting for infrastructure and all that, looking for power, looking for water, looking for security, looking for so many things. And we also remember that when this government came in, they told us that one of the reasons why they want to remove subsidy is because they want to focus on infrastructure. Now we've removed subsidy. Now taxes, more or less, going up in all areas. And Dr. Yusuf told us again, the duty you pay, and also, Demi also mentioned it, the duty you pay above 20%, 25%, as the case may be. Then you want to borrow money from the banks. You also borrow at about 30-something%. Inflation is about 20-something, but according to the new statistics, which maybe, I think Yemi helped them to set up the framework before he before he left. So if you combine all this, the question is, how do you produce? And interestingly, recently, they also told us that in the last 1 year, we've borrowed close to 50 trillion. My question to Dr. Shea, who is the honorary treasurer of ICANN, is all this money that we are now having. Remember also that we have about 774 local governments in Nigeria. Their average budget for this year is about 5 billion per local government. We have 36 states in Nigeria. The average budget is about 500 billion. And the federal government has also budgeted about 54 trillion. So the question, with all these challenges and issues, the government is still borrowing. We are not seeing infrastructure. My question to Shea is this sustainable? Is this the way to go? And what can be done to start addressing some of these issues?
Maybe I should talk a bit like an accountant, then I will relate it to what is happening in government. As we know, to fund a business, we say you do equity at the beginning, and when the business is growing, you want to expand, then you can look the way of debt. To borrow, you must be specific as to what you want to use the money for, and the return that you are getting from that expansion or from the project must be more than what you are paying as interest on the loan. That's talking as a businessman. Usually we say don't do long term if what you want to fund is working capital, because it will be capital mismatch. Now, taking this to government, I'm hoping that one day we have a surplus budget in this country. Because from the point of view of a businessman, how would you want to budget and you are going to have a deficit? Who does that? But that is what we have been seeing in Nigeria for some years now. They consciously will do a deficit budget to give room to borrow to finance the deficit. Let's even say fine, okay, that is okay, considering our limited resources. But the question at the end of the day is that what we are borrowing for, what is it? Is it for infrastructure? Is it for development? Is it to provide conducive environment for the businesses to operate, or for what? What we see in Nigeria is that the bulk of the borrowing is actually to also do governance for what we call recurrent expenditure, which is a mismatch, looking at it from point of view of finance. So there is a problem. And the easy way for the government that we are seeing in the couple of years is to go the route of loan, is to go the route of debt, because it's the easy way for them. Now, when they borrow, the question business people are asking and the citizenry are asking is that, where are the infrastructure? We don't see it. Most business owners are the ones providing the infrastructure for themselves. So we ask the question, where are this money going, plus including the debt the government is taking? So they are using it on recurrent expenditure, which is out of the way. It's a mismatch. It shouldn't be. So going forward, it will be nice. We're not saying loan or taking debt is not good, but we're saying the purpose for the loan should be driven, should be focused through developing infrastructure, which will bring about ease of doing business, a very conducive environment for businesses to operate, and in the end, government will generate more revenue in terms of taxes if they provide conducive environment and they make the environment very easy for people, and not making business owners to spend more on what the government should have done for them. So budget is good, but in Nigeria we are not channeling it through the right way. Thank you.
Interesting. My challenge with the answers is that we seem to be saying that I'm struggling to say what I wanted to say, that it seems that we are not seeing the right pathway in terms of what we are supposed to do. All these suggestions, all these contributions, how do we make it more effective in terms of delivery. Because if you noticed, from all the contributions, we are saying that maybe the issue is execution. Maybe the issue is also about proper engagement. We're not having the right discussion and all that. So let me ask Dr. Femi, as the president of Small Business Owners of Nigeria, from your assessment, is the government engaging businesses properly? Because you know that for Nigeria to move forward, there is still need for proper public-private partnership and engagement. And if the government is putting a levy of above 25%, Donald Trump has also helped us by adding 14% on top of it. Now we are hearing that inflation is still going up, insecurity is there. So, and Dr. Yusuf said that the government is supposed to be helping to reduce some of these challenges. My question to you, from your assessment and engagement with the government, are they engaging you enough, your private sector associations, or what other ways can you suggest for better engagement and better delivery of government policies?
Thank you very much and good afternoon. That government needs to collaborate, engage particularly the private sector. From the sector that I represent, in one recurring decimal over the decades. And that's why we always have the same thing over the years. There is no change, there is no shift. We've been saying it that you don't need to only regulate us. We need to have a handshake, a strong handshake as that matter. It's important for us to always co-create policies, particularly the one that has to do with that sector. It's important to engage key stakeholders in monitoring policies, in implementing policies, in evaluating policies. And that's the only way it can work. And when it comes to policies, it should also be from ab initio, from the beginning. You don't just come up and regulate some sector of the economy, some sector of the private sector, and leave others. In Nigeria here, we have a number of strata when it comes to the private sector, that it is not a one-size-fits-all, whereby one policy will work for everybody in the society. As we speak today, you look at the private sector, particularly the SME sector, you discover that 85.5% of them belongs to the nano sector. This is very, very key to the economy because it's the largest part of the SME sector. But government is not focusing on this. Many of them are not even regulated. All the bulk of the regulation comes from the less than 15% that form the S and the M of the enterprise sector, which is not really the best. If we really want to grow the economy and we don't focus on this nano sector, it will be difficult for us to be able to build them, groom them, and have small, medium-sized enterprises that will be able to grow the economy. For us, it's not just about coming up with policies. We also want to have government listen to us. We want them to support us. We want them to join hands with us in making their policies. Without that, the story will always continue to be the same. Again, for us, we believe that we are very resilient. We are very adaptable. Adaptability is in our DNA. But even as at that, resilience without strategic support system is not sustainable. We need government to be able to build structures, put institutions in place, as was mentioned the other time, that can help us be able to drive policies. And when policies are being made, we should be able to come back and evaluate the effectiveness, the impact of those policies, and see if it is the same route to go the next time. Let me give you a case in question. We have a number of intervention programs that the federal government has done over the decades, government to government. You ask yourself, what has been the impact of these intervention programs on the MSME sector? How many small business owner has been able to migrate to become medium-sized and big-sized enterprises over the years? How many small business owners in the last 10 years have come to become the Dangotes of today? You can hardly find one. And that means there's a big mismatch. There's a problem. There's a big gap that government needs to pay attention to. And government cannot understand every sector without actually sitting down with the key stakeholders to know where the shoe pinches them and provide collective solutions to it. Without that being done, we'll be going around the same circle. And we have gone around that circle enough. This is a time for us to change. In the MSME sector, we don't need pity. Government does not need to pity us. Rather, we need to work with them. We need to be able to talk together. It's not inviting us only when it is time to validate policies. We want to co-create it together, and that's the only way we can work. Nigerian MSMEs are ready to work. We are very, very resilient. We are innovative, and we are ready to support the economy. And that's the only way we can create jobs. That's the only way we can reduce poverty. That's the only way we can grow the economy. So collaboration when it comes to policy making is key, and government must begin to focus on bringing key stakeholders in every sector to make policies that will work with each and every one of us if we must grow the economy.
So I will soon open it up for questions from your engagement with the government. Is the problem, from your own assessment, tied to administrative incapacity or something?
The word engagement can create a tricky misunderstanding or misconception. We gave the minister some of this feedback. It will be a level of engagement. And if the minister... so by the way, there is Indonesia, Malaysia, how these countries grew was there was a consensus in the private sector and a consensus in government that we will co-deliver economic transformation. That's not a meeting. That's not a regional or annual summit. You know, that's not a quarterly briefing. No. That's that if we say today we want to transform the energy sector, the energy plan will have two sides. What government must do, what business must do, and accountability and responsibility mechanisms to check that everybody is doing what they're doing. Right? And then we all will come and report to the country. Then you say we are engaging. So when you say engagement, that's what we mean. Now, if you take 5 areas that can be transformative today, in fact, what I call the arc of the possible. 1, component of that infrastructure stock is at least 75%. In other words, if you depoliticized it, if you de-risked it today, that infrastructure will be attractive to global and local investments. What the private sector axes in an engagement is we will bring our capital if this infrastructure meets these incentives and conditions. What the government then needs to deliver is reforms that create incentive design that deliver those conditions for the capital to come. Ports, rail, road, energy, all the infrastructure will respond to an engagement like that. It's not enough to say we have an infrastructure stock for $3 trillion when I can't invest in a seaport tomorrow morning without bottlenecks that will almost chase me out of the country. It's not enough to say come and invest in oil and gas when divesting onshore for an entity took almost 7.5 years. And offshore, those of them prospecting offshore have waited for a decade. So in practical terms, engagements must translate into consensus for action, contracts and compacts for delivery, accountability mechanisms to check how we are progressing. Let me give you another example. In this country, the government said we are incentivizing Dangote to build a refinery. When the refinery is ready, the price of PMS will come down. We didn't say it. Government officials said it locally and internationally. Now today, refinery is ready with the capacity to produce 3 weeks of our 4 weeks consumption as a country at lower prices, right? High quality, and then stories then start. Now, it's that disconnect, not at the level of talking, please, but the level of the consistency of regulations, the consistency of policy, the transparent execution of these policies with accountability and reporting. But on both sides, because you see, if Dangote did not build a refinery, then we should have also held Dangote accountable, right? That we gave you all these incentives as a country to build something. Where is it? Because, by the way, in our last 25 years, there are some times in Nigeria where the government gave unfair advantage to private sector entities to go and do certain things. They became rich, but Nigeria did not benefit. Right? That's also part of the problem. So when we say consultation that drives development, we are discussing a partnership that transcends the big meetings, right? We're discussing, so energy, agriculture. Any country that has grown agriculture grows it with a partnership of smallholder farmers being triggered to become highly productive, coupled with large-scale industrial production driven by technology and science. You need both. Now, you have both in Nigeria. Massive workforce of smallholder farmers and high-tech agro firms that, if given the right incentives, can go in and partner with the smallholder farmers for growth. But nobody will do it when 1/3 of the land for cultivation has security challenges. Nobody will do it when there's pervasive, unclear subsidies in agricultural input, which makes investing in seed and other inputs very hard to tell. Okay, and no one will do it when there's no consistency of, agri-promotion policy longer than 10 to 20 years. So that's another example where consensus will mean Nigeria wants to hit, let's say on maize, a target of 20 million tons of maize in 2025. Then we all ask ourselves, how much land have you cultivated? Government will declare what they've cultivated. We in the private sector will declare what we've cultivated. What did you plant on the land? We'll declare the seed varieties we're using, and the yield factor, government will declare the same. Then businesses that need input for local production can take position, supported by government that gives them development finance, leveraging single-digit credit to take position in the food commodity market. Now, that's what you call consultation that converts into public-private collaboration for growth. Then at the end of the year, if we deliver 20 million tons of maize, maybe an overproduction of 10 million tons, then AFEX and the rest will now be given some additional lines of credit to store what we have for the next season. Then it changes. The policy gets it right, but we are at the end of dry season farming. I'm chasing people all over the country asking simple questions like, okay, so what did you harvest? How much tonnage came out per crop? Are you getting ready for wet season farming? Has the fertilizer arrived? Because wet season farming, of course, is less than, you can see the rains are coming already. So in 30, 60 days, it must be in the ground. These things transcend these meetings. And that's, I think, Chief Oye's point. It requires mobilizing the private sector at scale. It requires that the networks that deliver are networks that understand that it's business that drives this thing. And what government is doing is government is creating policies that create environments for the investment to come. Is the investment that creates opportunities, is opportunities that create jobs, is those jobs that the young people sitting down here listening to us will be absorbed into. Now, once there are no opportunities, no jobs. No jobs because no investment because the environment is not conducive. You then work your way back to the counterfactual. So, consultation is a low terminology to describe. What we are discussing is a public-private development interface where the partnerships deliver national competitive advantage. That's more hard work than conferences. Even the annual summit can't deliver it. That's my own annual summit. It takes all of us working together. And Dr. Kale makes an important point. This year and the global vulnerabilities means that we now don't have time. In the next 24 months, even this country will be in an electoral cycle and the politicians will be distracted. So you have 20 months maximum of serious thinking and execution on energy. We can do it with PMS. On electricity, look, you can deliver a subsea gas pipeline in 12 months that delivers 12,000 megawatts of power. Food, you can double the production of staples in Nigeria in 12 months. This is within the arc of the possible. Now, let's pursue the arc of the possible. And that makes a difference. You can today give manufacturers single-digit interest rates, allow them to refinance inventory balance sheet for the bloodbaths of the last 24 months, and get them back. 70% of economic activities are operating below 5% GDP. What you need is to fire the economy so that it translates into 6% GDP growth. And that is also within the trajectory and the arc of the possible. So we're not asking for things we need to pray for God to do for us. No, what we're asking for, God has given us already. If we take ourselves seriously, 12 months of work starting today, we will have a radically different set of outcomes from the one we are seeing now.
Excellent. Excellent. Excellent.
And so on, because the government is interested in knowing what we have done and so on, and everybody will be so excited. Oh, they want to know and organize all these results and coming some results, but once they go away, that's the end of the matter. Now, the private sector, why is it that you are not interested? Why is it that you are not interested in coming to the universities to find out what results they have? Enormous results in the university for local content. I want to take one single seed that can supersede this other seed that came from Asia. Some of us have been meeting for years and years. It's not irrelevant. Now, she was talking about training young people. Now, why I'm mentioning about today is that in Academy of Engineering, you have a committee. And I chair that committee. In fact, I should be at the meeting right now, where we are encouraging the training young people. Until the last night, somebody was showing us about a kilometer long of environmental leaves. Not 1 kilometer of road, a kilometer long of environmental leaves. They don't go to school, they are not employed, and the same thing is beginning to happen even in the South here. We have 5-year graduates who have no jobs. And this is where we should be concerned. Let's leave government alone if they don't want to help us. She is doing something that is and in this committee, what we are doing is take graduates, take skills people, developing the different skills in the country. Electricians, plumbers, carpenters, and so on, who are not employed, train them properly and give them respectability. Because what we discovered is that you say your child is going to a training college, a technical college, you'll almost be crying, oh God, it is a curse on you. Whereas, these are the people we now need. So please, let's start forgetting government. Government will look for us when we know we are doing things.
Thank you very much for the insightful conversation so far. My name is Amara Siak. I'm a business administration student at Trinity University, an aspiring entrepreneur passionate about leadership, leading of Nigeria's leading economy and contributing my quota to social impact. My first question is directed to Dr. Abdulojim. What specific policy or leadership change do you believe can accelerate sustainable economic recovery in Nigeria?
Dr. Tayo Abdulojim, so much enamored by your presentation. You have talked like an economist and a good politician. Fine. Sir, you said that institutions, strong institutions, strong people, that individuals can drive the nation. especially our country, I have a little problem. Because we have institutions, but institutions are not schools. They cannot drive themselves. Strong human beings with discipline, commitment, and they should be able. Because in America, Obama said, America is driving by strong institutions. Nigeria is not driving by strong institutions. We have the institutions there, but the people driving it are. I want you to emphasize. That's my question.
This is why I think about sharing not too much of a question. First of all, we're here to discuss the pathway to sustainable recovery. I want to say that we've not spoken enough about capacity building, education. When Dr. Yemi spoke, he outlined 6 countries, 4 outside Africa, and if you look at the development model pathways that they're taking, they put a premium on education. Nigeria, especially Africa, was behind about 18.5 million young children, youth outside of school. And I think that we can't talk about sustainable path out of hardship without placing premium on education. Having said that, I would also join my voice to the engineer and to say that it's time the private sector will look into this. We need to contribute to this education as a social responsibility. We need to take the development of our nation into hands. For the private sector to provide, we need skilled workers. So it's time I'm urging private sectors who are well represented here to
and also on need to train the youths because of the increasing number of out-of-school children that are not doing anything from the north to south and from the south to the north. Then the question specifically to Tayo was, what particular policy will you recommend that will help to take Nigeria out of this present situation? And then to Ogafemi, is the best way can we engage the youths? And the last question says, what steps can he do or can he take to prepare himself for Nigeria's future economy? And what can we do to continue to attract FDI even with the present global challenges? Dr. Tayo, please.
It's always underwhelms the complexity. But if today we were to do one thing, we should do what Dr. Kale spoke about, which is reconstitute an economic task force that has the primary responsibility of scanning on a daily basis all the economic indicators and how they are impacting Nigerians at the market, the meso level, at the micro level, firms and households, and at the individual level, wallets. Okay, because he showed us a equation of GDP. The first component of GDP is consumption, what people can spend and what they have the capacity to spend it on, right? And that would be by one thing, create a task force that can gauge for the government properly how the citizens feel in their wallets, how the households feel, how the firms feel, in such a way that whenever they go on a weekly basis as the government meets, they can get a true gauge of where the economy is at the different levels, and then translate that into task force actions, coordinating a whole of government approach to get what needs to shift on a daily basis. That team can also manage the externalities. So for example, Trump has issued us a 4% tariff, 14% tariff knock on. How do you respond to that? What actions should you take? Short, medium term, long term. Now that team should not be politicized. It should not simply be another attempt to basically gather a set of VVIPs together. Just really get the work done and hold this war room type scenario meetings on a weekly, sometimes daily basis until the work is done. Now, if you can run Nigeria like that for 12 months where things don't get bad before we reel them in, then we can make progress in the very short term. But in the long term, economic transformation is usually delivered by a coherent group of leaders committed to a short, medium, and long-term agenda, supported by institutions that are properly aligned, with a coherent set of policies that give forward guidance to the private sector and allows the private sector, in turn, to invest and respond. Okay, that's how it's delivered. And that, of course, is not a one option shot. The other question that I was asked, here's the truth. The truth about transforming anything, especially in Nigeria, is that it can be delivered through taking ourselves seriously, a clear consensus for action, and accountability. Most things in Nigeria fail for a lack of transparency, a lack of responsibility, a lack of accountability, no sanction and reward system for getting the results out. Once you change that, then the incentives for behaving will shift. So the political elite can change the incentives for performance by one, if we said we're going to do something. So the president started with a very powerful idea. He set KPIs for all the ministers. But when he was reviewing the minister's KPI in year one, he should have also, the way he publicized the KPIs, publicized the performance, and his action should have matched. Now when you do that, so for example, the cabinet is coming to its second year. The government is coming to its second year in office in a few weeks. It's another opportunity to review the performance based on the KPI, showcase the scorecards. Where we've done badly, accept we've done badly. Where there are non-performance, accept their non-performance, some sanctions, some rewards, and the system will change, right? The system will then adjust to respond to the new incentives. So incentives matter. Same for the private sector. In this country, we prosecuted 15% GDP growth in the last 25 years. There was a year we hit 15% GDP growth rate. How did we do it? Incentives. Incentives that forced more Nigerians to keep their money here and foreign investors to bring their money here. So again, if you design the right incentives, even in a crisis, somebody spoke about a crisis, in the economic zone, because of the incentives in the economic zone, Dangote put $20 billion in the economic zone. So that's how you attract money into a country where there are other problems. You create these special zones, you create an incentive that works in that zone, and the money will come. So these are all doable things today. And all we need to do is to commit to getting them done.
Excellent. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Demis Amande, Dr. Tayo Adoloju, Dr. Muda Yusuf, Dr. Femi Ewesola, and Oluseyi Odarewaju. I'm sure we've enjoyed the sessions. It's been wonderful. It's been interesting. And because of time, we might not be able to continue, but we say a very, very thank you to all of you. And I believe that our suggestions will be passed on to the government, and we look forward to a better Nigeria. So thank you, and thank you, and thank you. Thank you.
Otherwise, the money